about shutting down all the parking spaces on Main Street? I know a couple people will be really upset with me saying that. But what about shutting down all the parking spaces for not a long amount of time, but just like, let's say, a few months while the governor is figuring out reopening the economy? And this way, it can give an opportunity to the businesses downtown that are slowly allowed to open back up to do just what Kate's talking about and be able to drive up, grab their items, and go. And if we just assume all the parking spaces on Main Street you're not allowed to park in, like the folks that live in town park in the garage or Harmony or the High Street lot. Um, I think folks will be pretty understanding that it's to build uh, Brattleboro businesses' self-esteem back up, knowing that they're given more options to deal with the distancing protocols that are still unknown, that are still coming at us. Um, Probably a really bad idea to shut all those parking spaces down, but it's just an idea. I bet
Well,
Sue.
I mean,
I love it.
it makes sense in terms of giving, if not all of them, maybe one side of the street we keep parking, but the other side we turn into a pedestrian zone so that we would double the width of a sidewalk so that people could actually be, I mean, I was thinking when you guys earlier were talking about sidewalks, and I was thinking about the grocery stores. You know, the grocery stores are now one-way aisles. I mean, where downtown sidewalks could be one way. You are on the right-hand side, it's all going down, and on the left-hand side, it's all going back up. Um, I mean, because, you know, I mean, that does stop people crossing each other. And that's what you can't, that's the thing that makes you feel unsafe, is when somebody's coming at you and there's nowhere for you to go. But anyway, I mean, I'm curious, Sue, to what extent can we affect parking regulations?
I'm going to play devil's advocate here and just throw out some questions, because if you were going to make this proposal to the select board, they're sure going to want to know these answers. So, okay, so there's no parking or it's free parking? Which are you talking about? There's
I
what's
would,
that, Josh?
Are you talking about Main Street, or are you talking all of downtown? No, I think what I'm talking about is
Let's start with Main Street.
yeah, no parking on Main Street, and then free parking in all of town. That's a whole different item though. The free parking downtown for a healthy amount of time. And what I mean by healthy is once our businesses are boosted again and feeling really good and comfortable and not scared of needing to shut down, then we can start potentially charging for parking in all of downtown. So I think for the to-go ordering and like the pickups of food and the pickups of shoes and the pickup of bicycles and stuff, no parking on Main Street, because that'll allow a lot of space for people to walk. Some eateries can have some tables outside, and then people can do their drive up pickup. What Kate was mentioning.
Okay, so I think there's a couple of things you need to think about. I think we would need to know what do the merchants want, because a lot of them will say that they want parking in front of their buildings. It doesn't matter that they have an entrance on Harmony Lot, they still want it out front. So that's something to consider. In terms of free parking throughout the downtown, or I mean, that's where you have to pay to park. We have some parking lots and elsewhere in town, but for all intents and purposes, free parking. So there are 4 employees that have been furloughed from that. That parking fund helps deal with maintenance at the garage. So what is that shortfall going to be, and what's the impact to taxpayers if that revenue is not coming in? I think we need to look at enforcement, because if you don't have the parking, if you have the employees that are still furloughed, you're assuming there's no enforcement. It sounds great that people would want to do it for the good of downtown, but I think the research shows otherwise, that the people who are not there shopping might be parking there because they don't want to have to walk from High Street for the free parking or whatever. So there's just some things to think about. before you would make any recommendation before the select board. You'd have to totally vet it.
And that would be something
And read the
that,
parking study from 2018, because it does get into, it talks a little bit about kind of calibrating parking rates and that kind of thing.
does that study tell us how much money, how much we bring in from parking?
It does look at the revenues, yeah.
Yes, okay.
It's, I can send you a link to it all. It's on the planning department website. And on the right-hand side, if you scroll all the way down on the right, there's kind of like a document section, and it's in there.
Do we have a study of the revenue that we gain from our Brattleboro businesses? So my argument to the select board would be losing 20% of our Brattleboro businesses, the revenue we gain off of their taxes, may way outweigh the revenue that we gain from parking meters. So do we know what revenue we get from Brattleboro-based businesses? That would be my argument. It's like it's the select board weighing, it's like, okay, are we going to charge for parking and make up that much money, or are we going to not charge for parking, induce business, and not lose a bunch of businesses?
But that assumes
Yeah, I
parking
think
is
that
the major reason.
Oh, you both talked at the same time. I want to hear both of you.
Yeah, go ahead, Prudence.
Well, that would assume that parking's a major reason that the business may or may not make it. And I think there's so many other factors, which I know you know more about it than I do, for success. I mean, parking's only one factor, and probably somewhat small.
It's definitely a concern to people that don't own a business downtown. It's definitely small, but one of the things that keeps coming up is free parking downtown. And so I'm totally on board with it, and it makes sense to me. I absolutely understand the town will lose parking revenue, but I think it's a sacrifice we should be willing to make, because it's either lose parking revenue or potentially lose a bunch of businesses. So I'm willing to make that sacrifice. And this is me relaying information from downtown business owners.
And they argue that if parking were free, that would induce more people to come and shop.
Yep, absolutely, without a doubt.
Well, if the protocol in order
There
to
was
do,
a survey for the parking study? Sorry, go ahead,
Say that
Felicity.
again?
I was just going to say, if this is something, I'm not even, this is something that the planning commission was going to present as a kind of incentive. First of all, I'm not entirely sure that we could do that, but I mean, all of us as independent people can present whatever we want to the select board. I mean, we would have to have data that demonstrated that that was the case. And I don't know that we have the data.
Well, no, that'd be similar to like what Jess was talking about. We have data now that prove that if you house homeless people, you have less of a loitering issue on our downtown. So it's these circumstances that provide that data. And so the 1% sales option tax is just an insult to Brattleboro businesses. Parking downtown has always been there. Paying for parking downtown has always been there. But the fees keep going up, and the hourly rates keep going up, which absolutely, when it comes to a town of 12,000 people, the percentage of the 12,000 that actually shop down is super small. And the biggest complaint from consumers not going downtown is paying for parking and how expensive the parking tickets are. So that's super hard data to obtain. But maybe after this, once we go forth with it, maybe we'll have that data and we can have something to show the select board and be like, hey, this is how damaging paying for parking downtown is. The revenue and the taxes that we make off of these businesses from not having paid parking downtown is incredibly beneficial. Like it could be beneficial for us to learn this now, potentially. But no, there's no data.
I think that everybody should read the parking study. There was a survey done. We should all just look through it before we undertake something like this. I think the select board's going to want data. They're going to want to know, we're going to have to put everything together if that's something that you want to pursue. But we need more than an argument. We're going to need hard data, and they might even want to study it some more. I'm sorry that the parking study and all its findings and all the survey stuff is not just right here in my head. I don't have that kind of recall or memory, but it was done in 2017 and 2018. It's not old. Merchants were talked to, and I just think, I mean, I'm kind of with Prudence that there are a lot of factors as to whether or not these businesses are going to make it. I'm not sure how big of a puzzle, or piece of that puzzle is parking. But let's all look at the study.
I want to drop one more comment on that. And so I, many years ago, when I worked at a downtown business, I attended the downtown business meetings. This is like 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, parking and free parking and paying for parking was also a topic of contention. And with downtown business owners, when Irene hit with the recession, that was always one of the points that came up in conversation that they wanted to ask the town for. And I'm not sure. There may be data, there may not be data. I don't know if it came up as one of the barriers to having a good time downtown in our downtown survey recently. But the perception in the downtown business community, I think, is really tied to, we will feel supported if the town acts on this. And feeling supported and feeling that solidarity that the town has on this issue, I mean, that also could be a really important element in a business succeeding or wanting to succeed or wanting to stay here.
Thank you so much for saying that, Jen. I couldn't agree more. And one of the some of the businesses that I'm talking to downtown, the perception that they have of Big T town Brattleboro is that the town doesn't even know that the town's not even aware that they even exist, and that's pretty unfortunate. Especially too, like there's some folks that feel that the amount that they offer to the town is worth the town considering some things like not charging for some, to me, some simple things like not charging for parking. We right now in a time like this, like in COVID 2020, these are definitely scary times, and these are hard conversations to have. A thing that's as simple as parking downtown and paying for parking downtown, it seems redundant and like a waste of time, but it's really, really not. It's a lot about perception. A parking ticket downtown is $10 or $20 if you forget to pay it over 2 weeks. It's like $1 an hour. That does not seem like a lot, but it is actually a lot. It's a lot of perception. It is actually a lot of money for some folks. It is a lot of discouragement for other folks, and that's not what we can't be discouraging anyone right now. We need to be nurturing and supporting and patting people on the back and saying, hey, we're really glad you're here. We're really glad you're making sales. We're really glad your taxes are coming back to this community. And that's exactly what we need to be doing right now.
So just want to add though, go ahead, Felicity.
I mean, I was just thinking of, I mean, if what you guys are talking about is a sort of incentive program to sort of, help businesses by making them feel like we're trying to support them in whatever way we can, then that seems like a much better ask to the select board than to go and say, we think that this is going to be beneficial. I like the idea much better to say, we actually think that this is a thorn in people's side. It's clearly documented as a thorn in people's side. Here's a time to be pulling the thorns out of people's sides. We don't think we're going to lose very much by it. Let's do this, regardless of whether or not we have any data that demonstrates that it's actually going to be profitable for these businesses in the end. It's more that it's going to help us in terms of our feeling like we're working with each other, as opposed to opposed to each other. That seems to make much more sense. I like that idea. But I think it should be a package. I think we should do other sorts of things too. I don't think we should just go to the select board and say, we should cancel parking. I think there has to be a sort of this notion that we want to try to make businesses feel like they've been heard. I was struck by the few that we got the BDCC data. They have not heard from very many businesses. There not very many businesses in Brattleboro have taken that survey. So I still feel as if I'm quite uncertain about, and that most of the data that I found that was valuable that coming out of the BDCC was what they had done vis-a-vis the Brookings Institute, that Brookings Institute had gone through and classified businesses of immediate risk, medium-term risk, and long-term risk. And essentially, I mean, everybody is a long-term risk. I mean, so we're all at risk. I mean, because this is going to be the long term. So we should be thinking really innovatively about other sorts of things, because since we're all at risk, how can we all work together to make each other feel better, which might even be just the thing we need in order to survive. Might not actually cost a dime.
Yeah, so I was totally amazed that Brattleboro has almost 1,000 registered businesses. That's amazing. I'm super curious to know, obviously no one can predict the future and no one knows facts on anything, but I'm really curious on what percentage of those businesses we're potentially going to lose in a month from now. You know, is it 25? Is it 5%? Is it 25%? Is it 50%? I was definitely very discouraged by the BDCC information. Also, it seems like there's barely 100 businesses that they're working with in Brattleboro. You know, the work they're doing in Bennington is fine. The work they're doing in Bellows Falls is fine. Around Windham County, my focus is Brattleboro and like what we have here and the potential and the opportunity that we have here. And there's absolutely businesses slipping through the cracks, and that's incredibly frustrating because we're better than that. You know, we can do this. We can get through this. You know, if we all work together, we can absolutely get ahead of the game. And if I saw the numbers correctly, they're only working with 100 businesses in Brattleboro. So what are the
It's
other?
not working with, that was a self-reported survey. It doesn't indicate who they're working with. It was just
Or
a survey,
yeah, so either way,
self-reported.
I feel like the data is lacking royally. So can the town, we have this huge list. We have a list of 1,000 businesses. I'm assuming we have phone numbers and emails, contact information, names. Can Brattleboro do our own data collection? Is something I'm super curious.
I mean, we have that access and I mean, we have that contact information. I think we could survey them. They might not respond to us as the planning commission, but we could, or the planning department. And
We could survey. It's going to depend, you know, there's cost, there's staff time when we've got other projects that we need to think about. We want to not be redundant, and we need to know what are we using that data for. I mean, I think that there's a lot of information out there. We know who's struggling. We know that we might, you know, why are we going out to survey? What are you trying to get out of it? Because I don't want to survey for survey's sake. You know, I don't disagree. 100 businesses responding to a survey, that's not great. We could have helped push out the information, but I don't want to survey for survey's sake.
But what if that
What is
survey?
it? You know, I think the planning commission's job is really kind of the longer term recovery. And right now I feel like we're still like in the emergency right now. And, you know, I don't think that we're can tweak policy or make suggestions for policy for the longer term recovery, which we might be entering now, but what are we going to do with that data?
you're an optimist. I like that.
I feel like doing some of our own data collection would be hugely important and relevant, and asking businesses in this area, what are your biggest concerns right now? Where are your biggest shortfalls? Like, what is it? Like, how many months of this can you endure before you throw in the towel? You know, like the data that I saw on the BDCC, like it didn't tell me anything that I don't already know. And it also actually told me less information than what I was excited to see, you know, or learn about. I have a lot of questions for businesses, you know, and like simple things like what is your biggest concern right now? And what can the town do to support you in that? And it's super simple things. Even if we don't act on anything, it's at least we have that information and we can make uh, more educated maneuvers to helping our future if we do things like that. And I don't know what it would take. It would obviously cost some money, but to put a survey out there and email it to all 1,000 businesses and just see what their needs are, see how they're doing, see where I don't know what it looks like. I don't know exactly what questions to ask. I could come up with them if I know that this is something we're moving forward with. But until I
I
know,
cannot sit here tonight and say that this is something that the department can do. If we want to give some thought as to what questions would be and how it would be, I'm willing to do that or have you guys do the legwork. But, we do have, this is kind of and I understand it's extraordinary times, but we have the municipal planning grant that's got to get done by mid-July. That's been pushed back. I've got some other projects on the plate. So it's not something that the department can fully take on, but lots of boards and commissions, do work on the side too and feed that information in. So if that's something that you guys want to start thinking about, I just can't fully staff something like that. I'm fairly sure I can give some more thought to it, and I'm not trying to like totally squash it. If you guys want to kind of put some thought into questions and feed them in and have another work session to get it done. I mean, the other thing is you can't meet without a warned meeting if you have a quorum, but I'm just being realistic about what the department has on and where it may fit. But I think we need to give some real serious thought as to what are we going to do with that. I just really, I'm not a fan of surveying just to survey.
So I have a question because I mean, and this is based on complete and utter ignorance. If you're a business owner in Brattleboro and you feel like your voice is not being heard, where do you go?
I mean, you could go to the select board. You could speak to the town manager.
Is that the norm in most towns? Is that what people do?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, we don't have an economic development department. Even our planning department is not so much a community development department. So yeah, I mean, you could go speak to any the town administration.
But they don't, or do they?
I don't know if they do. I've not had those conversations
Maybe they
with
should be
people, but
encouraged to. If people are, suffering in silence, they should. I mean, there's a lot of participation at select board meetings and, there's a lot of opportunity for input. But maybe that's one word we need to get out to businesses is let it, if you're having problems, let people know. Let the town know.
Wondering,
I mean, I think the other thing I know I'm being super negative, but from a town government perspective, like, okay, this is kind of a big month, mid-May, fourth quarter property taxes are due. We don't know the scope of the impact. Property taxes could be way down. So is the priority that we want to try to keep people in housing? Because if the landlords aren't paying their property taxes, so do we need a program for that? Or do we need a program for business? Or do we need both programs? But what kind of funding do we even have for it? So I just want to keep that in mind. I know we're focused right now on the businesses, but there are those other impacts that are going to be coming that, we don't know what they are yet.
So
as far as some information collection, I've been participating with the state of New Hampshire through work they have an advisory committee for how the state's allocated CARES Act fund is going to go to supporting the economic and health survival of the state. So I've collected letters from my community that have been sent to that advisory committee on what to do with the funds. Is there anything that's similar to that in Vermont that Governor Scott is doing with creating an advisory council or collecting public comment on how those emergency funds are going to end up being spent? And can we piggyback on that?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that ACCD in the early days were collecting a survey, or they did do a survey. There is some discussion about the state coming up or coordinating a program that would for towns that have unrestricted funds from their revolving loan funds from Vermont Community Development Program. They are looking at kind of creating some sort of program, but we don't have the details on that yet. And that program may have come out of the surveying that ACCD did. But I'm not familiar with an advisory council. I can check.
So I'm just doing a time check. It's coming up on 7:30. We were going to talk a little bit about values and a little bit about zoning, but how are people feeling?
So it feels like we should close on the last topic we've talked about. And then I wonder if for the next topic, if the zoning changes maybe should be talked about next ahead of the values. Because since my understanding from the feedback last time is that the values is something that, will be a longer conversation. So I wonder if that means we should talk about zoning next. I know zoning's third, but maybe it should be second in the agenda. That's just an idea.
It's totally fine with me. I only wanted to keep it on the agenda just because when we're talking about, the idea was when we're talking about zoning, we want to sort of be thinking about the values that we've put, that we've decided as a group are most important.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Would it be okay if like each of us read one of them so that we get back on the same page with what they are, and then we move on to the move along to the conversation?
Before we shift topics, though, I'm wondering how we should close the previous conversation. So we had a lot of ideas generated for how we might help. But I wanted to hear, how do you guys want to close that conversation? Was there anything where we want to recommend staff look at something specific? Do we want to vote on any of those ideas? I'd been thinking about, again, because I feel like we're in a immediate crisis, if there's anything that staff would recommend, like, here's one of the ideas you guys had, and this is something we could easily recommend or really easily pull off the list and possibly make that actionable. But what do you guys think?
I look forward to some action, especially because of the short-term and the long-term crisis that we're in.
So Josh, how do you want to go? I mean, we have, I have to go back and look at my notes.
I mean, it's not up to me, like this is a group effort. I'm definitely discouraged.
I guess I'm asking you, and then other people chiming in. I mean, there is the question of the 1%, and I don't know. I mean, I think some of this stuff is not really our purview, but we can, if there's a sense among the commission that we really want to make a statement about this, we can write a letter, which is not the strongest action that one can take. And then parking, which seemed to me to be the ones that were that had the most immediate action attached to them. If I'm missing one, let me know, because and the cleanup, I mean, I will say, Josh, on the cleanup issue, BAMA has been working on a number of different fronts, and one of the newest fronts is trying to put together a core of volunteers. Because there's a lot of people, BAMA has gotten a lot of people excited about volunteering, but then there haven't been immediate needs. So there's just a lot of volunteers without anything to do.
Good problem to have.
What?
Good problem to have.
Yeah, exactly. So there's now a volunteer corps, or at least there's the idea of a volunteer corps and the town is funneling jobs that can be done by volunteers to BAMA to then send them out to the community so that people can work under the auspices of the town at various jobs like cleaning things, painting things, doing various other things, all above board and legal, because there's a lot of legalities around doing work like that. So that is so just so you know, that is happening. And I hope that it'll result in some cleanliness. I don't know, but anyway, so how do we move ahead with this conversation we've had?
I obviously see the ineffectiveness of writing a letter to the select board, but I definitely feel like we should. If everyone is in agreement on these ideas, I feel like I wish we could have a much stronger impact right now. Because people are looking for action right now. Obviously, this is a slow process and the bureaucracy behind it. So I really, really encourage everybody to email Peter Elwell and the entire select board and let them know where you're at with things. That seems like one of the stronger moves to make. I've been doing a lot of that, and I don't know if I'm being listened to, and I definitely need support in that. So I would love to move forward with all of these things, and my biggest thing, definitely a little bummed with Sue's comments about data collection. I definitely feel like the town of Brattleboro, we could do our own data collection and just be really prepared for the future if we just knew what businesses want. I still don't know. I know what businesses that I talk to want and need, but I want to know what all 1,000 businesses in Brattleboro want and need, to where they can stay on top of this, to where we don't lose anybody. I would love to have 100% of our businesses be in business in 2021. So what can the town do to assist with that? I don't know. We need that data. The BDCC hasn't supplied it. So what can we do to obtain that? If it seems too big of a project or there's no funds there, I guess I'll live with that answer. So for now, I don't know how you guys want to move forward. I think I want to put it in your hands to say how we do this and see what you are all inspired to do.
Josh, if I can propose something, maybe you can start doing some of the legwork with doing a draft of what you think this survey might look like.
Yep.
And then when you have, the foundation of that fleshed out, then I think I have a sense of what you're saying, but we'll have a better sense and we'll be closer to knowing, like, is this a feasible thing? Will this be constructive? How will people receive it? And then we can really plug in our input and make it potentially a group effort.
Okay, I can easily do that, and it's not even a big survey. I foresee 10 questions, maybe less, and so it's something pretty simple, and I can easily do that for sure.
So I'm happy to I'll have at the end of the week, I'll have a little bit more bandwidth, actually a good deal more. So I'm happy to, it makes, I think the commissioners can take this on, in the absence of staff time. It does seem like a valuable thing. I like you, Josh, I find the absence of real information about how these 1,000 businesses are managing, or some anecdotal information about some of them, and not a great deal that gives us a coherent sense. Although I'm gonna toss a wet blanket in, and while I applaud the idealism in keeping all of our businesses afloat to 2021, that is a very, very, very heavy lift right now. Because it just seems we've been in tough times before COVID, and now we're in this. So we can keep that as our lodestar, but I think we might not be successful in that.
But if we do, though, at least we can say that we tried.
Right. So is everybody in agreement? I mean, I'm happy to, I have once before gotten involved in doing a survey, and I will say it's extremely hard to ask the right kind of questions so that you get the right kind of data, and you don't get different sorts of answers that don't really tell you anything. So if we had at least, I see that Andrew put Google Sheets into the chat box, and that seems like something. But if there's one of you non-staff members who have any kind of training on how to survey, if you would volunteer a few minutes to review whatever the questionnaire is produced, that would be really helpful. Jessica, are you nodding your head?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Let's try to do.
And I think Andrew and I can give some time. I just can't be taking on a survey all, coming out of the department. I want it to come from the Planning Commission. We can, make use of our lists, get it out there, but it's just not something that's, we can handle by ourselves at this time.
If we can put together a survey and get it, I mean, we could do it by this week and get it out by the beginning of next week, then depending upon the responses, we might be able to call a special meeting and look at it if it seems as if the responses give us something that we might feel we want to do in between now and June.
I'm struggling with the purview of the Planning Commission and what our role is and what we can really affect. But I guess, first of all, I think that's a really aggressive time frame to try to design a, well-designed survey. And I've been involved with a lot of surveys, and, it's easy to ask the questions on how you get the data back and can analyze it can be really difficult if it's not designed well. And even if it is designed well, it's still time consuming. And I just feel that we should touch base with the select board to see whether this is something would this be helpful for them to hear about this? Because we are stepping out of our normal role, as I understand it.
Well, we can ask for data. That seems to be about the one thing that we're really on safe ground doing, is asking for information is one of the things that we are charged over and over and over again to ask for data and then make recommendations based upon that data.
And we can make recommendations. We can make recommendations on policy and things like that. But what are the things, Sue, that we specifically can change?
Can I just real quickly say something? Sorry, I just don't want to forget. Sorry, the Google Forms will create graphs and analyze the data for you. So just FYI, it does save time. I've used it in projects in school with like 2 weeks, and it's amazing. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys understand that. If you need a tutorial, I can always get on the phone with someone and help them out. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Thank you. So
what can the Planning Commission actually change? I'm just trying to go through. I mean, you make policy recommendations. So land use regulations, we write the regulations, but ultimately they're passed by the select board. Same with the town plan. But so yeah, I can't really think of something off the top of my head that you have direct
according to the
authority
chart
to change.
Yeah, we don't do anything. I have it right here.
That's not true. You do a lot.
No, everything we do is we send stuff to the select board. We send stuff, we don't,
Right.
there's nothing that we actually I mean, you know, if we do our job well, the select board accepts what we do. But we
Right.
have to do things within the purview that we have a responsibility for in order for them to agree with what we do. If we go off the
Right.
rails.
And I think that's why I'm pushing so hard. You know, if we're gonna undertake, if you're gonna make suggestions on parking, we need to understand what are the ramifications, because we want to do a good job so that you have success at the select board.
But that's in, Sue, to argue with you a little bit, that's in normal circumstances. We're not faced with normal circumstances right now. And so I feel that like we need to be thinking outside of our comfort zones and outside of our boxes to be as supportive as possible. You know, so normally, like in 2019, yeah, we go to the select board, we make recommendations, they can approve it or deny it or whatever they decide to do. But now we're in different circumstances now, so I feel like it's going to take different uh, tools and mechanisms to make things happen and make things work. And that's what I'm excited to work with everybody, you know, on the planning commission and doing. You know, like obviously we're limited and our hands are tied in some situations and we don't really do anything. We're not really that effective. But what if we can have a little bit of an effect? You know, that's what I'm hoping that we can get out of this.
I hear you. I like big ideas. I just would respectfully disagree that we can't just go in with a big idea. It has to be, you know, because the select board has a responsibility to all taxpayers.
Mm.
So they're going to want to know what are the effects. It's just my recommendation.
So if we were to make a recommendation on, say, free parking, we would need to have data on how that would impact availability of parking. We would need information from downtown businesses on how that would make them feel or how that might impact their business. We would need to reflect some sort of fiscal plan for the positions that are currently furloughed and the care of the municipal parking lot structure. So is
I
that,
don't know about the furloughed employees, but
that we
definitely
need,
what are the responsibilities? And
we need to have that data in place before we make a recommendation to the select board?
well, I think there's a couple of ways. I mean, if you're going to go in with a hard proposal to say free parking, then I think we need to strategize over how, you know, what kind of information you think would be useful. I think the other tactic you could take is put together a letter with, you know, look, we had a long discussion at our planning commission meeting. There's this, this, and this. Are there anything that you're interested in that, you know, you want us to do some research on? That's another tact. It's maybe not as direct because you're asking them to say, hey, where can we be helpful? But that's another possibility.
I think that that might be a lovely, lovely first step because we really have all this energy, we have all these ideas. Writing a letter to the select board that sort of outlines a couple of different ideas where we could spend our time and energy and getting feedback from them on what would be most helpful to help them make a decision and move forward in prioritized order. That would be awesome. What do you guys think?
I like it. I worry about how long that'll take, but I really like it.
I like it too.
Yep, I like that idea as well.
I like that idea as well, but the one thing that I really don't want to let go of is I really don't want to let go of our principal rule. I mean, what we can do as a planning commission and what we're required to do by Vermont statute is plan and is take this crisis in the moment and really try to think in the same way creatively that we've been thinking about the present, about the next 15 to 20 years, because now is the time that we could really be making some structural shifts that would have long-term benefits and prevent us from getting into another situation that we're in right now. I'm all for trying to deal with the immediate crisis, but I also think it's so important to always be thinking ahead, and that is, after all, what planning is about. So I'm happy to do that with the next, week or so. But then I really want to dig into the data and the information and the zoning so that we can really start thinking what Brattleboro 2030 is going to look like.
Can
I
you
think that point's well taken, Felicity. I've been thinking also about, if we do lose businesses, which I think, is likely to happen, and, folks have trouble, say, making their rent and their mortgages. I've been thinking about what does that look like long term. So when you're thinking about a recovery and businesses are reopening, where people are starting new businesses, how does zoning play into that as well?
Right.
Sorry, Josh, I cut you off there.
No, you're totally fine, Kate. I'm curious, Felicity, so that I'm thinking about it from here on out, can you just give me an example? Like, give me one of your ideas, just so I have like a baseline, so I have an idea of like where you're at, where your mind is going.
Well, I'm thinking about, if more people are coming to the state, because their bosses have discovered, hey, you can work remotely now 24/7. And it's safer here, and you can social distance without even trying. And so all of a sudden, people are going to be buying up land, and people are going to want they want a chunk of Vermont of their own, so they want 5-acre, 10-acre parcels, but they don't want to work them. And we have a lot of people in this state who survive off of livestock and haying and various other sorts of things. So we have to pay attention to the right to farm, that pigs smell, that cows make noises, that hay balers make noises, that if you're going to be driving around on your SUV, then you ought to be paying extra money for the cars, for the roads that are going to get, screwed up. And all that stuff that there are going to be changes now that are going to be happening. And we would like, if people are going to be moving here, we want them to move right into town. We want to be able to expand our town and get more mixed use housing. We want to have nice zoning that creates the notion that somebody can get a house, they can put an accessory dwelling unit on it, they can make rent off of their accessory dwelling unit, they can live on an acre or half an acre. And then they can ride their bike out to the beautiful rural countryside where the cows are. And I think we can incentivize that through zoning, and through foresight. So that's what I'm thinking.
Sounds like growth management to me, Felicity.
No, that's perfect. That's an excellent example. And I also, to piggyback off of that, but then also to bring up what Tom was saying before, like, this is the first pandemic we've seen, there's going to be another one. So if we can start preparing for the next one, if we can have these systems in place and just be one step ahead next time, that's something else we should also be talking about and discussing and planning for.
Yeah, and to doubly piggyback off that, even if some of these things, like a land use reg zoning change, that makes pandemic less severe here or acute. I think a lot of those things would also have the same effect of just reducing normal sort of illness, sick days amongst the populace of the town. Hate to keep bringing up the doorknob thing, but for example, just maybe a nice side effect of that won't get all the pizzazz of the media attention, but is that maybe just less people will get colds from each other as a result of something like that, and we'll just have a healthier populace as a result of changes like that. And it'll be a slow, incremental thing that's not as sexy as preventing the pandemic, but just an overall raising of general health.
No, it's awesome that you say that, because I was listening to VPR the other day. You may have caught it. Some folks here may have caught it, but they were talking about literally healthy towns and cities, developers creating towns and cities that are actually healthy for you to live in. We're not creating those right now. You know, like with air filtration systems, with not touching doorknobs, like you're talking about, Tom, like all these little things that we can be doing to make Brattleboro actually a healthy place to live, instead of a scary, you know, germy, potentially hazardous place. I'll see if I can find that VPR and email it around also. I don't even know how to search back in their history and figure it out, but it was actually really, really interesting about development and the future of cities mostly, and how to make residents actually healthy by living there.
Just to give you a heads up, one of those things is less parking, less cars, and I know you guys had a big conversation about it. Obviously, with COVID-19, it changes things, but I wanted to say this earlier: free parking is going to immediately put the cars ahead of pedestrians. Just to let you know, there's a great book by a UCLA professor that kind of goes into the whole thing about free parking. But obviously, these are different times. But when you talk about healthy cities, for me, the first thing I think of is less cars. That's why
I was concerned about that too, because then we'd really like people cycling and walking to town more, taking the bus to a point and riding in, that kind of stuff.
I want to go back to a couple things on your list, maybe before, that I kind of see as maybe we could move them along kind of fairly quickly, at least provide the information to the select board. I thought the idea of opening up the sidewalks, you know, with liquor licensing, you know, and maybe letting restaurants use town sidewalk, because not everybody is got their private property. On the west side of Main Street, some of it is private property, like where the Works puts out tables and stuff. But on the east side, it's pretty much town sidewalks. So I thought that is kind of interesting, kind of researching the liquor license and figuring out, making a suggestion, or maybe it's the parklets, because when we did see parklets, there were lots of restaurants that would take up spaces. So if there is less car activity downtown, then maybe, you know, for the summer, maybe they could allow some parklets for outdoor dining. I know in New Hampshire, when they're opening up restaurants, it's outdoor first. They're not opening up the indoor. So who knows, when restaurants in Vermont do anything other than takeout, it might look the same, in which case lots of restaurants might want some outside space. So I thought that was interesting. Even exploring, you know, maybe putting some temporary bike lanes in, especially when traffic is low. That might be another thing that you might want to take forward. And of course, the public buildings, we can look into that, Tom, on the, you know, what we want to do about the doors, handles, and that kind of thing.
So can I just say, Kate put a note in the chat that she needs to go at 8. So is there anything that we need to do before Kate drops out?
Yeah, sorry, I have a responsibility for one child on my 3 this evening, so I have to get her in bed by 8.
It's okay. It's possible that this the whole web meeting might drop off, but I'm hoping it's going to give me a chance to extend it.
Oh, you mean it might expire at 8?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I did it to 8 or 8:30, and I'm trying to poke around to see if I can extend the meeting room.
So if it disappears, should we all just wait to get an email from you?
Do you all have access to email? Because I will send you an immediate email.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm also
Yeah.
gonna have to go in just 5 minutes, so.
So can we just say, you know, if can I ask you to do something, Sue? I mean, if we list out the things that we think are there's sort of general consensus around pushing them forward to the select board along the lines that you outlined, of sort of, we want to make these recommendations, and if you see anything on here you think would be valuable for us to work forward on, we'll work forward on them, and then that's one, the letter for the immediate urgent needs. The second is the question on the survey. Have we decided we don't want to do the survey? Or do we want to investigate what a survey might look like?
I think in the
I
letter,
think I heard you say you did want to do a survey.
Jess brought up a good point. Maybe in the letter, before we jump the gun on a survey, maybe in the letter to the select board, we ask them if they see any value in us surveying our list, the town's list of registered Brattleboro business owners. Because I know more than 100 will respond to it.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so then based upon the minutes from this meeting, which are obviously better than my notes, drafting a letter, and then how do we, when we've drafted a letter before, we've drafted it, we've sent it around, everybody is signed off on it, and then it's gone to the select board, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so who wants to take the lead on drafting the letter? If nobody volunteers, then I have to do it.
I can absolutely help.
Okay, all right, I will.
I cannot write to say, I would
Right.
definitely support you in it for sure.
Sue, so will you send me the list of things and then I'll draft some kind of language to surround them and then I'll send it out?
Yes.
You guys, not to the select board. Okay. Cool. We don't have anything we have to vote on then. Do we want to somebody want to move to table the values and zoning to the next month's meeting?
I have a crazy question.
Yeah.
Could we meet before June whatever? June 2nd, June 1st?
We always can, yes.
I feel like
Yeah, and just a note about that, the June 1st meeting is going to be about the downtown plan. We need to meet to be able to get it in a place to get it out to the public. So
Yeah, I feel like
Felicity and I had talked about that. So if you do want to meet again, we can.
this conversation was really good, and it's really important to be talking more and to be acting more, and I think meeting more goes along with all of that, because I think the things on our agenda that we didn't get to, I would love to see keep moving.
I'm totally into meeting twice a month, easily. I know that's difficult for a lot of people, but the time for like the next 3 months, if we meet twice a month and we see there's an end in sight, maybe it'll be that much more doable.
Okay, so in 2 weeks' time, can everybody make Monday? I'm pulling up my calendar because I can't. Monday, the 18th.
I possibly can. I would need to check with my my husband on childcare, but possibly. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
I can.
Yes, I can.
Okay, super. So we'll meet on Monday, May 18th, hoping you can join us, Kate and Kathy, since Kathy's not here.
Would
I
it
can meet
be,
them too.
I wonder if plugging into the equation of our to-dos would be like a subcommittee of, under the quorum? Have people considered that? Would that fit in any way so that we could plug away in between meetings?
Great.
Thank you for saying that, because the thought crossed my mind earlier in the meeting and then I missed the opportunity. I think that's a good idea. You could have 3 people on a subcommittee.
What's the subcommittee pertaining to? Economic development?
I guess the survey could be one of it. Prioritizing of all the ideas we talked about, the ones that we feel are the most important. Doing research into the land use regs for what we actually tangibly have a effect on. I don't know. 3 ideas.
That's 3 different subcommittees.
Yeah, I think at the
We
next
need more
meeting
commissioners.
we can decide what those are, especially if we've heard back from the select board by then. Will we? Do they have a meeting next week?
They have a meeting this week.
We
Ugh,
have a meeting
Wow.
tomorrow night and then 2 weeks later, so no, the night after. We wouldn't hear probably till after the meeting on the 19th.
but we still could have that conversation. I need to leave. We could still have that conversation at the next meeting.
Yeah,
I'll be on a
Bye.
subcommittee. I'm totally willing.
okay. I need a motion to adjourn the meeting before everybody leaves.
I make that
motion-
motion.
Is there a second? I'm just
Second
gonna
that.
I'm gonna take a thumbs up vote as to say that everybody agrees with adjournment. All right, we are.
Kate, yes.
Thank you all.
Thank
Stay
you
safe.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good
Good
night,
night.
guys.
Okay, I'm going to start the meeting.
I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? I gotta adjust his monitor.
It is Monday, May 4th, 2020, 6 p.m. After 6 p.m. And we are meeting Newfane Select Board via Zoom tonight. And I want to thank Cord Trowbridge for making this possible this evening. She has offered to be the host for us tonight to set everything up, and we're all very appreciative of her. Given that this is basically still new to us, we have to say a few things. Number one, one of the things that Cora said is that what we're going to do is try to have our meeting in the normal fashion as well as we can do it. So if anybody wants to speak, Cora suggested that you raise your hand. In some instances, I might not be able to see your hand when it's raised, so then call down. We get a call in from the public, or if a public person walks into town hall, I am to ask that person to identify themselves and ask them what the purpose is of their being here. They probably want to speak about a particular item on the agenda. So we will have the person identify themselves. And so that's it. So we're ready. If you have your agenda in front of you, I'm going to start. I'm calling the meeting to order. And the first item is additions or amendments to the agenda.
So I have an additions amendment. I'd like to take a vote on the administrative assistant returning back to work into the building. And also I'd like to have a motion to vote regarding the situation with Christopher Williams from the last meeting on April 6th.
So first we want to have a vote on having Winetta come back to the office. Kelly?
Yes.
Okay. And the second one was about Chris Williams, and what is it that you wanted with that?
Regarding his behavior towards me in general in the meeting, profanity and disregard for proper conduct during the meeting.
Okay, so you're going to speak about that. Is that correct? You want that added to the agenda?
Correct.
A public agenda. Okay, anybody else have an amendment?
I've already asked for an executive session, so apparently that's not something that anyone has put up to a vote for Christopher Williams. So I could put that up to vote as an executive session. I'm not sure how that happens on this forum.
Yeah. They're walking the TV meeting
Nobody sees anything now?
well, they're seeing, but they're.
Can we mute Mike's microphone for a few minutes until he, thank you. I believe the Christopher Williams issue should be an executive session when we're all together and address it at a time where we can all talk, where it's not on Zoom.
I think you can do it on Zoom as an executive session with a closed.
However, it's not a 100% confidential meeting because Zoom has had issues where people hack into it. Yeah. So I think it being a confidential issue as an executive session, it should be done when we're all together at the town office when we can do it in a meeting.
So are you making a motion, Angela?
Yes, I'll make a motion to have an executive session when we can meet together in person.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of
postponing what Shelley is suggesting about having a meeting regarding Christopher Williams until we are together again, face to face. Please say aye.
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 Anybody else? I'll say aye. I'm in.
Is Mike on camera?
He's Mike.
Yeah,
We just made a motion. Did you hear the motion?
yeah.
How do you
No,
vote?
no, if you're gonna do it, then we'll do it in the executive session. I said aye.
Oh,
Okay.
you
We didn't hear you.
Okay.
Aye.
Christopher, do you want to vote on having this in an executive session when we're all together in person?
I don't care.
So we have 4 ayes and 1 who doesn't care. Seems like the ayes have it, and we are going to postpone executive session regarding Chris Williams in reference to Shelley Huber's request until we meet again. And that's it. Okay.
So we're adding to the agenda tonight about voting to return for the administrative assistant to return to work.
Yeah, I have that on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay, next item is approval of minutes. The first one is, can somebody make a motion to accept the minutes from March 26th?
I'll make a motion to accept them.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
My discussion on it is that regarding that under new business in the minutes, that we did not vote not to have meetings by the select board. It was just, and per the minutes, it doesn't say that there was a vote on it. So my problem is that we have not been meeting on a regular basis, and every other town has been. So I just want to make a note of it that we have not been having regular meetings.
Yeah, we had a meeting on April 6th. That was our first Zoom meeting.
Yes, but we also didn't have another one in April.
We missed one meeting, that's right.
My recollection was we were to continue the meetings and 2 of us were to do pay orders unless we had business to discuss at the April 6th meeting.
What I'm noting is that there was no decision on that. It was just a blatant, decision.
I thought we voted.
No, it's not in the minutes, and I don't recall a vote being called. So I just want to make a note of that on behalf of the town of Newfane, that they're aware of it.
Okay. Okay.
And there's some misspellings in the minutes.
Okay. Anything else?
As far as the March 27th meeting, emergency meeting, that's all I got right now.
Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor for approving the minutes of March 27th, please say aye.
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 As noted, aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay. The ayes have it and the minutes are approved. The next set of minutes to take them from the April 6th regular meeting, and that was the meeting that we held by Zoom. I'd like somebody to make a motion to accept those minutes.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, any second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Again, there's a spelling error. And I made a note here under administrative assistance report that she's been meeting with you as the chair to discuss, that's the misspelled word, how we are following the governor's executive order. So my question is that the executive order decision-making for working remotely or at the office is a decision for the whole select board. It's a majority vote. And you as Madam Chair should relay that information to her, because we work as a team, not as an individual. You were asked to work with her. You were chosen as the chair because you were retired and able to devote the time. And we also reserve the right, I reserve the right as a member of the select board to have understanding of what's being done. And when we make a vote on it, majority rules.
Okay. Anybody else have a comment? Okay, so we're ready to vote. All those in favor of accepting the April 6th minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed accepting the minutes? Okay, the ayes have it and the minutes are approved. Next on the agenda is the road foreman's and road commissioner's report. Jay, please.
We have set the pre-bid meeting for the Monroe Bridge as May 26th at 9 a.m. If it has to be changed, we will, but it looks like now with conferring with V-Trans and so forth, that should be safe enough time to have a meeting. There's progress now again on both the sand salt shed and the Depot Road box culvert. The V-Trans bridge inspectors have been down to do their yearly inspection of the arch bridge. They had recommended removing some loose concrete from the bridge sides and bottom. I was a little concerned about that, so I called Carolyn Coda, who's in charge of the new bridge, and she suggested it'd be better not to disturb anything on the bridge. We've been cleaning culverts as well as graveling, grading roads now that some of the restrictions have been eased. And we have a chance to buy a number of used large concrete blocks from a local resident. These would work well to keep the gravel from running into the driveway, as we could build a retaining wall with them. We can buy them for approximately $1,200. This would be half the cost of new ones. And I don't know if the board was interested in those or not.
Is that in the budget?
I think since it's an improvement to the town garage, I think it could come out of the capital for the garage.
Okay. Is that what the blocks are being used for, is to retain the sand from running into
the gravel pile?
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that part of it.
To make a
firm.
The way it was, the gravel just kind of eventually worked its way down into the driveway, and we cleaned it all off. We've got it back out of the way again, and we were just thinking if we put a retaining wall there, it'd make it easier to keep everything.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, not just that, that's what separates that with water too, right?
Right, yes.
Chris, are you raising your hand right now?
Yes, excuse me. I make a motion that we buy them.
Second it.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor of buying that, please say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Say nay. Okay, the ayes have it, and that will be perfect.
Just one more thing. The signs are posted underneath that bridge, the arch bridge, to tell people not to stay underneath there or swim or you know, be underneath the bridge, and they tend to not pay attention to it. But that's their biggest concern with those blocks, with the cement being loose, that it could fall, you know, onto the river below. I don't have a better answer than the signs that are already there, so I don't know if you have any ideas.
Well, can you tell us what the signs say?
I believe it said something about danger, falling. I can't remember exact verbiage, but to the effect that there's falling objects and to stay 50 feet away from the bottom of the bridge.
Do you have police yellow tape across there?
We have some caution tape. I just don't know if we could get it to stay there. That's the only problem.
Also going back to keeping the bridge as is versus, you know, I think that we should do what the person you spoke to, just keeping it as is?
She's afraid because that bridge was filled with gravel, that if we disturb anything, we could start to lose part of the bridge.
Yeah, definitely.
So that was I mean, we do have signs, we've warned people, but just to let you guys know that, you know, there is loose concrete, and I'll go down and once the water is lower, I'll go down and just look and see if there's anything else we can do to make it so it's harder for people to get underneath there.
Can you post signs at the edge of the bridge too?
I believe there is one as you go down the path.
Okay.
Yep.
I believe there's one on each side, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many more years before they tear that thing down?
A year from now.
Mhm.
Not soon enough.
You know what I was thinking? Remember you and I talked. I said probably the only thing you could do if you really want to stop it and maybe tighten it up is get somebody to come in with that gun knife and spray it on the thing.
Right.
Like you do a swimming pool, and that might seal it and hold any loose pieces in place.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Because if you disturb that arch,
right.
we was told that made it so they could travel across it because the arch is still rugged.
Right.
And if you take any, like you say, you take any chunks out and you start losing dirt, I think it's going to probably weaken and go down, you know. At least if they cover up some of them spots, they had to, you know, if it looks like it's going to be a real problem. Got like Mike and Im did on the rails there a couple of years ago.
I think they're going to be down again. Some of the other bridge people are, and they'll take another look at it, they said. See if they can come up with anything else we should do.
I guess it's still, you can still drive over it without any problems. It's secure enough.
Yep. They don't even recommend posting it for lower the weight limit or anything. So.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I would suggest if you check and see if there's any way you could put more tape to caution police head around.
Okay.
And thank you.
I'll go down and take a look.
Can I ask about the sand salt shed?
Sure.
What kind of progress is happening on that?
Today, the engineer was supposed to have the haste report, which shows where everything is and the timeline for continuing. And I think the drawings are supposed to have the additions that all the state people have given him to change. Because a bunch of people review it, and so it's still in the engineer's hands. They're doing their thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
And what's happening with the South Newfane, South Wardsboro Road? I saw the trees got caught, it got filled in, and there's still cones there. So is there anything more that needs to be done there?
We're waiting until the river engineer and our local VTrans engineer can come out and look at it again and reassess it. I think they're both able to travel now. So, of course, they haven't traveled for 6 weeks, so they're probably behind.
Yeah.
As soon as I can get them up there, we'll look at it again and see what we have to do.
And another thing, are you able to work on, oh my gosh, I can't even think what the metal, I want to say gutters, but they're not gutters. They're
the culverts? Guardrails?
Yeah.
Guardrails, yeah. Yes, I've got them coming down to do some work. They were able to start work, I think, just recently, as in the last week or so. So they're supposed to be coming down first thing this spring.
Oh, so that's a private
Yes.
company that does it, not you guys. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, there's quite a lot to putting them up. They need some pretty specialized equipment to do it.
Yeah, I would imagine, yeah. Okay.
Chris,
Yes.
do you have anything to add or report on with as road commissioner?
No, I've got something to add, but I don't know when I should add it. It's to do with safety
Okay.
of the town of Newfane's people, particularly the fire department. When should I bring that up?
Does that have to do with roads right now? Or just the fire?
Not, well, yeah, it is to do with the road, with the trail.
Then why don't you bring it up now? Can you hear me, Chris?
Yes?
Yeah, why don't you talk about it now?
Okay. I am very, very concerned about the firefighters and rescue people with the amount of out-of-state traffic down at Williamsville Station that's going up into the town of Newfane on the trail. The firefighters, somebody gets hurt, has to go up and drag them out of there. They usually do every year.
Oh,
All out-of-state people, and I'm very concerned about the safety of the fire department, the rescue workers.
Well,
you're talking about the town trail, town
No.
forest?
No, the
Swimming
swimming
hole.
hole.
The swimming hole where they park for miles just by
Oh.
Depot Road.
Yeah.
I mentioned that in the bottom of the emergency management report too. There's a little spot on there where I mentioned that too. They're working on that right now with the state police and the property owner. They're trying to limit the use of it. I noticed there was a lot of people there this weekend, but they are working on it.
Now,
There's also parking over on Grimes Hill and going in that way too,
Yes.
because there's a bunch of cars in there this weekend.
The biggest concern the fire department has is we're constantly trying to order the gowns and the goggles and so forth, and you only get a little bit at a time because everybody needs it.
yeah.
To go and carry somebody out, we're going to go through like 10 sets of it,
Wow.
and we don't have enough to do that. You know, we have enough for regular calls, but not enough to have 1 or 2 calls down there would wipe us out of everything. So
Right.
what they're working on is trying to cut down the use of that for a while until things get better.
You know, Jay and Chris, I took a walk on the West River Trail, going over the Green Iron Bridge. You know that? And you make a turn on Rice Farm Road and you walk down.
Oh, towards Black Mountain?
Yeah, well, it's a sign for Black Mountain entrance.
Oh, yeah.
For the West River Trail.
Yes.
It says there that if you have traveled 10 miles or more to get to that site, you're too far away from home now.
Ah.
We want people, because of violence and because of rescue, they don't want people traveling long distances away from home because they are concerned about exactly what Chris and Jay are talking about.
Wow.
And then the other day, when was it? Sunday, I went up to Townsend, to the Townsend Trail, right past Gerdas. No, right before Gerdas, you know that one. Yeah. And so I went down there, and there was 3 people from the Rescue Inc. sitting at picnic tables. And I just thought, oh, maybe they're having a little lunch together or something. So I took my walk by myself. I came back, and it turned out that they have, what do you call those things?
Oh, drones.
The drones, yeah.
Yep.
They have a drone up in the air that is going to be used to see if anybody's hurt or if anybody needs rescuing, because they're also concerned about people going too far away. So you might want to talk to them, the Rescue Inc., and see how they're dealing with things, because that was very impressive.
Yep, they've been involved in this also.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can we close down like our town forest trail situation?
That's been pretty good. They've been spacing out, and there's a steady group of people using it, but never a huge number at once. So that hasn't been so bad. They've been, you know, seems like there's 2 or 4 people maybe at a time walking the whole trail system.
And they're also putting up signs at these places for the entryway to the trails about social distancing and masks.
Yeah. That's what I'm wondering, if we should put signs up.
Yeah, I think that might be something very good to consider. Okay.
I've never been on that trail, so I don't know if it's dangerous. You know, if people get, often there's calls to the town.
No, that one's pretty well laid out. So
yeah. I have to check it out someday.
Any other thoughts or comments about this? Okay, well, thank you, Chris and Jay, for
Sure.
your concerns. And
I make a motion to accept the road foreman's and commissioner's report.
I'll second it.
please, second, okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Who seconded?
I did. Shelley.
Yeah, I said so. Okay, so that's been approved, and we move on to treasurer's report. And Melissa, thank you so much for being here tonight with us. And I read your report before, and it's really great to be part of this meeting. So could you read your report to us, please?
Sure. Okay, so I've been working remotely from the house for the past month. Everything's been going good. It's been a smooth transition. I've got my calls forwarded from the office to the house, so anybody can get a hold of me. I stop by the office regularly to pick up the mail and timesheets and everything. I do regular bank deposits still. I've been stopping at the town garage, and Jay and I have been exchanging things through the mailbox out there. So last year, I don't know if you guys remember, we had put 5 accounts into CDs. Those CDs actually are becoming mature this week. I've looked into CD rates, and there's nothing decent out there right now. I think it'd be too hard to switch them over into a savings account, not being able to get into the bank. So the shortest thing that they have right now is a 91 days, and it's for 0.30%. So I don't know, I would suggest maybe just rolling them over for 91 days and see if we get a better interest rate at that point.
That's what I'm thinking. I make a motion, that's what we do.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Any comments?
What's that?
In favor of accepting that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Okay. Good, Melissa.
Okay, I'll take care of that this week. We also received the VLCT grant for the Waynesville Hall alarm, so that's all, should be finished out and completed. I have the current balances for the reappraisal is $58,090. The capital is $338,845. Village tree grant is $1,310. Monument upkeep is $2,148. Fred Adams Fund is $706. Records restoration is $12,235. And the general fund right now is $1,978,000. So that seems a little high right now, but we do have 890,000 of that, a little over, going out to pay the school taxes, this accounts payable, this pay order.
Melissa, I just want to make a note, there's an extra number in that.
I saw that as I was reading it.
So
that's why I cut it a little short.
So just to make a correction on that, but
yeah, I think it's $1,978,974.80 is what it is.
Oh wow, okay.
Okay, and like I said, $890,757 is going out tomorrow for the schools, so that'll shave off quite a bit, along with everything else that's going out. We do have a couple of larger invoices coming in for the state of Vermont, and then the Wyndham courts. Plus the rest of this money does have to carry us all the way through till August, if that's when our next tax roll is going to be.
So
providing everything goes out on time.
Mike, I had requested copies of the reports that you give us, but I haven't seen any of those.
Which reports?
I think a general fund report, I believe, or it's where you itemize everything out and where we're, budget report.
Yeah, I probably didn't get you the budget reports last month with everything going on. I can email it to you.
Okay, that would be good, so I can see the ups and downs, where we're doing what we're doing, financially. But
Yep.
can you give us kind of an overview of how you feel our money is at this point?
I think we're definitely in good shape. People are paying pretty good. So no real concerns. There's people that have made arrangements already. But I think we'll be good. Hopefully, if the taxes get out on time in August, then we should be in good shape.
Okay.
That's good news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of makes me wonder, like this whole money thing with that school, where we haven't even had school now for months. I mean, how come they're in such a bad shape? I heard they're wicked, they're in the whole wicked, the school system. And I also heard today that our taxes are going to take a hell of an increase. I was talking to somebody up Stratton, and they're talking like 20-some% or 20 some cents on the school budgets.
I did see some numbers. I can't recall where I saw it. It was an increase.
I mean, I don't know what the hell they're thinking, but it's going to be crippling us pretty quick, I mean, Chris, we try to cut here and there on the roads in the town. Nothing just keeps going haywire. I mean, Chris, they don't have school now until September.
Well,
I would think they could be cutting a little bit of that money back.
I got a return from my car insurance for not driving as much. I got a check for $21, but I mean.
Well, I mean, just saying, like school, but just like I think we was talking the other day, so as we were talking about this whole school system, the way it works, it's because we don't have enough kids, and they got north, they got so many kids, but each school is supposed to be treated equally. Each school is supposed to have the same kind of education programs and all that. I guarantee you go up Burlington and them places, probably twice the school systems that we're offering down here. And I mean, if it's supposed to be all treated equal, that state maybe ought to start handing some of that money back towards us.
That's true, because it's a pupil equalization program. And so the less, the smaller rural communities are supposed to get as much of a ability to have programs as the more wealthier areas are to get,
I mean, if I had my way, I wouldn't have sent them the damn payment until they come down and explained it to us a little bit more. Because I just think it's a bunch of bull, because I mean, they're not in school. I mean, I don't think half the teachers are on them lines every day. Maybe they are, but I mean, they should be saving money instead of costing money.
Well, there is a vote coming up soon for the school board.
I mean, if they raise that tax like 20 cents or whatever on us, do we just all sit back and just pay it, or do everybody start then at that time start complaining? But sooner or later, they're going to drive everybody out of these towns where the only one left is the native, and they ain't going to be able to afford it. Can't afford it now for most people.
Melissa, are you in contact at all with the school systems about?
No.
I think you have to go.
I just do the kids doing schoolwork online right now, but that's it.
Well, they don't talk to us much, but I said if you didn't send that payment in, you'd get their attention. And then you'd hear them talking.
Well, I think we have to legally send that in. I think we're
maybe so,
The letter from the attorney, our town attorney. So I think what we have to do is, as a community, people have to go and participate in the school board meetings and make an effect there. We don't have control of it anymore,
No, I know we don't have control of it, and that's what I'm saying. If all of a sudden they just come in and say, oh, they need another 20 cents on the tax rate for it or whatever, when do people start saying that's enough, I mean, you imagine how that raised your taxes here in town? I mean, what we're doing, we try to set budgets, and now we didn't even know what they got for a budget yet, do it.
No.
I mean, our taxes already might have gone way to hell up.
When are we expecting to get a tax, a bill from the school? Or we already have. We're paying on it, correct?
Yeah. That was last year, though.
Oh.
They haven't voted on their budget yet, have they?
No. I think that's coming up, though, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out how they're going to do it, ain't they?
So
yeah.
Oh, you're paying the taxes. $890.
This is the last payment for last year, right?
Correct. Last quarter payment.
And then we'll get a new one.
Okay. Is there a motion, please, to accept?
I'll make a motion to accept Melissa's report.
Second, please.
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor of accepting the treasurer's report, please say aye.
Aye.
And I just wanted to make a note on her report that she's got all of her monthly and quarterly reporting completed, and some biannual FHWA 536 for Vermont Agency of Transportation done.
Yeah, that was a new one.
She's on the ball, I tell you.
I had to have Jay help me on that one a little.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've never done that one before. But we got it done.
Is there anybody who says no to accepting her report? Okay, so the report is accepted, and thank you very much for all the work you do, Melissa. And
Thanks.
it's been working out for you to work at home, and you do a great job as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is administrative assistant report.
I'm sorry. I believe we haven't finished the rest of the emergency management committee report. We only did a little portion that had to do with the fire department.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
So we should go back to that and then Juaneto's report.
Thank you very much. So Jay, would you continue with
Sure.
the emergency management report?
So we've had one or two members of the committee who've been on all the conference calls since the beginning. Generally, there's been at least 2 per week. I believe they're going to just 1 per week from this point on, now that things have slowed down a little. We've not received any requests for assistance from any of our residents. I've heard of many neighbors assisting each other, so it seems like the needs are being met. There is a group of volunteers that are available to assist with shopping and so forth, and they are in the process of trying to get the word out that they're available. The select board needs to adopt the current town emergency plan tonight. And then this summer, when things settle down, Vermont Emergency Management may have some suggestions of additions to the plan. We can then revisit the plan at that point. Newfane has between 1 and 5 cases of COVID-19 in town, but they won't give us the exact number. So people need to stay vigilant, especially as more businesses open up.
Wow.
And the fire department and state police have been in contact concerning the swimming holes on the Rock River. They've also been in contact with the property owner try to limit the use of the swimming holes. That's it.
So you said that we have to vote on the emergency
To
management?
just re-adopt the current one
Okay.
for now.
I'll make a motion to re-adopt the current town emergency plan.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we're accepting the emergency management as it is and continues to be. And Jay, thank you very much. You've been in contact with us. And, you and the guys are doing a great job.
Can I just ask Jay, that one piece of paper, the emergency management sheet, that's what we're adopting, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the same plan as what you had last year, but we just have to redo that 1 page each year. And it doesn't require signatures this year. I just have to type in the name of the chairperson.
Okay.
And once we get a chance to see if they've got any updates for us, then we'll kind of take a look at it. So.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
So now we move to administrative assistance report. Juanetta, please. Come up here.
I've returned the computer and the printer to the town office in order for the select board to continue to have meetings and to comply with open meeting laws. I have downloaded a program that allows me to connect remotely from my laptop to the desktop at work. I'm able to access all of my emails and files that are on the desktop. The Vermont State Police contract is coming up for renewal on June 30th. I want to remind the select board that you previously discussed the possibility of splitting and sharing hours with the Windham County Sheriff's Office. There was also a slight increase in the budget for added patrol we would plan for traffic calming. As of Thursday morning, all of the town employees and some of the elected officials at Town Hall have completed the return to work certification form. I have taken the following paragraphs from the State of Vermont Governor's Office Addendum 11 to the Executive Order. This Addendum 11 shall take effect upon signing and except as modified in this addendum. The executive order and the addendum thereto and directives issued thereunder shall continue in full force and effect until midnight on May 15th, at which time the governor, in consultation with the Vermont Department of Health and the Department of Safety, Division of Emergency Management, shall assess the emergency and determine whether to amend or extend this amendment. All businesses, nonprofits, and government entities shall continue procedures to support work from home and telecommunication for all workers to the extent possible. We cannot allow for the resurgence of COVID-19 that would undermine or lose important health outcomes achieved to date. Our work to transition Vermont out from under the stay-at-home order swiftly and responsibly will take just as much effort and goodwill as we have all expended in recent weeks. Working closely with the Health Department and State Emergency Operations Center and dedicated professionals across the state, we have developed and will continue to refine critical steps to ensure the health and safety of Vermonters and the continuity of healthcare system.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for Winetta's report, please? Or do we have a motion to accept the report?
I make a motion to accept the administrative assistant's report.
I'll second it.
Well, I have a question as far as what's going on in as far as administrative assistant's duties and stuff.
I'm still doing the same work that I was doing here at the office. I'm able to access everything on the computer at home. I come in for meetings with Marion after the office closes for her safety and for convenience when I was watching my granddaughter while her daycare was closed.
People in the office right now, and you're sitting close to Marion, and the safeguards are that you're supposed to have masks on, you're supposed to be 6 feet apart, and that's not being done. So the other concern I have is that other administrative assistants and town managers are back to work. And in our building, we have a large space, as you can see, and you're located in the corner, the north corner or whatever of the large expansive room. And I think at this point, regarding the, I think it's order number 12, and also on this report here, update on new work safe additions to stay home, stay safe order. It says services operating with a single worker, such as appraiser, realtors, municipal clerks, attorneys, property managers, etc., may operate if they can comply with the mandatory health and safety requirements listed above, with no more than 2 persons, service provider and client, present at one time. So this was dated as of April 17th, and now we're on May 4th, and I think it's time that we have you come back into the office.
Well, as Winetta just read, it says that in bold letters, if you have the copy of it in front of you, it says that government entities shall continue procedures to support work from home and telecommunication for all workers to the extent possible.
Yes, and I also spoke with our VLTC attorney, and it's a decision by the select board, and it's also by order by the governor that you can allow people to return to work. We have to get back to work.
Okay.
We all must move forward, and our employees need to get back to work.
Kelly, did you hear Bonetta saying she's doing all her work?
I'm not
doing all her work.
I also have clients in other places, and I am going into their workspaces.
How about taking
format? So I don't see why there should be a problem with her returning back to work.
Well, she's following the government.
We need to take a vote.
Yeah, let's take a vote. All those in favor of having Winetta and other people who are still working, who are...
I'm just talking about Winetta as an employee. The other elected officials have their own decisions.
All those in favor of having Winetta continue to work from home as it states in the amendment, that was addendum that she just read, until May 15th, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those in favor of Winetta coming to work before May 15th, please say aye.
Aye.
Mike, are you voting?
No.
Okay. So there are 3 people who are saying that she should continue staying at home and working, as it says in the amendment here, until May 15th, and we'll have to hear what the governor says then. And we have 2 against. So, I mean, one against. So, yes. So the ayes have it for Winetta to stay at home and work, and that passes.
If she is working at home and doing her job and doing what she is supposed to do from home for the town of Newfane, I support that until the governor lifts the May 15th ban. So I'm with that.
So Chris and Marion saying aye, and Shelley saying against, nay, and Mike is abstaining.
Marion, can I just say something?
Sure.
I've been trying to order a couple of no-touch infrared thermometers because we're supposed to do temperatures every day.
Exactly.
And they seem to be all back ordered for like 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So I'll continue tomorrow to see if I can find any, but we should have one in the office and one here.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Jay.
Sure.
Okay. Any other comments about Winetta's report? All those in favor of accepting the report?
Can I make a motion to accept her report? We already did that, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yes, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
So my understanding is as of May 15th, she'll be back to work.
Hey, Shelley, I've been talking. I'm talking. We voted to accept a report, and we also just voted whether or not she should work at home, and the ayes had it, that she's working from home until May 15th, until the governor accepts if he says it should be longer. Okay? And that's that. Okay, next on the agenda is unscheduled members of the public, and there are none. And we have old business, which is the cat excavator. And Jay and Mike, Jay, would you like to talk about that, please?
Sure. So I think everybody has the 2 things that came from Caterpillar.
Yes.
Do you all get that?
Mm-hmm.
So the first one, excuse me?
I'm sorry, I just got it today, yes.
So the first one sounds like we'd have to pay it for 1 more year and then plan further ahead, and then if we want to do something different for next year. And then Mike had asked for a payoff figure, of which they sent today. And hopefully you have that one too.
It was like 217 or something if we wanted to.
212, I think it was.
12?
I think so.
The payoff total,
Yeah.
$215,732.84.
So basically it's saying that I didn't have a lot of time to read this, but my estimation is that we had a non-appropriation clause in it, but because we did not bring it to the town, they didn't have the option to vote on it, correct?
Right. The money was budgeted for it. Yes.
Well, he told me that the selectmen could have pulled it out of the budget too, but the whole thing is, like I said, the only reason I voted on it last year is because when I talked to that salesman, he told me we had 29,000. There was no other, that's why I told him, I said, there weren't all those loopholes in the contract. And the guy kind of makes you a little bit mad that all of a sudden they come back with us because it's really not the right machine for what we wanted for the town. And stuff like that. And I said, now we're stuck with it for another $29,000. Like I told him, I said, well, maybe the best thing to do is see if you can find somebody else that buy it throughout the year. I would pay that money and get it off our hands and we get what we want at that point.
My understanding is that there's still a little discrepancy in agreement if this is a good piece of equipment for the road crew. Because I think that the road crew in the past have said it's a useful piece of equipment. And so there's some people who think it's not worth it, and some people.
And why I asked for payoff is because if we are thinking about buying the damn thing, and like I said last year, when we decided to spend the 29,000 on it, I said I wanted it, if it was going to go out as an article, because I didn't want the townspeople think that we were sneaking something through just to pay for it from year to year, and after 10 years we own it. I wanted them to see what that thing was going to cost and see if they wanted to spend $300,000 to buy an excavator like that. Because that's what it would be by the time you got interest. So I asked him the other day what the payoff was on it. Because I didn't know maybe the town could get a cheaper rate if we did buy it outright. If we're going to be stuck with it, might as well get the best deal you can get on it. But I still don't think it's from like I said, from what the road crews all told me, that's not the right machine for what they wanted for the roads.
So my thought is,
even the guy from Caterpillar even told me that he said that he admits it's too big for our roads. I mean, that's what he even said. So, I mean, but that was the smallest size that Cat has. But it's, right now we're stuck with it to pay the rent. And if it is something we want, I think what we ought to do is look and see if we can get out from under it by letting him sell it to somebody else. And then we go for what we want.
well, also I want to bring it to everyone's attention that there's a lot of people in our community that are without work. They're, may be having difficulties. And I think right now for us to think about purchasing a piece of equipment would be inappropriate under the circumstances. We don't know what the future is going to hold for us all. And I think that we stay with renting it for another year, put it up to vote for the town to make a decision for next year.
Well, I think, Shelley, that we actually discussed this last meeting, didn't we? That we would bring it up at the town meeting.
Well, I mean, we're dealing with it now, Marion, because we have.
No, I'm saying, I'm agreeing that what you just said is something that we already discussed.
I believe you're both correct that we had discussed that it goes up as an article next year after we pay another year's rent, and then the townspeople decide whether we're going to keep it or not.
So I think we need to make a vote on that.
Didn't we do that already?
No, I think we tabled it because Jay and Mike were going to get in touch with the people and get these figures for us. So I think it was tabled until we had this stuff. So then now we can make a vote on it.
What, do you want to make a motion, Shelley?
I make a motion that we continue with the lease agreement, and we bring up the renewal for the next financial term, at the town meeting.
As an article.
as an article.
in
And it must be put in. So
2020.
someone note that. Because we
I will,
forgot that.
I will second that motion.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor of bringing it up next year at the town meeting, and in the meantime, we continue to rent it, and we'll ask the townspeople to vote on whether we keep it in 2021, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. The ayes have it, and so we will do that. Thank you. Chris, do you want to?
We have a loader that the town of Newfane owns. I don't know if we own it all yet or not. That was bought exactly the same way that this was, what we're doing with this excavator.
On a lease?
Yes, nobody complained about that.
So we paid off the lease and then, do we own it yet, Melissa? Do you know?
We have one payment, I think.
Got one payment left?
Yeah.
He keeps muting me.
Oh, there you are.
Someone keeps muting me, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm not me, but I just asked the question, do we know how much longer we have left on the loader? That
I think we have one more payment left.
That's what Jay was saying. And then
Yeah.
we'll own it.
Yep, own it outright.
So while we're talking about it, what's the condition of it, Jay, and the life of it?
It's still in very good condition.
Well, I think at the time of next town meeting and the sum of money that we're looking at, it's appropriate for the town people to make that decision as to what we do next.
Okay. So we voted on it. So that's
Any
it.
other discussion?
We voted. We will do that. Voted on it, okay, and it's accepted. Okay. New business. The new business is going to be Shelley's request to talk about Lynetta coming back to work at town hall, and we already.
Yeah, we already handled that.
Yeah. And so the next thing is correspondence. Lynetta?
Yes.
Good.
So in this kind of a situation that we're online, is there any way of getting our copies that we normally get regarding, or do we have to just, I've requested to have the copies of the minutes and the agenda and stuff mailed to me versus me having to copy it all down, print it all out.
Well, we all have the ability to make an appointment with Carol to come to the town office and clean out our mailboxes. We just have to call her and let her know what time.
I didn't get a reply as to how that was to be handled as a request.
But yeah, the town offices are still open by appointment, so we can call anytime and go get our mail anytime we need to. We just have to call and make an appointment with Carol.
So Carol is still operating regular hours?
She's operating the morning hours and Peter's there in the afternoon.
Okay.
But you just have to call because the doors are locked and they'll let you in and get your mail and go. I mean, it's pretty accessible as long as you give them a call first.
Again, I wonder why we can't have our administrative assistant back in the office, but that's a vote down.
We voted on it.
Yeah, so the town will recognize that. I had the question.
She is pretty available. Our administrative assistant is readily available for anything we have. I've called her a couple of times and she's been right there for anything I've needed to have a copy of. So
I requested a copy of all the stuff. I didn't get a reply as to how I could obtain the document. I guess I have to make it through Carol.
Well, that's because, we can go get our mail anytime we need to. We just need to call the town office and ask them to let us in at a certain time, and they will. And it's pretty simple.
We had it.
Shelley, I have made copies to put in everybody's mailbox, but it was upon your request that everything be emailed to you prior to the meeting, including the minutes, which I have completed and done the last few meetings.
I had also asked for the copies of it to be mailed to me or whatever. So, and now my understanding is I have to call Carol, who is at the building on a regular basis, and ask to get in to get my mail, my copies in my mailbox.
Carol's only there 8 to 12, and then Peter's there 12 to 5.
We're up to correspondence.
I'm going to read the correspondence from Marion. This letter's from Tristan Johnson. It says, Newfane Select Board. I did see on page 40 the notice about a select board member and his business was contracted for services. I appreciate you having included this and that response to my request. All the best and thanks, Tristan Johnson. And that was requested last year after the town report was out. Marion was still on the board, and we did make sure that that was addressed in the new town report this year.
I'm not sure what he's referring to. Cleanup?
He had questions about a select board member and the services he provided the state or the town, as well as the large amount of social appropriations that were concerning him and how the town was spending that money. That's when we addressed the double posting of the rescue and a couple of the other items. And that was cleared up this year when we didn't include that in the same postings. They were two separate categories.
Oh, you're talking about a budget.
He expressed in his letter last year concerns about the budget as well as the town report and listing services that select board members provide for the town.
Okay.
He's acknowledging that we did that per his request.
Okay, I thought cleanup was like an outdoor cleanup with a select board member. I couldn't figure it out. I'm sorry. While we're speaking about that, I had requested on the agenda at some point or another about the special appropriations that were added to at the town meeting and whether or not how that was handled, because it never came back to the board. So maybe if we're not going to discuss it tonight, we can put it on the agenda for the next meeting, which is going to be held when?
We can do that. We can do it for the next meeting.
When is the next meeting scheduled?
May 18th.
20th. May 20th.
No, I think it's May 18th, Marion.
You know what? I'm looking at April calendar.
It's May 18th.
Okay, May 18th, next meeting.
And if all goes well, we should all be able to attend in person. If everybody feels comfortable.
Yeah.
Because that's when we're supposed to be able to go back to normal business, right?
Yeah, well, my question is, why is Marion and Juanetta sitting side by side with no mask on?
I'm not sitting side by side. I'm 3 or 4 feet away and I turn the monitor in my direction and Marion backs up. So there is social distance there. Could you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
So here's the question about the next thing on the item is pay orders. But there's been a question asked about whether we could do the Board of Liquor Control vote and then do pay orders. And truthfully, I'm not that familiar with. I think Chris and Mike know the answer to that better than me.
We have to adjourn the select board meeting, open up the meeting to the Board of Liquor Control.
Right. No, I know that. I know that, but what I'm asking is, could we adjourn the meeting now before we do the pay orders? Open up the meeting again for the Board of Liquor Control and then do the pay orders.
Oh,
If we could postpone it, don't quote me on that, for a period of time and then start up again.
you Zoom? Does anyone have an answer?
Can you suspend it like what they do at town meeting when they open up the school board?
I don't know why we can't adjourn the meeting right now. Chris or I'm the only one who's gonna be doing the pay orders anyways. And
Yeah,
then,
it'll be Christopher and Mike.
so we do adjourn the meeting, the select board meeting, go on to the liquor control thing. And then we do it, and then him and I'll go in and do the pay orders.
Okay.
I make a motion to adjourn the select board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the official select board meeting ended now at 7 minutes after 7 p.m.
Was there a second?
You don't have to have one for adjournment.
No, yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to open the New Fane Select Board meeting again, and it's at 7:08 p.m. on Monday, May 4th, 2020, and we're opening to have a vote for Board of Liquor Control for a renewal for Dutton Farm Stand.
I make a motion for the renewal of Dutton Farm Stand.
I'll second it.
One second. Okay. Any conversation or comments? All those in favor of approving that, please say aye.
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 I have a question on that. No,
Yes.
I say aye on that. Can you sign that without the whole board signed it? If we authorize you to, make it easier if you were able to sign it. So the whole board doesn't have to sign it.
Oh, yeah.
Carol has already been in touch with them, and she has asked them if she can fill in the names, if you so agree.
Well, there's still three of us that here tonight that could sign it. Mary.
I'm fine with that.
Right, Chris
I want to do the pay orders.
I don't care.
are in the building here with me.
That's a majority.
Yeah,
That's fine with me.
Where's Christopher?
Chris is in.
He's in Carol's office.
Town clerk's office.
I'm sleeping.
Okay, so is that approved that the three of us will sign?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we can adjourn that meeting, is that correct?
Yeah.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you so much. Okay.
We're all
Ready?
done.
Yes,
Just
please
shut
stay
this thing down or what?
and we'll see you on May 18th.
Stay safe, everyone. Good to see you.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 369th edition of Energy Week with George Harvey, the not particularly amazing me, and the amazing Tom Fennell. In the
this is 4:30, isn't it?
It's 4:30. That's correct.
And we're talking today about Thursday, April 23rd, which is a week ago.
That's correct.
Amazing how that works.
Well, the Energy Week is made up from entries from my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. And if you want to read some of these articles, you can go to that and click on the date, which we will try to keep you updated on, or you can go to the file that's attached to the show when it's uploaded at BCTV and YouTube, or you can go to I guess the link to that is up on BCTV and YouTube. So look for the links there, and you'll be able to find basically the script for the show.
Well, some of them are well worth looking at, and every once in a while, there's a must see.
Yeah, there is. And I want to start off today by mentioning that today, which means we will not be talking about it today, we're going to be talking about things that lead to it. But today, there was a load of articles in the news that basically carry a single message, which is that the fossil fuels industry, the utilities that are heavily dependent on the fossil fuels industry, and the automotive industry are all in steep decline. There is a consensus among some of the analysts that the fossil fuels industry might never recover from that. And on top of everything else, and this is the big surprise, the people who are utilities with heavy investment in renewable energy and car companies like Tesla have actually seen increases in their profits in the first 3 months of this year.
Well, we'll be sort of touching base on that today on a couple of items.
Yeah, but we're going to be getting into it big time next week. So
it's very newsworthy.
Yeah, it is. Okay, our first item here starts with a picture of a battery project, and
it's at a wind farm.
At a wind farm, that's right. And this is from Green Tech Media. Did you have anything else to say leading into this?
Not really. We're just about to talk about the item, the article.
Well, let's do it.
Next, I'll give you a clue. Next Era Energy looks to spend $1 billion on energy storage in 2021.
That's $1 billion by one company in 1 year. Renewable developer Next Era reported its financial results in the first quarter, saying its renewable development unit had been unaffected by the COVID-19 pandemic. It has plans for massive investments in the near future, including spending $1 billion on battery projects.
Well, from the article, it says no company has ever spent $1 billion on battery projects in a single year. But batteries are now more economic than gas-fired peakers, and they have been for a while.
Yes, they have been. It's like, I don't know, it reminds me of all those, movies like this is the revenge of the batteries. Or the revenge of the renewables or something.
Well, batteries are not a bad idea at all. I mean, distributed batteries is going to change the nature of the grid.
Yeah, it is indeed. It's going to change. The batteries and renewable energy are going to change everything. But people who talk about energy very often don't realize, they say we need base load power. They don't realize that base load power needs to be backed up. And
I forget that.
Yeah, and the backup is going to be load following plants, which are generally speaking powered by gas, and gas peaker plants. And the cost of energy from these gas peaker plants is just outrageous.
It's enormous, yeah.
It's like 20 25 cents, 27 cents per kilowatt hour.
That's cheap. They're 2 or 3 times that sometimes.
Yeah, and then what happens is you come in with these batteries, and they're providing power for like 2 cents per kilowatt hour. This is a game that the tables have been turned.
And as we've spoken, there's progress made in batteries.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Batteries are hot.
Batteries are hot. That's right. Yep.
Let's move along here. We got a wonderful picture of a pump jack.
Isn't this great that we can talk about wonderful pictures of pump jacks? That is what's called also.
Pump jack is probably the biggest thing that we put on our pictures. Probably more pump jacks than anything else.
Either that or wind turbines, but pump jacks, yeah. They're also called nodding donkeys.
Yeah, something like that.
We have an item here from Inside Climate News.
That we do. Super polluting methane emissions are twice federal estimates in the Permian Basin. And I'll just mention quickly what the Permian Basin is. It's West Texas, East New Mexico.
Okay.
It's just a geographic part of the U.S.
Right. Methane emissions from the Permian Basin, one of the largest oil-producing regions in the world, are more than 2 times higher than federal estimates, according to a study recently published in the journal Science Advances.
Well, there's a little takeaway here. A byproduct of fracking for oil, methane is often emitted into the atmosphere instead of being captured for use as fuel, which is kind of foolish, really. It is approximately 84 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide.
Yeah, I should mention, by the way, that you hear a bunch of different figures on how much more powerful it is.
Oh, yeah, and how long it lasts and all of that, but it's still worse.
Yeah, I've seen figures as low as 20 times, and I've seen figures as high as 100 times, and it's basically dependent on how long you're going to let the thing go before you actually do a measurement of it.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Well, in any case, the gas vented for the Permian makes nearly the same contribution to global warming as carbon dioxide emissions from all U.S. residences.
That's the salient point. That's
Bingo.
the point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, let's move on to the next one here.
Okay, this comes from The Hill.
It does that, yes.
We have a picture here of a young man changing the price at a gas station.
Which is happening frequently these days.
It is.
So how the coronavirus has impacted the oil industry, which we were ready to mention, and the future of the climate crisis.
I want to mention here that Tom and I are talking on this show, each of us from his own digs at home, and that's because of the coronavirus. We're not going out much. Okay, and this says on Monday, which was, I don't even know what Monday was. What was the date? It was the 20th of April.
Yep.
On Monday, oil prices fell as low as minus $40 and eventually settled at minus $37.63 per barrel. Scared investors and negative oil prices leave the future of the industry on shaky ground. They may poise renewable energy options for a greener future. This again points to that what I was talking about before, that the oil industry is getting into trouble.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think we one of the things that I've noticed here is that nobody seems to be celebrating this. I mean, the companies that are dependent on oil, which are in some cases getting it practically for free, or for even
hate to take it.
Yeah, they are not celebrating, and the reason is because it just shows you how completely out of whack everything is.
Well, right now there's so much oil, and we'll touch base on this. They don't know where to put it.
They don't know where to put it, and we don't have a reason to burn it right now either.
So we don't.
We've got a surplus.
The demand has dropped precipitously.
I think it's off by about a third. I don't have a figure at hand.
I think that's a pretty good guess.
Yeah. Okay,
well, however, some experts believe that rock bottom prices and a massive halting in renewable energy installations will slow the much needed transition to green energy.
well, other experts,
Unanticipated side effect.
yeah, other experts are saying exactly the opposite. We really don't know where this is going to go. And Tom and I, for anybody who's listening, Tom and I have talked about what we expect for the future and a lot of things for a long time. And I don't know about you, Tom, but I don't have a really good handle on this yet.
I don't think anybody does.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all in unexplored territory here.
We are definitely that, in unexplored territory. Should we move on?
Yeah, this was a good one right now.
Okay.
84 gigawatts. Remember, gigawatts is megawatts. U.S. renewables plus storage pipeline has developers anxious for market integration rules.
Yeah, this is from Utility Dive, and by the way, we have advanced to Friday, April 24th. Counting projects of 1 megawatt or more, 4.6 gigawatts of operating U.S. renewable projects are co-located with batteries.
That's a good move.
Huh?
That's a good move.
Is the immediate development pipeline has 14.7 gigawatts more, so it's about 3.5 times as big as what's already there. And
absolutely,
that is another 69 gigawatts. And developers really want to know what the rules are for this.
It's a little bit confusing because batteries are both a source and a load.
Yes, that's right.
And there's confusion there.
Yeah.
There's different rules applying to sources and loads.
Right. And if you look at, for example, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's material that they put out every month.
They're confusing too.
It's confusing there because they talk about how much electricity is generated from batteries, and it always comes up negative. And the reason is because they store energy, and then they lose a little bit in lost efficiency, and then they deliver it back to the grid. So the figure that's there is explicable in terms of how they got it, but it really doesn't give you a very good idea of what the benefits and costs of this are.
Well, let me give you a quick sentence here that I got from the source here. Renewable hybrids' ability to provide low-cost dispatchable energy make them extremely desirable.
Yeah.
Developers face obstacles relating to the rules for participation in wholesale markets. This is what I just said. Batteries are load when being charged and generation when it is discharging.
Yes, that's right. And interestingly enough, there are times when the cost of electricity becomes negative, and that's been going on for years. And when that happens, the person who has the battery can actually, if he's tapping in at the wholesale level, can actually make money charging the battery.
That's interesting. Well, let's move on to the next one here.
Okay.
JBIC, which you will tell us shortly what it stands for.
Yeah.
It becomes the third Japanese bank in a month to signal a move away from coal.
Yeah. You know what? I don't think we mentioned that previous picture was a wind turbine.
I don't think we did, and there's solar panels there too.
Yeah, and poor Brian, who has to sort these pictures out with the text, is gonna have to rewind to get it in. Okay, we have a picture now of polluting power plant. Yeah, it looks like it's probably a coal burning power plant.
Oh, definitely.
And you read the title from this already? JBIC?
I did.
The governor of the Japan Bank for International Cooperation.
That's JBIC.
That's it. Said the bank will no longer accept loan applications for new coal power projects.
Oh, that's prudent.
The statement comes as more Asian firms ditch coal with a capital flight from fossil fuels accelerating. This is from Echo Business.
Oh, look at that and say, hey, look, we're not going to make any money. We're going to stop lending to these guys.
Every time they lend money,
they lose. They go bankrupt.
They're assuming a liability if that company goes bankrupt. And it's more and more like coal is not a good way to do things. And if you put money into a coal burning plant that is being built today, I don't think you're necessarily going to make that money back ever.
I think you're right.
You know, we saw, I don't even remember how many years ago it was, but several years ago, we saw a coal burning power plant, I think in Belgium, closed down when it was only 18 months old because it couldn't make money.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah. So that is, it's a bad bet for the banks, and they've got, you know, social reasons, moral reasons.
There's a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
Government-run JBIC is the third Japanese financial institution to shift away from coal.
Yeah.
So this is a trend.
This is definitely a trend.
Major Japanese lenders have been the biggest coal financiers traditionally, globally.
Yes.
In the last 5 years since the Paris Accord was signed, they have poured $282 billion into fossil fuels.
Well,
that's changing, guys.
It's changing, and you know, I think they may be losing money on some of that too.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we got a really nice picture here.
Yes, a picture of wind turbines.
But it's a nice sunset or sunrise picture.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Ofgem backs Shetland subsea power cable prices. Ofgem backs Shetland subsea power cable plans, and Ofgem is the UK's independent service system operator.
Yeah, and the Shetland Islands are pretty far north of Scotland.
Yeah, they're to the north of Scotland, offshore.
Way offshore. Energy regulator Ofgem, I don't know how they pronounce that. You said Ofgem, you might be right. Approved plans for a subsea power cable which would take energy from Shetland to the Scottish mainland.
That's 160 miles.
160 miles. The Scottish and Southern Electricity Networks plan for a 600 megawatt transmission link to export renewable electricity from Shetland to the rest of Britain. I noted on this thing when I put it on the website that it was 160 miles. I don't think that was actually in the.
No, I got that from your note.
Yeah, I know.
It's for GHH, and I got it from you.
I think that's me.
Well, what's happening here is a new wind farm project on Shetland is going to be operational by 2024, and it's going to generate far more electricity than Shetland can use.
Yeah.
So they're going to bring it back to the mainland. And now this is a very important thing to listen to and memorize. Kirgord in Shetland to North Head on the Scottish mainland near Wick in Caithness. There will be tests on that.
I will definitely memorize that, Tom.
But you know, it's a sign of the times. They've got the land, so they decided to put up a wind farm.
Yep.
And they got more power they can use. So hey, guess what, guys? Let's sell the power.
Yes, that's right. And all they have to do is put in 160 miles submarine cable.
Which used to be significant. Now it's a drop in the bucket. They're putting submarine cables in all over the place.
All over. I mean, we're talking about submarine cables going from Iceland to Scotland and from the Northern Territories of Australia to Singapore.
Yeah.
They're getting serious about this. This is a thing that's going to go for thousands of miles.
There's a whole bunch of them going on off of the coast of Denmark.
Yes, a huge amount of that stuff. Although it's not generally as long as the others.
Oh, it's a kind of a network.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Okay, should we move on, Tom?
Yeah, we got a nice picture of U.S. aquifers coming up. An interesting picture. Take a look at it. Take a little while to look at it.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that struck me about, I should mention, we're at Saturday, April 25th. One of the things that struck me about this was my eyes just go to the part of this map that centers in Michigan, in the lower peninsula of Michigan.
Okay.
And the reason is because there's a kind of a circular area, which is...
I saw that. It looks like a hurricane.
Surrounded by an aquifer, which is surrounded by another circular area that is surrounded by a second aquifer, which is surrounded by another circular area, which goes through the lakes there, and this is surrounded by another aquifer that goes through, it looks like it might go through Canada, but it certainly goes through northern Michigan, Wisconsin. And, you know, I thought, that's weird. And then I noticed there are actually other places in this map where you have an aquifer surrounded by another aquifer.
Surrounded by another one. Yes, we do.
And, you know, I could...
There's several.
There's several of them, yeah. Anyway, this particular item comes from Clean Technica.
It does that. And it says, and I quote, U.S. Supreme Court decides Clean Water Act applies to groundwater. This is significant.
It is very significant. And it's coming from a Supreme Court that people have expected to rule in favor of industry and polluters. And they didn't do it in this case.
In this case.
This week, the Supreme Court made a ruling on a case that involved the activities of a wastewater treatment plant on the Hawaiian island of Maui. Wastewater was being pumped underground, but it was subsequently getting into the ocean, and the ruling says that that is not permissible.
Well, these guys are just trying to get rid of their waste.
Yeah.
And of course, they're saying, it just goes into the ground. And the Corps of Engineers are saying, no, guys, it affects anything, whether you can see it or not.
Yeah, and the original point of the Clean Water Act was to prevent people from dumping water directly into streams and rivers and the ocean.
And now they're saying you can't do it indirectly.
Yeah, you can't do it indirectly. You can measure the pollution in the ocean where this water is seeping through the land. Therefore, you can't pump it into the land.
That makes sense.
It does. You know, a lot of people who are watching this might be young enough that they have no idea what things were like before the Clean Water Act was passed. And my recollection
you couldn't even look at the Connecticut River.
Yeah, the Ashwillet River had soap suds on it because the laundromats were just dumping their wastewater into the river, and it was soapy. And there were, what was it, in Pittsburgh, they had fires, and also Saginaw Bay. They would have the water.
The river going on fire.
The river or the lake would catch on fire because of all the pollution that was floating on the top of it.
But you certainly couldn't swim in the Connecticut River.
No, you couldn't. And Lake Erie, they said, was dead and would take 2,000 years to recover. And I recall that fairly quickly, you know, like 5 years, they discovered that was wrong. It actually recovered very quickly. And the Hudson River was supposedly...
That was terrible, too.
It was supposedly dead. And after the Clean Water Act, fishermen started fishing in the river again, and they put out nets, and the nets were being broken, and they didn't know how. And then they found out it was sturgeon.
I was just going to say, it was probably sturgeon. They're pretty big.
They're pretty big, but they thought the sturgeon were extinct in the Hudson Valley.
Yeah, that's correct.
They had just gone farther upstream. So anyway, you want to go on?
Yeah, we got a nice picture of an airplane.
Airplane from By Aerospace and an article from Clean Technica.
Now, we've talked about this several times, and I never thought I'd ever see an electric airplane.
Well, what do you got for a title?
Electric air taxi service set to launch in California by 2021.
Quantum Air announced plans to launch what is called the world's first an air taxi service using a fleet of 26 all-electric flying taxis to shuttle passengers between major points in the greater Los Angeles area. Quantum says that its air taxi flights will be surprisingly affordable.
Well, this isn't for everywhere. This has to be a place where they've got a lot of concentration of traffic, like California,
right?
Like Chicago, like New York. Ain't going to happen in Vermont.
Not very soon, I would I would say. When we get our Brattleboro Airport.
Well, there's one in Keene.
Yeah, there is one in Keene. I think there was one in Brattleboro not all that long ago. I might be wrong about that.
I don't remember one, but there could have been. Where's the next one? Up by Springfield, isn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a little one up there.
Yeah.
Well, there's a quick takeaway here.
Okay.
These air taxi trips will replace hours-long car rides on LA's notoriously bad traffic. With, and they quote this blissfully short flights that last just a few minutes.
Yes.
So they got a market here.
They definitely have a market. There's no question about that.
So Quantum will be utilizing conventional fixed-wing aircraft powered by lightweight, high-torque electric motors, which take off and land on conventional runways.
You know, last week we were talking about electric motors that were 15 inches across and 4 inches thick. And were like 1,500 horsepower.
This isn't even anything like that, but yes.
And
it's going to open up more like this.
An electric motor of that size could power an airplane that would be significantly larger than this one.
That's what's going to happen, I think.
I think, yeah, and that comes about because of a change in technology. We've got super magnets now. So
yeah, that's what's going on, really.
It's a technological change. It's changes that are happening in areas of technology that I never imagined would change. And
who gave a darn about electric motors, you know?
Huh?
Who gave a darn about electric motors? They were the same in 1970 as they were in 1870.
Yeah, and you know, I think about DC motors that I worked with that were pretty obsolete. Working with them, that were like, you wouldn't want to hold one of these things in your lap because they were heavy, but they were only half horse. And I think a motor of the same weight would be this 1,500 or 1,300 horsepower motor. It's a different world we're in.
Well, a friend of mine had a Volkswagen Squareback, and he put an electric motor in. It was an easy job, but he put in a 5 horsepower DC electric motor, which was half the size of a garbage can.
Yeah. And today, you could mount a motor in there that would make it a rather funny-looking dragster.
I was just going to say 0 to 60 in 3 seconds.
Yeah, I bet you could do better than that with a VW Bug in one of these motors.
I bet you could.
Okay, should we
move along here? We got a picture of some tomatoes.
Yes. Why do we have a picture of tomatoes? This is also from Clean Technica.
We must fix our food system to withstand disasters. Well, that's absolutely correct.
I guess that's true. Just as this pandemic has shown light on the fragility of our medical system, it's also shown that the U.S. food system is broken. Our food supply comes largely from mega corporations across the globe. Disruptions are widely felt and impossible to plan in advance. You know, you go down to the co-op in the middle of the winter. Unlike many stores, they tell you where this stuff comes from. So
yeah, they do.
If you buy tomatoes, you can learn that they have come
from
Florida or by air, but they will have come by air from Chile.
Yeah.
You know?
Sure. No, they're not going to come from Vermont in the wintertime, that's for sure.
Well, unless they come from a hothouse.
Well, there is technology where they're building vertical farms.
Yeah, I guess there is.
And that's going to help a lot. Not around here, but in the big cities.
Well, I think it'll help around here, to tell you the truth. And one of the things that's really interesting about those vertical farms is that they are put into buildings that would really not have much other use.
That's correct.
You can put them into old warehouses and things like
that. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
But we got a quick takeaway here. The concentration and consolidation of food production is unsustainable.
Yes.
Workers are exploited along the chain, from small farmers to field and factory workers to food service workers.
Yes.
And that's true.
Yes.
Consumers are confronted by costs of housing and health care competing with food and the cost of managing the food they bring home. We need a new model, a more sustainable system with better stewardship of our food resources. That's a very true statement.
I think it is, yes. And one of the problems that we've got here is this mega corporations thing. And
well, that's the way American industry has developed.
You know what it reminds me of? A friend of mine many years ago was talking about schools in the United States, and he said the American school system was designed at a time when the country was enamored of the factory system. And that's why we treat children as though they were components to be turned out in a factory. And
that's an interesting observation,
isn't it? And I think this thing of mega corporations, the mega corporations have got an approach to business that is, all corporations in this country have to follow business plans that are stated in the corporate papers. And their business plans say, we are interested in making money.
That's it, period.
And they may say how they're going to make money, but they don't say what damage they're going to do collaterally in the process.
Isn't there a new form of corporation that's coming up that's socially responsible?
We have B Corps in
What I'm
Vermont
talking about, yep.
and other places in the nation. I think Vermont was the first state to have a B Corp, which is a benefit corporation. And the people who own the company are allowed to make money, but they have to file papers that say what benefit they're doing, what effects they're having, and things like that on the people who are involved. And that includes the customers, but it also includes the employees and their neighbors. So that's
good trend.
Yep. So should we move on now?
Yeah, we got a nice picture of a tanker here.
Yeah, actually another tanker in the background. We're up to Sunday, April 26th, and we have an item from ABC News, which is the Australian broadcast company, I believe.
I think it is, yes, not American broadcast.
Oh, this is not America. This is Australia.
Well, it starts off giving you a clue. Australian government's $94 million crude oil purchase offers a simple economics lesson.
And by the way, I should mention that this $94 million is 94 million Australian dollars. And an Australian dollar, as I recall, is about 75 cents US.
Yeah, they're smaller, they're less than ours, right?
Yeah. So this would be probably $70 million.
Something like that. It's still significant.
It's still significant, yes.
Interesting picture there of the tanker. You notice something about it?
I noticed there's something funny about the bow.
Well, the tanker's empty.
Well, yeah, I noticed that too. You can tell that pretty easily by
the orange.
The orange, which is the part of it that was painted to be underwater for a long, long time. Also, you see there that part of the rudder is out of the water.
Well, the picture that I've got on my screen, I can't see that, but that's.
Oh, okay.
I just modified the picture so I could get it in my notes.
Okay.
So in any case, it says the Australian government's $94 million crude oil purchase offers, I said this already.
You did.
Simple economics lesson.
Last week, Australia took advantage of record low oil prices to buy crude oil it needed to maintain a fuel stockpile. This illustrates the difference between energy that must be stocked, such as oil, and energy that just flows naturally, such as renewables.
It's interesting. We'll talk about that again further on.
Yeah.
They bought this oil from the United States.
Yeah, but they don't have any.
Oil will have to be physically stored somewhere, and Australia doesn't have the capacity to store it.
Yeah.
It's going to have to stay in the United States with the storage space being leased.
Yes.
It sounds kind of crazy. The drop-off in demand has been so significant, the global oil industry is struggling to cope with its growing stockpile of unwanted oil and its limited storage capacity. That's why prices have plummeted.
I was about to say that's why they went negative.
Exactly. We've talked about it before. We're going to talk about it again.
There are.
It's newsworthy.
Okay.
We got an interesting one here. We got a picture coming up, and I'd advise you got a chance to take a look at that picture. Examine it because it's interesting. But they're turning PET into electrodes. That PET is a certain kind of plastic.
Yeah, and this picture, by the way, is it's almost circular. It doesn't go all the way around, but it starts in the upper left-hand corner and it goes clockwise to the lower left-hand corner.
In a circle.
It's a process that's being illustrated here.
Bing, 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 bing.
That's right. So, what do you? This is from Clean Technica. What do you have for a title?
New research turns old soda bottles into battery electrodes in a microwave.
This is crazy. Researchers at Purdue University have devised a way to use microwaves to convert plastic waste into battery electrode material. The process applies to PET, PET, which is polyethylene terephthalate, the most commonly used plastic for single-use water and soda bottles.
Well, this is the same plastic that they use to make, they call Mylar.
Okay.
It's just in a different form, but it's the same plastic.
I didn't know that. This, you know, one of the things, Tom, that I thought about when I read this article is, you know, they're talking about a way to use plastic refuse, and
oh yeah, absolutely.
But the amount of plastic they're going to use here is not going to make any dent in the amount of waste we've got.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's a step in the right direction, but it doesn't solve the problem.
It doesn't even come close to solving the problem of plastic, but it does do one thing which is kind of nice, and that is it gives them a source material that doesn't have to be mined, and it doesn't have to be, you know, it's actually kind of free for the taking, literally.
They'll almost pay you to take it away.
They would pay you to take it away.
Well, the researchers used ultra-fast microwave irradiation to convert these PET flakes into disodium terephthalate in around 2 minutes using typical household microwave setup. This is not rocket science.
No, this is not. And I was confused and I couldn't figure it out reading the article. They talked about it being super fast, and they also talked about it happening in a typical microwave setup. And I'm not sure what that combination tells us. Is the typical microwave setup that you have in your kitchen super fast according to their definition, or are they using a setup that looks like that but has a difference that the microwave is faster? I don't know.
I think it would have to look like that, but it would be set up differently.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they gotta feed that stuff into this microwave oven, and
yes.
You figure they do it, you know, through pipes and stuff like that, rather than through an open door.
I don't know.
I don't know either. You can't really tell from the picture.
No, you can't tell from the picture, and obviously, I would think that if they're going to do this, if they're going to convert this into an industrial scale operation, they'd probably have to do it the way you just described, by feeding it in through.
Yeah, it would have to be automated.
It would have to be automated.
It's interesting though, because people are thinking outside of the box to do stuff like this.
Yes, they are, and there may be other uses for the kind of process that they're going for here. You know, there's so much going on with carbon. We have graphenes and you know, different. We've discovered different new forms of carbon.
Oh yeah.
In the last few years that really kind of boggle the mind. They have buckyballs and all kinds of stuff.
It's so different from what we think of as carbon.
That's right. Graphene is one of the best conductors of heat and electricity we know.
And we've only known about graphene for what, 10 years?
Something like that. I was surprised when I first heard about graphene. I wanted to learn about it. And I was surprised to learn at that time that one of the best conductors of heat in the world is diamonds.
That's interesting.
Isn't it? Diamonds conduct heat better than copper. They conduct heat better than silver. This is really kind of amazing. But, you know, what they're doing with this, it's hard to guess where this thing of basically creating carbon in a microwave from plastic. It's hard to imagine where that's going to go.
I think they're opening up new doors.
I think they are. Okay, our next item is from Utility Dive, and it has a picture of lightning.
It is that. Very interesting picture of lightning.
Yeah.
As extreme weather spurs billions in utility resilience spending, regulators struggle to value investments.
Struggle to value investments. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory tried to evaluate approaches to resilience to guide utility investing. It found there were too many factors to quantify easily, and this moves regulators back to human judgment. And this is a problem because regulators don't like it when you tell them they have to think.
Well, this is a long, meaty article, and I'll mention quickly just to clarify, because I needed clarification.
Yeah.
Resilience is mentioned more and more in utilities' grid modernization proposals, but it often gets conflated with reliability.
Yes.
And they explain the difference. Resilience means the ability to prepare for and adapt to changing conditions and withstand and recover from disruptions. So this is what researchers are working on a value of resilience metric.
Right.
Reliability is maintaining the delivery of electric power where there is uncertainty in operating conditions. So this is how well the utilities are keeping the lights on.
Yes. And I want to mention here, when you're talking about resilience, you're talking about an ability to continue, with your life, even when something very unexpected happens.
Well, reliability is about preventing disruptions that are more common, local, and smaller, and resilience addresses high-impact events that can be geographically and temporally widespread. That's from the article.
Worldwide, for example, this coronavirus thing is a worldwide problem.
It certainly is.
Yeah.
So the article says that resilience investments are urgently needed.
Yes, but it doesn't tell you anything about what they are, except that you have to think.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's telling you. You have to think about it.
Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, let's move along here. We got a picture of a Starlink launch.
Yeah, this is also from Clean Technica. What do you have for a title?
Starlink, private beta testing to begin in 3 months. Public beta testing to follow.
Public beta testing is an interesting idea when you're talking about rocket ships. SpaceX was launched, has launched.
That's Musk.
Huh?
That's Elon Musk.
It is. It has launched 422 low Earth orbit Starlink satellites, with more coming in May and June. Private beta testing of the Starlink network will start within the next 3 months, and Elon Musk says SpaceX has permission to launch 12,000 satellites. Now,
well, we've only totally launched since the beginning, about 7,000.
Yeah, I was going to say this is more satellites than have ever been launched in the past.
Absolutely. But these are small satellites that are only going about 300 miles up.
Oh, only 300 miles up.
Well, regular satellites go 20,000 miles.
I know, and these things are not just going to an area that's fairly low. They are pretty small.
Yes, they are.
They really are small. I don't remember how many of them there are. Maybe you have it in your notes, but it seems to me that the 422 were launched in 6 launches or something like that.
I don't have that in my notes, but it was something like that.
That was a very small amount. Now, here's the question: why is this being mentioned in Energy Week? Well, it's because these things are bringing internet access through the sky, which means that if you happen to have a solar panel and a little bitty computer and that has a way of reading the material, you can get internet access when you don't have grid power.
Anywhere.
There are hundreds of millions of people who could be customers of this project who don't have any electricity right now.
Absolutely.
And it'll give Elon Musk a very good reason to supply them with a solar panel, a battery. I mean, that's what he sells.
Yeah.
And a little bitty computer. And you don't need much of a computer. I mean, the one I use to power this thing, I've actually had it on the show once or twice, but it's bigger than a credit card.
Yeah.
Okay, we should go on.
Let's call progress.
We have an item here also we're getting a lot from Clean Technica this week. Have an item from Clean Technica and another picture of tankers.
Amazing. Well, the one we're looking at there is full.
Yes. Actually, all of those are full.
Well, yeah, but there's one that stands out. The other ones, well, there's a lot of tankers in that picture.
There's a lot of tankers in that picture.
I looked at the video that it came from. There's many tankers out there. Well, the article says there's 35 or more tankers.
Yeah.
Well, oil tankers lurk off the coast of California.
Yeah. The U.S. Coast Guard is monitoring the, quote, increased presence, end quote, of oil tankers that are hanging out in the seas near the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. With a collapse in demand for crude oil, these tankers are being used pretty much as floating storage units for barrels of oil. And I want to point out, it costs money to store oil in a place like Cushing, Oklahoma, in a tank that's designed to just be a stationary or oil storage. These things are designed to transport oil, and it is costing somebody a lot of money to have them.
They're just sitting there.
Yeah. So.
Well, the more than 35 tankers carry more than 25 million barrels, which is enough oil to meet the needs of 25% of the Earth's consumption.
Amazing. We should probably move on, Tom, unless you've got more on this.
No, I think we should. We got a picture of a small hydro plant in New York. Looks like Townsend Dam.
You know what it reminds me of is that dam in Hinsdale.
Yeah.
You know the dam in Hinsdale.
Yeah.
That dam.
Yeah, it does, right in the Connecticut River.
No, I'm not talking about the one in the Connecticut River. I'm talking about one that's in the Ashwillet River.
Okay. Yeah. I know that one. It does.
Right. If you drive into the middle of Hinsdale and you kind of turn right at the post office, there's a dam there on the left.
There it is.
Looks a bit like this, and it's actually used as a power dam. Did you read the title? I don't think you did.
I didn't. U.S. renewables provide more electricity than coal in January and February. Seems like we've touched base on this elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like Germany.
This is from Renewables Now. And I want to point out, a lot of coal is burned in January and February because it's cold.
Yeah.
And those coal plants are just going to keep going during those months. If they haven't made more electricity than renewables in the middle of the winter, I don't think there's much chance they're going to do it in the spring.
I think you're right.
Renewable energy sources produce 10.6% of electricity, 10.6% more electricity than coal during the first 2 months of 2020, and topped nuclear power in February, according to a Sunday campaign analysis of recently released data from the U.S. Energy Information Administration.
Well, this Sunday campaign is a company. It's a nonprofit research and educational organization supporting the aggressive development of renewable energy. And I got renewable energy and energy.
Yes, well, I think I think that may have been in the article.
I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was. But that's the Sunday campaign. It's Sunday.
Yeah, 2 words.
2 words.
Okay.
It's interesting.
We should move on. We've got about 12 minutes and 6 articles to do.
And we got, 6 articles Tuesday. We're starting out coming up on Tuesday.
April 28th, we have another article from Clean Technica. We
got a picture of a North Dakota wetland.
Yes, that's right. And by the way, this particular picture and some of the other pictures we use for Energy Week came from Wikimedia Commons. If don't come from Wikimedia Commons, they're almost always pictures that just were with the article when it was published.
Okay.
So this is
the EPA's dirty water. A new rule discards science and ignores the importance of wetlands and tributaries. Didn't we just mention this?
Yeah, we did. In the latest act of abdication, the EPA published its Navigable Waters Protection Rule in the Federal Register on April 21st. The EPA's own Science Advisory Board said its formulation did not incorporate the, quote, best available science, end quote, which tells you something. The administration is just ignoring the facts. They don't want to know the facts, I don't think.
Well, it's propaganda, really.
Yes.
They're just trying to protect the oil industry.
It's hard for me, if the Supreme Court is going to tell a waste treatment plant on Maui that it's not allowed to pump water underground, I can't imagine that it's going to let this rule stay.
I think you're right. Well, let's get a takeaway from here.
Yeah.
Water flows on many more surface and subsurface paths than just rivers and other obvious waterways.
Yes.
These pathways, in turn, connect wetlands and tributaries with large lakes and rivers. Trump is saying that if you can't see the connection between the bodies of water, it does not exist.
Which is exactly what the Supreme Court just ruled against.
On that basis, the administration has removed environmental protections from half of the nation's wetlands and a fifth of the streams and tributary headwaters. that makes them available for unregulated pollution. It isn't going to stay.
Yeah.
I think the Supreme Court's going to get in there and say you can't do that.
I suspect they will, yes. Okay, we've got an item here from NJ Spotlight and a picture of a solar farm.
Pretty big solar farm.
Yeah, it might be in New Jersey. It looks like it could be.
It could be. Probably is.
Yeah.
Well, the NJ, which is New Jersey, goes to court to fight federal order on renewable energy sources. This is interesting.
New Jersey appealed a federal order that would raise the cost of energy from renewables, saying the measure exceeds federal authority and would slow down the switch to clean energy. Advocacy groups in Delaware, Maryland, and the District of Columbia joined in the action. We've actually talked about this ruling before on a number of occasions.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, basically what they're saying is if the state is going to subsidize or incentivize renewable energy in any way, the federal government is going to make a ruling that as a source of energy has to bid on the market at a rate which is comparable to what would the same energy would cost from coal or natural gas.
We can't count on the subsidies.
Yeah.
And just saying we got to throw those subsidies. As far as we're concerned, we're throwing those subsidies out. They don't count.
That's what they want to do. Now, what happens if you have a solar farm and you bid 4 cents per kilowatt hour because you know the natural gas plant is going to bid 4 cents per kilowatt hour, what happens to the extra money? Does that mean the wind farm can make a ton of money? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Okay. Do you have more on that? We have to keep.
Well, first plant is just another form of subsidy to the fossil fuel industry.
Right, and one of the FERC commissioners said this is exceeding the authority of our commission. So these people are acting for political reasons and not because they want.
Absolutely.
Okay, you want to move on, Tom?
Yeah, I think we should.
Environmental.
Picture of a nuclear plant in Connecticut.
Yes, Millstone, and this is the Environmental Working Group.
As pandemic rages, federal nuclear regulators put keeping reactors running ahead of public health and safety.
How is the NRC responding to a coronavirus pandemic? Question. Well, the answer is by letting nuclear plants cut back workforces for social distancing, creating 84-hour work weeks, and by having NRC inspectors work from home.
Doesn't make sense.
Have you ever worked an 84-hour work week?
I don't think I ever did, but they're allowing these to happen back to back.
Yeah, and I have worked 84-hour work weeks, and I can tell you.
That's 12 hours a day.
It's not very efficient or observant after 84 hours of work.
Well, that's exactly what they're saying. They're talking about 3 Mile Island.
Yeah.
Attributed to mechanical failure worsened by operator fatigue.
Yeah. Okay, we have to go on, Tom.
I think we do. We got a picture of Michael Moore here.
Yep, we're at Wednesday, April 29th.
It's kind of a controversial article here.
Well, what do you have for a title?
Michael Moore's latest film is riddled with errors and millions are watching.
Yeah. Planet of the Humans, produced by Michael Moore and Jeff Gibbs, is ostensibly about climate change, but Gibbs spends most of the so-called documentary railing against the problems of renewable energy and spinning out conspiracy theories. Now, Tom, I want to tell you, I have watched this movie twice. The first time I just watched it, and I was prepared to believe that it would be okay. The second time I took notes, and I found a major error or major problem with every single scene that had substance in it.
Interesting.
Just to give you an example, they showed a thing about the unveiling of the Chevy Volt. They just said it was the unveiling of the Volt. They didn't say a lot more about it than that, aside from the stuff that they wanted to say. They didn't say when it happened, for example, which was 2008. After that, they went to a place where there was a certain amount of renewable energy being produced from a solar farm that was nearby.
Read that, yep. This was 2008 now.
Yeah, and one of the things that they mentioned is that the solar panels at the solar farm are flexible.
Okay.
They also cost very little money compared to the amount that it would cost to get the good ones, which the guy who was talking about it said, and I have to say this was facetiously, about $1 million per square inch. It was a fairly large solar farm which powered 10 houses and operated at 8% efficiency, which is 40% of what you would expect to get out of good panels. And the panels were expected to last for 10 years before they'd have to be replaced. They didn't tell you in the film that this is old technology, that you don't buy this stuff on the market when you have solar panels installed at your house, and it really is not just obsolete but irrelevant.
Well, this guy had an axe to grind.
Yeah.
It wasn't Michael Moore that wrote this. It was his buddy there, Gibbs. Michael Moore didn't even write this article. Jeff Gibbs did. But in any case, Gibbs seems to have had a axe to grind.
He had an axe to grind. Yeah.
This is worth watching, but worth watching with a critical eye.
I will repeat, every single substantive scene had a major problem. And the major problems ran the gamut of what you do when you want to put something down. And it includes character assassination. It included obsolete information. It included interviews that were several years old at least.
Yeah, like I say, the guy had an agenda.
He had an agenda. Okay, our next item, next to the last, is from
This is a nice picture.
Power Technology. I thought about you saying this is a nice picture the moment I saw it. It's Tulips and Turbines.
That's what it is.
What do you got for a title?
5 renewable startups getting funding despite coronavirus.
Despite slowdowns in renewable energy production caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, people are still investing in renewable energy projects, in particular startups. Power Technology took a look at 5 projects. This is possibly worth looking at.
Well, there's a list and a description of these projects in the article.
I don't think we have time to really go into them because
no, we don't. We got one more thing to go, and we're running out of time.
This last one, MacArthur Wind Farm is the picture, and it is taken from Renew Economy.
Well, that's in Australia. It's 420 megawatts, and it's the largest wind farm in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah. What do you have for a title?
Recipe for cheaper electricity? Try 90% renewables by 2040.
A report from energy market analysts Reputex finds that faster shift to a power market dominated by renewable energy and a more aggressive action on climate change, the greater the downward pressure on wholesale electricity prices in the future.
Well, that makes sense.
It does. Okay, we have come, I think, to the end of our hour. I think we may have a few seconds if you have a takeaway on that.
Well, they talked about this being inexplicable, and it's an ideological war to preserve the monopolies against renewable energy.
Yes.
And it's been a threat of runaway electricity prices, edging out Australia's coal plants too quickly. This is what it says: edging out Australia's coal plants too quickly and with too much cheap wind and power would drive up the price of electricity and make the whole system far less affordable. Nonsense.
Yeah.
Exact opposite is true.
It's the exact opposite. And that's the message that the people who own those plants and operate those plants want you to believe.
Exactly.
Okay.
But, they don't even mention the effect of electric cars, and they're coming.
Yeah, I guess they are. Well, Tesla had its sales go up in the first 3 months despite COVID-19. What does that tell you?
It tells you that electric cars are coming.
Yeah, it sure does. Okay, I guess we're at the end of
we're finished.
We're at the end of our show, so I'm going to invite everybody to come back next time.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Adios.
Have a nice week.
You too.
now we're starting live. Senate Judiciary, April 22nd, 2020, remotely meeting. And the first item on the agenda is intercepts. And by that, I mean where the tax department and others intercept unemployment checks or the CARES Act individual checks. The Attorney General sent out, we had this scheduled on our agenda this week, and the Attorney General had a statement today or an order, I don't know what it is, that to stop all these intercepts. So Joshua Diamond was kind enough to join us this morning with about 20 minutes notice. So Josh, if you could take over, we'd appreciate hearing from you about what exactly the Attorney General's order is.
Certainly.
I guess it's called a directive.
That is correct, Senator Sears. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Joshua Diamond, Deputy Attorney General on behalf of the Attorney General's office. Yesterday, I believe, our office issued a directive, so not an order, but a directive as to how we will interpret Vermont law as it applies to collection activity by debt collectors, creditors, banks in particular. So private parties with regards to the stimulus checks issued under the CARES Act. It is our belief that the payments issued under the stimulus check are designed to preserve and to meet the immediate basic needs of Vermonters and Vermont families at this time of extreme economic dislocation, to make sure that basic needs such as food, rent, mortgage, utility needs are met. And these benefits are necessary to ensure that the basic necessities of Vermont families will be met during these difficult times. We started prior to this directive by asking Secretary Mnuchin, the Treasury Secretary, to issue regulations under his authority to declare that these benefits would be considered quote unquote benefit payments under federal law to exempt them from garnishment. Unfortunately, the Treasury Secretary has not taken action in that regard. So as we looked at Vermont law, what we found was 12 VSA section 2740, subsection 19I, that essentially prohibits from attachment or writs of execution those future earning payments that are needed or reasonably necessary to support an individual and their dependents. And so looking at that, we felt as if, at least under Vermont law, there was a basis to preclude creditors, debt collectors from going after those payments. So the directive was viewed in that regard. If that helps answer the question.
That helps. I think it leads to two questions. One is that doesn't mean that the bill isn't still owed. It just means that you're not taking the money right now. Is that correct?
Correct. So if
are they able to add interest and penalties during this period?
I could not speak to that because I think it probably depends on the various commercial relationships or contractual relationships that exist between the creditor and the debtor. But for purposes of a creditor looking at these monies to collect now, we believe that it would be inappropriate to access those monies to get relief for debts owed.
So if I got Senator White and Senator Nick here after this question. So jumping to the state of Vermont intercepts, does the order include the state of Vermont through the tax department intercepting, for example, a CARES Act check for unemployment owed that was overpaid, or for child support or various fines or whatever that we're intercepting through the tax department?
So the directive was primarily directed at private parties. We would hope that our colleagues in the tax department would also follow our lead with regards to the important policy implications that underlie the directive. My understanding is that Commissioner Bolio will be testifying later today. So I don't want to steal his thunder, but I have good reason to believe that they are also working very hard not to engage in collection activity that would look to these stimulus payments as offsets for state taxes due.
Okay. What about child support and other things like that?
And I've, with the caveat that I'm not an expert in this field, but I have had a chance to chat with the director of child support prior to my testimony today, Ms. Robin Arnell. And I've been informed that OCS, the Office of Child Support, has suspended enforcement activities as it pertains to the collection of these monies. They may be under some type of federal requirement to act in this space, but I would have to defer to her as to the details. But I know
Thank
that
you.
they are grappling with the same issue, trying to address the same policy issues.
Thanks, Josh. Is Senator White had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Josh. I may have misheard or just not heard, but you referred to the stimulus checks. So in my mind, that's the $1,200 that people are going to be getting. But does this also apply to their unemployment checks? I mean, are you directing the same measures that people not garnish the unemployment checks?
So the directive, the four corners of the directive was limited to the stimulus checks, because that's where the questions were coming to our office from and we wanted to address quickly. But our hope would be the same would apply to unemployment as well, for the same policy reasons, that these federal dollars are necessary to support the basic needs of Vermonters at this time. And I can tell you anecdotally, and would encourage you maybe to reach out to the judiciary, that I believe the courts in a number of counties have suspended activities. They're not taking up cases seeking collections and garnishments at this time for similar reasons.
Great. Senator Nika.
I have the same kind of questions. A couple of people, their check may already have been grabbed because they owed money for an overpayment on unemployment insurance and have already been paying back gradually. And then now they believe, when they went and looked at their account, that a very large amount was taken out, and they think that probably was what was coming into them under some new program now. And the other one was people, I'm wondering, and probably we need to ask the tax department, was with regard to people who are already under garnishments through the court, are those being held, will those need to be paid?
I'd have to defer to the commissioner on this, who I understand is coming before your committee later today.
Yeah, he's
And our
next
hope
on
would
the
be-
he's next on the agenda, Alice.
Okay.
Our hope that they would also be honoring the same policy objectives that we're trying to achieve.
Thanks.
Other questions for Josh? Josh, thanks for joining us on short notice. If you can hang in there, there may be other questions as we talk to some other witnesses. If you can't, we understand.
Yes, I'm happy to stay for a while.
Okay, thank you. The next witness is Craig Bolio, from the tax department. Craig?
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We do. We can.
Oh, perfect.
Yes, thank
Perfect.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Sorry, I wasn't thinking of the stimulus checks as a big central part of this. So I was a little flat-footed at the start, because actually my office is not involved in offsets on the stimulus checks in any way. So there's no provision to offset it for state taxes. In fact, I think there's a federal provision that you can't offset it for state taxes. There may be other provisions. I'd also talked to Robin Arnell at the Office of Child Support, and my understanding is that there may be some federal provisions for offset in other departments, but if there are, they're going directly from the federal government to those departments. So none of the stimulus money is actually going through my department to be offset in any way. When we're talking about just ordinary state tax refunds, our interpretation of the law is that I don't have discretion to stop external intercepts. So I'm looking at under Title 32, Chapter 151 and Subchapter 12 lays out a lot of the procedures for external intercepts. And I'm specifically looking at 5933 and 5934 subsection B in both of those. Both of them are a shall. And so it provides an opportunity for other state agencies and some non-state entities to certify debt to us. And then once it is certified, the tax commissioner shall send offsets to those areas. So should we want to stop that for state refunds that are going out now, I do believe that would require some legislative intervention. I spoke with Senate Finance actually on this same topic yesterday. You know, the one message that I would share with the committee is similar to what I shared yesterday, which is to make sure that we're being thoughtful on which ones we want to stop and which ones we don't. We have probably, I think we have over 20 unique partners. And, you know, our three largest partners in terms of money that we send to them is Vermont Judiciary. But then after that is Office of Child Support and Vermont State Colleges. And then number 4 is the Vermont Restitution Unit. And so I don't know all the inner workings of how the restitution money is used, but in talking with the Office of Child Support, it does sound like much of the money that comes from intercepts goes directly to caregivers there and is not retained by situations where the state is the caregiver. So I just want to be thoughtful about if we stop those intercepts, where is that money ultimately going, right? I think it might be different if it's just going to the general fund versus if it's actually going to people in need. But I would just recommend the committee and the legislature talk to those agencies who are getting that intercept money to make sure that we all understand the implications.
Greg, Senator Baruth has a question.
Sure.
Just quickly, a little follow-up on I was surprised to hear that the state colleges were the third recipient. Is that for anything owed to the state colleges, i.e., you know, tuition that someone hasn't been able to come up with, or university fees? What would that be?
I can't speak in great detail to that. Often it can be private student loans that have been issued by the college as well, but it may be fees, it may be a whole hodgepodge of things. Unfortunately, I'd have to defer to them to really know the details of that. We just get the debt, but from many agencies, we don't necessarily get a lot of details of what compromises that debt. Could I
ask a favor? If you could just send me offline as chair of Senate Education, we're deeply involved in the state colleges now. So any information about how their finances work is of interest to me. If you could just let me know how much that stream is and what sorts of debt it might be encompassing, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, I believe the amounts we send are public. I'll verify that and I'll send you whatever information I'm able to.
Thank you.
It does lead to another question, Craig, and that is, are these amounts like set so that they've been negotiated with the payer, that I'll pay $100 a month or $100 a week or something of that nature? Or do we just intercept the entire payment when it's something like the CARES Act or unemployment or a lottery winning?
So, I can only speak to the tax refund situation. Again, we're not doing any intercepts on the CARES Act through my office, and we don't do any intercepts for unemployment checks or the lottery through my office. When it comes to what the tax department does, we get a full debt file that's supposed to be certified and final from the agency. So they've exhausted administrative remedies. And so I would presume, but I can't speak with certainty, that those kind of situations would not involve folks who are in payment plans. And what we do is essentially say, so if they sent us, you owe $500 for whatever agency, we will offset up to that amount. So it won't be that this year we take 100 and next year we take 100. We offset a refund until it satisfies that debt.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions for Craig? Thank you, Craig. The next witness is
thanks for having me,
Gable. Thank you for joining us. Pat Gable and Greg Mosley from the courts.
Good
And I don't know,
morning.
good morning. Pat sent a memo that's on the website. So maybe you can, I can get back to that if I'm able to get back into my,
Is there a picture of it that someone can put on the screen?
that would make it impossible for me to see the committee and know when somebody's asked a question.
Alice,
Why don't you just,
if you
why
go
don't-
into your documents for today's calendar, under the committee website, it's
Yeah.
right there.
I know, but Alice wanted it on the screen, and if I put it on the screen,
Oh,
maybe
then I wouldn't be able to see people.
No, if
Rika, would you like me to email it to you?
no. I'll see if I can go on my phone to the website.
Okay, Pat, do you want to talk a little bit about what you call judicial offsets?
Yes, and I'm going to just speak briefly before I turn it over to Greg Mosley. Greg is our Chief of Finance and Administration. In fact, I think he may have testified before your committee before on these kinds of issues. And before he joined us, he worked for the tax department, so he may have some unique insights there.
Yeah.
What I wanted to say is that when you do have a chance to look at the memo, you'll see that prior to 2017, the way that the Vermont judiciary collected monies owed, and these are mostly criminal fines and judicial bureau civil collections, we had a number of different methods to do that. And over time, for policy reasons, the legislature has reduced the number of ways that we could motivate people to pay. And as you know, the judiciary doesn't take a position on policy issues like that. But what it has done is essentially left tax intercepts as the chief way that we are able to collect if we are not able to collect monies through administrative means. And in the letter that Greg will explain in a minute, it identifies the process, which is we collect money, but then based on legislation, that money gets sent off to all different kinds of agencies, a couple of nonprofits, some of it comes to us. And so we are a collector, and then we disseminate monies. And a number of years ago, I would say maybe 3 or 4 years ago, the legislature really had a big push to get us to increase collections. So as time has gone on, and for various policy reasons, the ability to motivate people to pay has gone down again. And when I turn it over to Greg, he can explain the mechanics of how that works. I would just like to say, from the judiciary's point of view, we leave to the legislature and sometimes the executive branch, depending on jurisdiction, the policy choices about what to do. And so it really is up to the legislature to decide whether they want us to stop sending accounts to the tax department for collection or not. And we'll obviously follow the policy. The other thing that's laid out in the letter is what the impact of that would be, particularly on the judiciary. Sorry.
The question isn't whether the person still owes it and it should be collected. The question is whether the CARES Act $1,200 should be used as a special item to using that money to collect an old fine or whatever it might be that you're seeking to collect. Should the entire $1,200, if the person owed, say, $2,000, should the entire $1,200 be attached? And the other question is, should those special $600 a week unemployment checks be also attached? The question isn't whether or not the person should still owe the money, and that if they got a tax refund or something coming, that we should treat that the way we do all of those issues. And if they're on a weekly, they should continue to pay that if they can. The real problem here is these funds were set up for a different purpose. So that's what we're looking at. We've had I think all of us have had concerns expressed by constituents about having some of that CARES Act money taken. Much of it's already gone, as I understand it. So I'm not sure. At least that's what we've been told, and I don't know for sure that that's the case. So I don't know if that's a different question. I don't think anybody's proposing stopping the collection. It's the question of whether we should be using the $600 a week federal check or the $1,200 special CARES Act. And and I'm kind of following what the Attorney General's directive says.
So,
Is that helpful?
So as Greg will explain in a minute, we don't have a constant collection stream going to the tax department. We send accounts to the tax department at certain times of the year, and then after that, it's over to them. But maybe this would be a good time for me to turn it over to Greg, and he can talk a little bit about the mechanics of how that works. You know, obviously, again, the judiciary doesn't take a position on that. We are, you know, prepared to follow whatever policy the legislature and the
I just want to make clear to anybody that may be listening in that we're not looking to forgive indebtedness to the state of Vermont or to whomever. The question is, should we be using those special checks that are designed to allow people to live during this difficult time?
So I can explain a little bit about how the judicial offset works, and I can clarify for everybody that we are not offsetting the CARES Act money, the $1,200, and we're not offsetting any unemployment money that goes out as well. So the only thing that the judiciary does is we send our debts over to the tax department, and they will offset state tax refund money only. So there is no concern about the CARES Act money or unemployment money.
Well, I'm curious as to what happened to those people's monies.
I'm not aware that anybody at the state level is able to intercept the federal dollars. I think that's happening. If it's happening, it's probably happening at the federal level. And I don't know much about how that works. I can explain a little bit about the judicial offsets and where that money goes and who's impacted by it.
Yeah, please.
So the judiciary sends a couple of different types of debts over to the tax department, and it's a seasonal thing. We send the debts over like the other 24-ish departments. We send it over in December, and the tax department loads it into their system for the coming refunding season, which usually starts in February. It goes, you know, the tax deadline is usually April 15th. Refunds are usually out the door sometime by July. This year, it's hard to say how that's all going to play out. I would imagine things get delayed. But we send Defender General debt over to the tax department, and when that is collected, that gets sent directly to the Defender General. So far this year, I think they've collected about $113,000 for the Defender General. And we also send Judicial Bureau debts. And as you probably know, that's a mixture of all different types of things, mostly traffic tickets, but it's civil violations. Sometimes it's fish and game tickets. Sometimes it's late fees or things like that, surcharges also. So the money goes to a variety of different places, and I can tell you a little bit about that in a second. And then this year we did something different. We also sent over our trial court debt, which the vast majority of that is criminal fines and fees. And a small piece of that is juvenile fines or fees. And that was new this year. And that, I think, is what bumped us up on the tax offset list. You've heard tax commissioners say that we are the #1 tax offset partner. I think it's because of this new trial court debt that we sent over. So we sent over about $14 million in Judicial Bureau debts, and the tax department has collected about $330,000 so far this year. This season, I should clarify, this is a calendar year since the tax season starts in January, not a fiscal year. And so they've collected about 2% of that debt. And what happens with that, since it's a mixture of different debts, it all where that money goes obviously depends on the underlying debt that they're paying off. About 54% of that money goes to either V-Trans or the municipality, depending on where that traffic ticket was written. And another 18% goes to Victim Compensation Fund. And then 9% goes to the Crime Victim Restitution Fund. 8% goes to the Judiciary's Tech Fund. And 6% goes to the Domestic and Sexual Assault Special Fund. And then 5% goes to the General Fund. So you can see that the revenue allocation for the Judicial Bureau debt's pretty complicated. And then with the trial court debt, so far, tax department has collected $989,000, so just shy of $1 million this year, and that all goes to the general fund. On average,
But you're owed 12 million.
12 million from the trial courts and 14 million for the Judicial Bureau.
Okay.
And so far this year, we've collected 330,000 for Judicial Bureau and just shy of $1 million for trial court.
And that's coming out of tax refunds?
State tax refunds.
Nothing else?
Well, I believe they also offset the property tax adjustments that happen in July.
Oh, okay.
But that's it. We're not touching the CARES Act money. We're not touching unemployment money.
If somebody wins the lottery and owes you 200,000, is that intercepted?
We don't offset lottery winnings either.
Who does?
I would check with finance and management. I think if you're a vendor doing work with the state, or you owe the state money as a vendor, I think that they'll intercept almost any vision payment.
It's getting more complicated than I thought it was.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out who took their money.
You know, the one other thing that I would add with the Judicial Bureau debts is that the tax offset has grown considerably in the last few years. It was just 2 years ago, if you look at calendar year 17, for example, we collected about $700,000 for Judicial Bureau, and we didn't have trial court debt in there at all at the time. So because of different changes happening with the collections and the suspension of licenses, the teeth of collections has really changed a lot. And so that what happened is we're getting fewer voluntary payments, and then we're collecting more in the involuntary payment method, which is tax offset. And so that went from 700,000 to last year we collected 1.4 million just for Judicial Bureau.
Wow.
And so it pretty much doubled. And now if you take that plus the trial court, which is the new debt, we're at $1 million for this year. So it's a big collection tool for the judiciary, but it's only taking money from state income tax refunds.
Thank you. Questions for Greg or Pat? It's been very helpful, but I almost feel like I don't have the right person. Maybe it is child support. I know that I can remember writing bills. I don't know if Michelle can remember on child support and the collection of child support over the years. So I recollect something about child support being allowed to be taken out of the CARES Act funds, the $1,200. But and if that's going directly to the care of the child, I suppose that's, that's one thing. If it's going to the state, that's another. But we probably need to hear from Robin Arnell and some others to figure out. You had a constituent who had money taken out of the CARES Act. Am I correct, Senator Nika?
We had two people. Dick McCormick had a person whom he referred to who was under the gun for that. And also Senator Ash sent us a letter from a constituent of his who was worried that she thinks she already had something taken and is worried that the rest of it will be taken. I think that's what that letter said.
Well,
but where that happened,
those persons who received the direct deposit have presumably already received it. Mine was in my account on Saturday, I think, or Friday last week.
Right. I was thinking of the unemployment insurance on those,
Yeah,
that had been, in other words, that their unemployment insurance money that they're to get now because they've been laid off because of COVID, that money
Yeah.
has been taken.
Josh, do you have any thoughts on whom we should hear from on this? You need to unmute yourself, Josh.
I'm sorry, is the question as with regards to child
Are
support?
there other people that we should hear from that you can think of on this subject that you didn't get in your directive?
I think certainly talking to the folks from the Office of Child Support would be helpful. So to the extent that there are federal offsets that are beyond the control of the state, and they may be able to speak to that with more clarity than I could.
So this is basically the testimony, if I can summarize, the court as well as the tax department are not touching either of those categories. And the directive from the Attorney General is that private businesses, banks, and so forth aren't supposed to either.
That is correct.
So who's doing it? So Michelle, can you look into this for our next meeting as to who
Sure.
else might be doing this under statute that has the ability to do that?
Sure.
I wonder if Adam Gresham would have any details.
He may.
Might be a source.
Senator Sears, can I just get a clarification? Because I'm just now coming to this issue. So the issue is that if people who are receiving their CARES Act check through a direct deposit, but that it's not actually $1,200 that's going in, but maybe like $600 or $900, so it's already been garnished before it hits their account?
That's the allegation, yes.
And so there's no way that the recipient of the CARES Act funds they're not seeing who is debiting that money, or they can't tell who's garnishing it or anything like that.
That's my understanding. And some people may not get the entire $1,200 when the check comes in the mail that are not under direct deposit. And the concern is additionally that will some of those people who are now collecting the $600 a week in enhanced unemployment have those funds attached as well?
Right. So shouldn't we be talking to I guess I'm just wondering, it's sounding more like it's not something necessarily at the state level, but something that's happening with regard to an existing judgment or something happening that people have with the federal fund. So before it ever gets to
Or I
us,
suppose it could be a judgment in small claims court. For example, you've had a judgment against you in small claims. I don't know if they can do that. For example, you didn't pay your credit card bill, and the credit card company takes you to small claims court for the $4,000, let's say. And would that be also in it? I don't know these answers. And
right.
Senator White.
So I think we need to be clear from the people who Senator Nitka's person and Senator Ash's person about whether they got the $1,200 in their account and then it was removed by someone, or whether they never got the full $1,200 to begin with. Because I think that knowing that will help us determine where it's being taken from. Because if they didn't get the entire $1,200, then it seems to me that it wasn't a state issue at all. It was a federal issue. And if they did get it, then we should be able to figure out who took it. But I think that's important to know.
Senator McCormick said that his constituent and Senator Nitka's constituent had the money removed because they were overpaid unemployment in the past, and they were making that up, and that's where the money went.
But did he get the full 1,200 and then it was removed? I think we need to know that.
Well, I think we need to know who took it. Go ahead, Alice.
I can have, Michelle, I can have Senator McCormick send you the notes he has on the person in our town. And then I can forward to you the letter from Tim Ash with regard to his constituents' information.
That would be helpful.
It's basically it's a unemployment insurance issue whereby, you know, they're getting unemployment now. As I say, the one person had been paying off an overpayment, but now suddenly what she thinks is the additional new unemployment money suddenly was grabbed, like the whole thing.
And are we hearing from labor today?
No.
I guess that's where we should be. That's a good source. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They're out straight. Michael Harrington might be the place.
Right.
And for Ms. Ryan, I'm trying to figure out, is that a big hand behind you or your own? It's a big hand behind you.
It's the hand behind her. It's a helping hand. I think it's United Way or
Bratt Community Action.
Yeah, at first I did think she had her hand up. But it's better than some of the things behind us, huh?
Right.
All right. I think what we'll try to do is pick up here next time we have a meeting, and hopefully we can get more clarity. And if Josh has more clarity on some of these issues, we'd love to hear from him again as well. Pat and Greg, thank you so much for.
Could I ask just one question of Josh?
Of course. Josh,
with regard, you said that the Attorney General issued the directive, I think you said yesterday, but is it retroactive? Is it retroactive?
Well, in the sense that it's our interpretation of the law. So yes, I mean, the law was in place, has been in place for a while. So it would have applied just from the get-go when the issue of those checks went out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much. We're going to move on to Chris Fenno from the Center for Crime Victim Services to try to get an update on how the center has been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and what actions. As you know, the center does rely some on all of these collections, and if people are out of work and so forth, the center gets impacted, but there's also a lot of federal money coming. And I know that many of the network programs have reached out to me with concerns about some of their increased costs because the number of cases with domestic violence, you can't use a congregate setting, and you need to place people in hotels, which are more expensive than some of the congregate settings. So we're going to try throughout this period to try to get updates from various players in the criminal justice system and juvenile justice system to understand how the COVID is impacting them, to perhaps provide advice to the Appropriations Committee. So Chris, take it away.
Great. Chris Fenno, Vermont Center for Crime Victim Services. Thank you, Senator Sears and committee members for wanting this update. I know that you know it's very sort of trying times. Unfortunately, crime doesn't stop when people, I mean, I guess nationally there is some trends that crime is not happening as much, but the kinds of crimes that continue to happen are somewhat exacerbated by being in the house with potentially the person who has been abusing you. So you probably all know that there have been, since the virus sort of hit, there have been a number of murders, which happens to be for the center, one of our largest allocation that goes out is for families of homicide victims, because there's usually multiple family members that are eligible, and each of them can get up to $10,000. So if there's 5 immediate family members, it's $50,000 potentially. So that kind of continues. We have 4 areas of concern. One is the Victims Compensation Program, which we consider an essential service because getting those claims processed and getting reimbursement to happen is an important thing. One of the very first things that happened with one of the first murders was that the family members were out of state. They were actually on the West Coast. And so trying to get airplane tickets and that kind of thing to get them here. And the second murder, the family member could not travel and needed cremation, and then the ashes sent to their house in, I think it was Ohio. So those kinds of process, while it sort of sounds like an easy thing, it really honestly isn't. I was still working in our office when these calls came in. I called in a compensation specialist, and she worked about 10 hours on each of those claims to ensure that, reached out to families. We certainly worked a lot with Major Crimes Unit here in the state, who very quickly got us probable cause, and we were able to really expedite some of that service. But also just prior claims need to be paid. So that process, we couldn't have everybody in our database for compensation is not accessible offsite. So we have every day covered, but one person coming in to cover their caseload and also any emergencies that might happen. Our grantees, as Senator Sears said, I've been in contact with the network, and then also through our human trafficking initiative. I know that the hotel rooms and the food costs are going sort of way up because people need to be in a safe place and they can't do that congregate housing. And so we certainly have talked a lot with the network about that. The restitution unit is basically none of the collectors are working, and they're because we're not collecting, but we do get automatic payments or credit card payments, and we're processing those. We also get lottery winnings. I know that was a question. Who gets that lottery money? We get it. So and that's just sent from, I think, the lottery folks. So we're doing minimal collecting, and then just what is there. We're not doing any kind of outreach or tracking like we normally do. And that we also have 2 advocates who work with the victims themselves. And they actually have been very busy, because once we've already paid out of the fund for them, and we're just we're collecting money for the rest of what's owed to them, they really want that money. And we're not going to be aggressive until things change, because it's just, people don't have any money. They're not working, or they're, so if people voluntarily send in their money, we're doing that, but really trying to work and support victims who may be really depending on those funds. And then finally, the state's attorney's office, those advocates are all working across the state. I believe some of them are working in their offices, some of them are working from home. We had just supplied all of them with cell phones in February, so that they do have that capacity to get into their email and do all of that work. So we're happy about that. So those are our 4 areas of concern. And then the before I get to the financial concerns, on the federal level, what we have seen, the first stimulus bill did include money from the Victims of Crime Act and the Violence Against Women Office. Originally, it was axed out. And so the only victims money that came through was through Health and Human Services for family violence. And so it's done by formula. Again, Vermont always sort of gets the short end of the stick, because the formula is always based on how many people you have in your state. So Vermont is getting, and we haven't gotten it yet, $190,000. And that money will be given over to, this is specific to respond to the COVID-19, and that money will go to it'll go to all the domestic violence programs. There are 2 standalone sexual assault programs that don't do domestic violence work, so they won't be getting that. We have heard that there is some movement to try to get the Office for Victims of Crime and the Office for Violence Against Women included in that if they ever get to the number 4 bill. It's not going to be until May sometime. Both of those offices were included during the 2008 recession as part of those stimulus bills. I don't know what sort of is going on the federal level of why they were not included. So we're still holding out hope, and we are also tracking internally us from our grantees that can be directly tied to the virus.
So going back to the network programs, if I might,
Yep.
If the network programs are going to get 190,000 total, and their costs are 400,000 total,
yep,
using sums, is there any reason why we wouldn't suggest to the appropriations process that part of the total $1 trillion that's coming, billions, 2.5 billion coming to state of Vermont, that some of that should be used to cover the cost of hotels, etc. I mean, those are the types of recommendations the committee needs to make. And so if you can get us figures on the total cost to, if the network could report to you the total cost, and we can recommend to the appropriations committee that we make sure that we cover those costs that are due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Not, I also expect there will be an uptick in both domestic violence cases reported and child abuse cases reported once things get back to whatever that new normal is going to look like. And I suspect that our courts and our human services and other agencies are going to be overwhelmed when that happens. And that's probably the subject of the next portion of the meeting, actually, in terms of the criminal, the prisoners and offenders. But I can just see this huge uptick on reporting, particularly child abuse, because kids aren't in school, they aren't seeing caregivers at daycare or whatever, and so all of those mandatory reporters are not seeing the kids at this point.
Right. I agree with you, and I think that is going to happen when schools get back into session or when camps start. You know, when kids can get into groups again where adults are supervising, I think that will happen. And I do know that most likely the domestic violence reporting and needs are going to increase greatly too. So absolutely, that's an important piece that should be included. We wished it had been included in the federal money so far, but it hasn't. And then just briefly, so you know what's happening on our office level, we have furloughed 14 staff people. And those were all people who could not do their work remotely. They were the 6 collectors from the restitution unit, 2 victim liaisons, 4 compensation specialists, our social media person, and our office manager. All of them are working between 4 and 8 hours a week. So we furloughed them not all of them, not all the collectors are working, because there just isn't the work for them right now. We also don't know what's going to happen when we get back in, whether we're going to need that full amount of people to do that. It may be something we need to build up to. So we have 14 people out. We have most of our staff who are exempt are continuing to work. Our human trafficking folks are working. Our grants managers are. This sort of lull is good for them. We got a grant, as some of you may remember, to do a grants management system. We got it from the Office for Victims of Crime. It's about $380,000, and it's finally here. So they're learning that. They're doing it all through Zoom and that. So they're keeping very busy. And our finance director is actually coming in 1 day a week to just get the paper pieces that she needs to get. She can enter Vision, and she and the office manager can do all the payments that way. So we've tried to prioritize getting payments out every Monday. And so far that has worked. You know, it's a difficult time, and we kept our staff on even though they were unable to work up until this Monday. And that was when we made the decision to furlough people. But it's hard. They're all really dedicated people. They all work very hard. But we just couldn't continue, because what we're worried about right now, our special funds, we know how much we've got through March 31st. And the compensation fund was already down $100,000. The restitution fund was down $10,000. The domestic violence and sexual violence fund was actually up $33,000. But we think that we're not going to be able to really see how hard those funds are hit until probably the next 2 quarters. But we haven't even actually gone through to try to see how this is going to decimate our budget. But it is something that we know we need to work on.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any questions for Chris? Chris, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
I wonder if we could take a 3-minute break to stretch ourselves and then get on to the next subject, which is the COVID-19 impact on support services for released prisoners or keeping people out of prison as well. And we've got a number of witnesses, and we'll try to hear from everybody in some kind of order, but people should feel free to jump in. But I'm going to start with Dale when we get back from the break.
Good morning, everyone. To start, I'd like to briefly call attention to the masks we're wearing this morning. As many of you might have noticed, we're seeing hearts and other signs of gratitude pop up in windows and front yards across the state. A message of hope and unity in a time of so much uncertainty. To me, this is what makes Vermont so special, and I think it's a good message to share. So I thank all of those who shared these masks with us. It's especially important considering what we face since the start of this pandemic. The stress of the last several weeks have left many of us missing our families and friends, and I know many are looking forward to finding ways to safely reconnect and enjoy each other's company, and probably more so with Mother's Day coming up this weekend. The change of seasons and warmer weather also means folks want to get outside, take in some fresh air, and safely enjoy the beauty of Vermont. The good news is, because of everything we've done and the sacrifices Vermonters have made, we can now take some steps to restart social visits and enjoy some recreation, as long as we continue to follow important and simple guidelines. So while the stay-home order remains in effect, beginning today, small gatherings of 10 or less will be allowed, but we must continue to take precautions. These small gatherings will give Vermonters a chance to safely reunite if we do so carefully. This means mainly outdoor activities because it's easier to physically distance when there's more space, and today's order includes some outdoor recreation, which A&R Secretary Julie Moore will talk about in a few minutes. Getting together at your homes with 10 or less of your friends and families is also allowed. To do so in a safe and healthy way, I asked Dr. Levine to give us some guidelines and best practices that will help Vermonters reconnect with family and friends in this phase of Restart Vermont, while keeping risks to a minimum. To start, a household should look to connect with another trusted household that's taking seriously the need to prevent the spread of this virus. Now, this may be another family member you know well, or another family, or members of even your own family. There's no specific set of guidelines or enforcement measures we can put into place. So we need Vermonters to use some common sense during these visits. But if we do, it means kids can play together, or a neighbor you trust can take a turn at helping your kids with a remote learning plan, or just sit on the porch and maybe talk about how awful it is that both Tom Brady and Gronk are now in Tampa. But I digress. By being careful about who comes over, if an illness were to develop, it will be easier to trace and make sure it doesn't spread further. So I think we all know protecting the most vulnerable has always been one of our top goals. People over 65 and those with medical conditions like heart and lung disease or diabetes are more likely to develop severe illnesses if they are exposed to this virus. So while we're allowing these small social gatherings, I'm unfortunately asking these folks to continue to stay home, at least for a while longer, to help keep them safe. Because we have to remember, this virus still exists. And by returning to work and opening other activities, we have to acknowledge there's more risk of getting and passing on the virus. That's why physically separating, hand washing, and wearing facial coverings are so important. From the start, I've said, this is in our hands. And doing our part to protect the vulnerable is saving many lives. So as difficult as this may seem, we've got to keep this up in order to keep the virus from winning. The only reason we've been successful in Vermont is because of each and every one of you. Thanks to your hard work, Vermont has flattened the curve. But if we don't remain vigilant, the number of new cases and serious illnesses could spike back up, putting our loved ones at risk and forcing us to retreat after all the good work we've done thus far. So, as a reminder, if you're sick Stay home and away from others. Keep a 6-foot distance from others outside of your household. Wash your hands a lot. Cough and sneeze into your elbow or shoulder. And wear a mask whenever you can, especially around others outside your home. And please, stay in Vermont as much as you can. COVID-19 is still a problem in our neighboring states, with Massachusetts seeing nearly 1,000 deaths just last week, and New York losing over 25,000 people over the last 2 months. But if you do leave Vermont, other than for work or a quick cross-border need, like grocery shopping, you've still got to quarantine all at home for 14 days when you get back. Now, I want you to enjoy your friends and family and enjoy Vermont, but it's important to do it safely for yourself and for your community. Together, we must continue to stay united in keeping Vermont ahead of the curve so we can fight and defeat this virus. It will take all of us caring for one another to keep us healthy and safe and on the path to economic recovery. So with that, I'll now ask Secretary Moore to come up and talk a little bit about our plans for outdoor recreation. Secretary Moore.
Thank you, Governor. Over the past 6 weeks under the Stay Home, Stay Safe order, to cope with stress and anxiety, many of us have taken the opportunity to get to know our corner of the world more deeply. Our front doors became our base camp for backyard adventures. We walked our neighborhood streets and waved to friends and acquaintances from a distance, took kids fishing in the streams behind our homes, and followed worn trails in a neighbor's woodlot, state park, or town forest. We stayed close to home and strengthened our connection to and appreciation of the nature right outside our door. Vermont is glorious because there is space to be and space to do. That's a big reason why so many of us live here, to connect with the land and water around us without being overwhelmed by crowds, and to engage in hobbies that help us experience the outdoors. Now more than ever, we need to rekindle these relationships with the outdoors in a way that respects physical distancing and helps keep all of us healthy. As we continue to take modest steps to reopen our economy, there are also equally important steps related to how we spend our downtime and our playtime. As Vermont's winter transforms into a bright and green spring, many of us, myself included, are itching to get outside and go a bit further afield. No longer are Vermonters being asked to limit outings to within 10 miles of their homes. In addition, businesses, facilities, and organizations that support or offer outdoor recreation and fitness activities that require low or no direct contact may return to operation. These include things like skate parks, ball fields, trail networks, golf courses, and tennis courts. Although organized sporting events, such as rec leagues and spectator events, are not permitted at this time. And if your operation has been closed as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, you'll need to go to the ACCD website, which is accd.vermont.gov, and under Restart Vermont Resources, there are important tools and templates that will help you in creating a reopening and training plan that's necessary before resuming operations to ensure that important health and safety requirements are observed. Beyond the high-level summary I'm about to provide, there's a wealth of additional information online. Again, for outdoor recreation businesses, the Agency of Commerce website is the go-to place for guidance on navigating your restart and safe operations. And for Vermonters looking for help planning a day trip anywhere in Vermont, the Department of Fish and Wildlife at vtfishandwildlife.com and the Department of Forest Parks and Recreation at fpr.vermont.gov have lots of ideas and information. And now I'm happy to take a few minutes to describe options and updated guidelines for how we spend time outdoors. It's time to redefine your routine and swap crowds for solitude. Vermont is really fortunate to have an abundance of outdoor opportunities. So although pools and beaches are recommended to remain closed for the time being, biking, hiking, walking, running, golf, tennis, horseback riding, boating and paddle sports, fishing, hunting, photography, and nature walks are all available for the taking. And so many of us are desperate to get outdoors and enjoy it right now, but we can't all go to the same place at the same time. Before this crisis, if I arrived at a crowded parking lot of a trailhead, I'd simply park and begin my hike. but we need to redefine our routines in light of the new normal. I challenge you to discover new parts of Vermont and all that our state and our state lands have to offer in terms of outdoor recreation opportunities. Give some rest to our most well-known and most visited outdoor treasures, and seize the opportunity to play tourist here in Vermont. There are many less crowded spots to discover. Our state has more than 750,000 acres of public land, including 55 state parks, and a network of trails that spans public and private lands that total some 5,000 miles. Vermont also has more than 800 lakes and ponds, and the Fish and Wildlife Department maintains more than 190 developed fishing access areas, providing places to launch your boat or kayak, as well as public access for shore fishing opportunities. Instead of visiting places like Burlington's Letty Beach on the shores of Lake Champlain or biking the Colchester Causeway, consider other places that don't have as much travel. For example, check out the newest section of the Lamoille Valley Rail Trail between Danville and St. Johnsbury, or look to your town forest for trails that are often hidden gems. And rather than heading to the heavily trafficked trails at Mount Philo State Park or Snake Mountain in Addison to take in views of Lake Champlain, instead spend a few minutes on the Trail Finder website and find a new, less well-known adventure to try. Or if you usually go to a crowded lakeside park, like Sandbar, for a picnic, try the solitude-filled shores of Emerald Lake in Dorset or Silver Lake in Barnard, or give the State Parks Call Center a ring, 888-409-7579, for expert advice on picnicking spots across the state. To make sure we don't overwhelm popular recreation areas, I've asked Vermont's game wardens to increase their patrols of some of our most popular trailheads, like Stowe Pinnacle and Mount Ascutney, or waterfront areas like Niquette Bay. If they see too many folks congregating, they will ask people to leave and find less crowded places to explore. It's also a great idea to stagger your time outdoors. With so many Vermonters working from home, consider going to your favorite bike path during off hours to cut down on crowding during more popular times like Saturday afternoon. And although I know it can be challenging, I encourage you to try to weave some outdoor time into your regular schedule. It's also a great opportunity to hone a new hobby. Fishing and foraging are great physical distancing activities that you can do alone or with the people you live with, and also excellent ways to provide for yourself, your family, and your friends while enjoying outside time. Responsibly harvesting things right now, like trout or turkeys or foraging for fiddleheads, are all great ways to spend time outdoors. It's also important that we continue to support our local outdoor stores, utilizing online ordering and curbside pickup. We all love our local gear shops, and they are the lifeblood of outdoor recreation at the community level. Without them, the outdoors and our lives as lovers of the outdoors would be vastly different. So please continue to support your favorite outdoor retailer, campground, tackle, or bike shop by visiting their online store and arranging for curbside pickup of any of the items you need to support your next adventure. And all the while practicing physical distancing, also practice good hygiene. Every move we make has the potential to put other people at risk, even if you feel healthy. The physical distance not only protects you, but it protects the people you meet along the way. For example, if you see people coming toward you on a hiking trail, step aside and give them 6 feet distance so they can pass while maintaining the recommended physical separation. It may be hard to estimate 6 feet in your mind, but a few common objects can help. An average bicycle is just a little less than 6 feet long. Most kayaks are 10 feet long, so if you imagine yourself kayaking around the park, you have about 5 feet in front of you in your boat. And many standard fishing rods are also about 6 feet long. It's also important to continue to keep gatherings small, to 10 people or less, as the governor noted. Although large outdoor facilities, such as trail networks and parks, may have more than 10 people in them, as long as there are no gatherings in any one distinct portion or location within the facility that exceed 10 people. Some public restrooms remain open, but may only be as clean as the last person who used them. So be sure to use the bathroom before you leave the house, and make a habit of washing your hands thoroughly when you return home. And we encourage you to embrace an arrive, play, and leave mentality. Physical distancing isn't only important while on the tennis court or riding on the rail trail. It's equally important not to gather in groups before or after activities. So put another way, no tailgating. And while I would hope it could go without saying, if you're unwell or have had contact with someone who is, please stay home. It doesn't matter if you're headed to a job site or a trailhead. If you aren't feeling 100%, you should stay home and recuperate. Outdoor recreation opportunities will be plentiful in the days and weeks ahead. As a good friend once told me, he was never sure why anyone would choose to leave Vermont during May and June, as he didn't believe there was any more beautiful place on earth. I hope you will join me in getting out there and exploring more of Vermont safely at this incredible time of year. Oh, and I will now turn it over to Dr. Levine.
Good morning. I have 3 brief points to make and one slightly more extensive one. First, I want to recognize that this is National Nurses Day. I think throughout history, really, we know that nurses have always been at the front line of healthcare, and we've relied on them for that wonderful combination of competence, skillful communication, and compassion that they bring to every encounter. So within the confines of everything that Governor Scott outlined this morning about our interactions, find a way to recognize a nurse that's affected you, that's impacted your life. Second thing is on our public-facing data dashboard, we do have a new component, which we've talked about before. So you'll notice our number of cases and deaths now have not grown a lot in the last number of days. And we have this new category of estimated recovered. So that category is comprised of people who have tested positive for COVID-19 and actually report to us at the health department in one of our contacts with them later in their course that they have indeed recovered, or that 30 days or more have elapsed since the day that they were diagnosed and their illness began. You'll notice that there is a gap, and you'll say, what accounts for these other individuals? They may actually be within the 30-day window now, so we actually don't know that number of days has elapsed, or we have not yet made contact with them for their next time in that continuum. Second brief point I'd like to make has to do with our expanded and enhanced contact tracing program. It's actually the third point I'm going to make, in keeping count. And as we do more testing, and as we find more cases, obviously that means more contact tracing. Now, in this era of stay home, stay safe, it's actually much simpler than it used to be because people are not having the large number of contacts. As we have outlined this morning, there will be more opportunities, both within what the governor has just discussed, as well as within how we've liberalized the work environment, if you will. There'll be more opportunities for people to have more contacts. And we've actually gotten a fair amount of feedback from very well-intentioned Vermonters who say, that might be complicated for me if you call me up and say that I've been a contact. And they've actually, of course, as Vermonters do, come up with the right ideas about how to approach that. So I want to quote from one Vermonter. It's very inspiring, and it inspired our effort to put this out to you right now. I have another thought on contact tracing, which apparently will be even more important as we move forward. I've been doing my own contact tracing since mid-March. Each day, I write on my calendar who I've come in contact with. In the event I should contract COVID, it will be fairly easy to know who I've been in contact with. And essentially showed us date, person, location, and activity where that person was encountered. Seems like pretty easy to do to me. And in this era when we're really trying to get a handle on this disease and really try to eradicate it wherever it may arise, not a bad idea. So I just bring that to your attention since our social distancing requirements have changed a little bit now, and we want to make sure that people can actually do what they want to do, which is be able to provide accurate information should contact tracing be needed. Next, I'm going to turn to a topic we haven't talked about in a while, but it does directly impact the COVID pandemic as well, and that's opioid use disorder. And if I may say a little bit of good news, opioid-related fatalities in Vermont have decreased for the first time since 2014, as you can see on these bar graphs. This data basically shows a 15% decline in the number of deaths attributed to opioid misuse between 2018 and 2019, where there were 130 and now 111. Fentanyl, as it has for a number of years now, continues to be the primary driver of opioid-related deaths in Vermont. There were actually fewer deaths involving fentanyl in 2019, 95, compared to 2018, 100, but fentanyl accounted for 86% of deaths compared to 77% in 2018. And one other fact is that the percentage of opioid-related fatalities that involved cocaine continues to increase. And cocaine was present in 43% of opioid-related fatalities in 2019, up from 36% in 2018. Other nice thing about this improvement, last year we were able to show that in Chittenden County there was a significant trend towards improvement. Now there are a number of other counties in the state besides Chittenden where this trend was evident. So it's really become more statewide. So our strategies to meet this public health challenge are really making a difference. But even a single death related to opioid use is too many. Each person is a friend, a family member, a loved one, and we do owe it to them to continue to try to make this progress. Though this is a long-awaited and worked-for outcome, and hopefully the beginning of a new trend, it is not a battle won. I'd like to credit the state's multifaceted, all-agency approach to tackling the opioid crisis. Vermont's really been laying the groundwork in addressing opioid use disorder to reach the significant milestone. The goal has always been to keep people with opioid use disorder alive and allow them to be alive long enough so that that point in time when they decide they are ready to access treatment, they are actually able to access treatment. The more lives we can save, the more Vermonters we can help on their path to recovery. So along these lines, Vermont has, its efforts have included a whole host of harm reduction and preventive strategies. Many will sound familiar: providing rapid access to medication-assisted treatment, patient education and rules regarding opioid prescription monitoring, the creation of a statewide network for naloxone distribution, abundant safe drug disposal options, syringe service programs, a statewide network of recovery centers, and building strong community partnerships. Key to those efforts have been Vermont's hub and spoke system. It's obviously a system that makes medication-assisted treatment available to people diagnosed with an opioid use disorder. Currently, more than 9,000 Vermonters are receiving treatment in state-supported facilities. It's available to anyone who wants it. And of course, the hub and spoke system has been nationally recognized and adopted by a number of other states as a model. During COVID-19, which has certainly been a trial for all of us, we also have to recognize the new challenges that are present for people who have a substance use disorder. A socially isolating condition like opioid use disorder, I think you could see, could get exacerbated because of the reduced hours and access to syringe service programs and that loss of in-person connection that's usually provided in recovery centers. But I want to emphasize there are indeed many bright spots as well. There's expanded e-prescribing and teleprescribing allowed by the federal government for medication-assisted treatment. There is still ongoing access to treatment, and there are telehealth platforms for treatment and recovery services. And as I mentioned at a prior press conference, the Health Department recently launched VT HelpLink, which provides free, confidential, and personalized information and referrals for substance use prevention, treatment, and recovery services throughout the state. VT HelpLink features a call center of trained staff and clinicians and online resources, connecting Vermonters to information for themselves, for family and friends, or on behalf of clients. So in conclusion, we are all adapting to changes during this pandemic, and substance use treatment is no exception. Getting treatment is safe and necessary, and we will do all we can to see more Vermonters succeed in their recovery. Thank you.
We'll now open it up to questions.
We have a certain room of Calvin.
Commissioner Harrington is on the phone, probably a question for him. So we're hearing from Vermonters that are still calling in, filing for UI, and they're running into people, you know, from the call center that's been hired by the state, and some of these people from the call center don't really know how to resolve some of these claims, or we've been hearing that some clients have been hung up on. I guess, how much training goes into these people at the call center?
Commissioner Harrington, did you hear the total question?
I did, and a couple different parts there. Certainly, I want to let people know that these people are receiving training. We are trying to expedite and get people on the lines and ramp up as quickly as possible. So it's a fluid process where they're getting on the phone lines and also receiving training on an ongoing basis. We've actually ramped up our training efforts this week to provide not only basic training but advanced training, and those are being implemented over the coming days. I have not been made aware of anybody getting hung up on. I am aware that in cases a call may have been dropped, you know, and we have spoken with the contractor about that. We've had other instances where some of these cases are not able to be resolved because they require a more detailed review of the claim. And so the people on the phone lines are handling the most basic of claim issues, helping people get caught up, helping people file, resolving low-level issues on claims. Some claims still need to be adjudicated, you know, per our statute and federal law. Some claims also need to be resolved by gathering wages from other states, which, as you can imagine, are all struggling with this during this time. I will say we are putting plans in place to not only identify this population of people who are unserved, looking at what subpopulations live in this unserved population, and we are finding ways to take a square peg and put it in a round hole, if you will, in terms of the question is not should these people be eligible, the question is how do we make them eligible. And so our team has been working over the past few days and through the next few days to figure out in many of these extreme cases or more complex cases, we should be looking to determine how do we make someone eligible for benefits? What does it take, and how do we move them over as quickly as possible, either into general UI or most likely into the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program? I will say, though, that, you know, again, we are ramping up very fast. Our traditional training program takes 4 weeks, one-on-one training, side by side. Clearly that is not time or ability we have or situations we can afford right now. And so many of these people are going through a day-long training. or a couple hours of training before they get on the line to help people. Again, we're continuing to train these individuals once they get on the line, but from this perspective, we're moving at light speed to get people so that when they call, every call is being answered by a person. And we will continue to do our best to make sure that happens, but also make sure those individuals on the other end of the line know exactly how to resolve issues or give clear direction to the claimant who's calling in.
And just a quick follow-up as well. Can you give me a sense of how many Vermonters are still running into issues with UI, either not receiving payments or can't get through? And then also, do you think we're over the hump, so to speak, in terms of people filing for UI? And do you expect to see that number go down now?
I caught the first part of that. I would say we're probably at somewhere between 10 and 12% of this unserved population. But I would also say that that is a percentage that will never get to zero because there are always new claims coming in. There are always new issues presenting themselves. And in some of these cases, like I said, these people are hung up due to certain programmatic requirements that we have to follow. It could be that they are in overpayment. It could be that they have misconduct on their record and are not eligible for benefits. It could be that they have other wages in the system. Some of these are also fraudulent. So I'll give an example, but yesterday we found an individual who has filed in multiple states using 2 different Social Security numbers, 2 different birth dates, and 2 different names. And so those are also the people we're trying to weed out of the system to make sure that our benefits go to those Vermonters who are truly eligible and obviously in need.
I think the other part of the question was about whether we're over the hump in terms of the first-time filers. I think that as we might have noted, we started with 15 call takers in the beginning, probably first-time filers under 2,000. We get up to maybe 85,000 now, but are we over the hump in terms of the number of people who have filed or continuing to file on a daily basis?
Yeah, so the easiest way to explain that is in terms of initial claims being opened, we are certainly over the hump. Our high was, I believe, somewhere around 6,500 initial claims being opened in one day. And now we're seeing initial claims somewhere in the 300 to 600 per day. So again, I would say we have clearly seen that trend come down over the past 3 weeks. And now are at a much lower level. But many of those people continue to file weekly benefits. And so we continue to see that. At this point, we're probably close to, if you count pandemic unemployment assistance, we're probably up over 100,000 initial claims received by the department. I should also point out that we've seen a lot of people who opened claims, and so this is part of that 10 or 12% that are unserved. We've seen a lot of people who have opened claims but never filed a weekly claim, and that is because we saw a lot of people open claims as a backup or a security mechanism that they didn't eventually need to use, and so those people also reside in our system. My preference would be that as a department, we get down to 5% or less that are unserved, and I think that would be a safe number for us to say within that 5%, these are truly unique cases or people who have just not filed or have stopped filing. So that would be, in my mind, a good goal for us to try to achieve, depending on the outcome.
And Commissioner, I think you may have said this before, but those who are unserved at this point or not filing again for weekly claims could have gone back to work. Is that true?
Yes, they could have, never been displaced, so they may have opened a claim just as a precautionary measure, and never actually lost their job. Or in some cases, they have been able to return to work. So that does include some of that population, not all, and we're working to kind of suss out those different subpopulations to make sure we're getting to everybody that's truly eligible.
Stuart?
Governor, what's your message to visitors who might come to the state for a day to hike or fish, play golf or tennis?
Yeah.
And is this reopening done in conjunction with New Hampshire?
Yeah, again, for those who are coming from out of state to enjoy our beautiful state, while we would normally welcome you with open arms, at this time we're asking you to keep your distance, first of all. Second of all, if you're coming to our state, be prepared to stay for a while because we're asking you to stay for 14 days, to quarantine for 14 days while you're here. So my message is to stay home if you can and not come to Vermont at this point in time. Hopefully we'll get to a point in the not too distant future where we're actually encouraging people to once again enjoy our beautiful state, but not today.
Did you work this out with Governor Sununu? You talk about coordination.
Well, there was a coordination in terms of trying to work with New Hampshire and Maine in terms of recreation, and when they were opening some of that up. We had been made aware of both the states moving forward, as well as Massachusetts saying they aren't doing anything, and so because they still have a lot on their plate at this point. So that's part of what we're doing. I mean, we're opening up some recreational opportunities for Vermonters. We want them to enjoy them first.
Steve?
Governor, now that you're opening things up a little bit more, the child care issue comes in again. Where are you folks at on child care and child care centers?
Yeah, child care and probably summer camps and so forth, we're going to address either on Friday or Monday. So stay tuned for that. We'll have some guidance in both those areas.
And as a follow-up, I guess I have to ask the obligatory question. As far as what you've given out today, racetracks and practicing for various race teams to be able to shake their cars down and things like that. Obviously, they would say we can go in with 4 or 5 guys, space it way out. These places have lots of areas.
I would say any entity, any business of that sort should submit a plan or check with the ACCD to see if it fits within the guidance. But we'll be, contemplating anything from Kingdom Trails, for instance, and their bike trails and what they can do with 10 or fewer people in a group, and see if it meets the expectations of ACCD.
All right, we can move to the phones now. Wilson Ring, AP.
Hi, as always, thank you for spending so much time with us. I have 2 questions. So first, Governor, the emergency order, the current emergency order anyway, is set to expire the 15th. Are you planning to extend it and then keep easing up on the restrictions with more and more addenda like you've been adding? And if it were allowed to lapse, would that people do basically whatever they want and then just have to do this out of the goodness of their hearts or maintain these restrictions? Secondly, and I've asked variations on this question before, but I'm still curious about it. Do you think Vermont's relatively or success in keeping the virus down, and is that just due to it being a small state? I mean, a lot of other small states are in similar good shape. Is it just Vermont's rural nature, or do you think there's more to it than that? And those are my questions.
I'm going to take the second question first. I do believe there may be something to the small state, but you have to remember we're surrounded by much larger states when you take into account one of our largest borders is with New York, and them, as I reported earlier, 25,000 deaths in New York, and albeit more in the southern part of New York than the northern. But they're right on our border within 300 miles of us right at this point in time. 25,000 deaths is significant. We have a number of people who come and enjoy our state, have second homes, in from Massachusetts, from Connecticut, from New Jersey, Rhode Island, and so forth, and New York. And we're so close to each and every one of them that we have to look at this regionally. Other smaller states out in the Midwest, for instance, are somewhat isolated. They're all somewhat smaller in population, but significantly larger in geographic area. So when you look at our region, I think we're doing fairly well, and some of it's due to our size, but I believe the guidelines we put into place, some of the precautions we put in place initially, much more stringent than other states, have led to us being successful. And that's why we can do some of the things we're talking about today in relaxing. The first part of your question was about the state of emergency stay-at-home order. And those are two separate things. I just want everyone to understand the state of emergency gives the governor the powers to do things like the stay home, stay safe provision, as well as all the other addendums and amendments to that initial order. So you should expect the state of emergency continues. We will be seeking to extend the state of emergency. Now, how much of the stay home, stay safe remains intact will be a different question, and we'll be talking about that probably on Monday. It expires on Friday, but again, just to give some forewarning, the state of emergency will continue. Some of the provisions of stay home, stay safe have already been relaxed and may be relaxed further at that point in time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike Donahue, the Islander.
Thank you very much. This is a question for Secretary Moore. What is the time frame for campgrounds, marinas, and beaches, especially marinas where people are just trying to get their boat in and get it out, and not quite sure why that one is still restricted versus large campgrounds, large beaches? What's the time frame on those?
Sure. That is an area that we're actively looking at right now. Today's announcement was really focused on recreational opportunities that can be done solo or with immediate family groups, but campgrounds, both private and state campgrounds, as well as marinas, are things that we are actively discussing how to reopen safely and look forward to sharing in the days ahead.
No, I understand you're probably talking about all these, but I'm just wondering, what is the time frame? Would it be next week, next month? What?
Mike, if I can answer part of that. First of all, I would contend that the putting boats into the waters in the marinas has been okay to do for the last week or two. As soon as we released some of the workers and some of the businesses and allowed at least two construction workers and other entities to go to work, that opened up the door for some of those marinas to start putting boats in the water. Now, the marinas themselves are still closed, but the boats can go in the water. So that has not been prevented, at least over the last week to week and a half. Now, the second part of that, the campgrounds and marinas we're talking about now, I would expect you'll hear in the next week or so some of what we're thinking about, but still watching the data and making sure that we don't take steps too fast, but at the same time understanding the need, and we'll be talking about that, I would expect, in the next week.
Great. And as a follow-up, Secretary, can you address what the new order means as far as youth sports, whether organized or not? I mean, can kids play basketball 3-on-3 or have 5-on-5 games in their communities, whether organized or not organized by a thing? And I've heard there's considerable interest in providing or allowing Little League baseball or softball to operate. I know on the national level they've canceled the World Series, but there's still a lot of parents who want to give their kids an opportunity to maybe play a little baseball or softball this summer. Will kids be able to play this summer?
As of right now, organized recreational sports are still discouraged. But that said, opening things like tennis courts and basketball courts for informal, non-contact games is within the scope of what was being announced today.
But baseball is sort of a non-contact sport.
Right. In terms of, I think, people wanting to get out on the field and toss a ball back and forth, that's absolutely within the bounds of reason, assuming it's kept to under 10 people participating in any one particular game of throw and catch. But organized sports games at this point are still a no-go.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, keep in mind, Mike, how difficult it might be to separate the umpire from the catcher to the batter, and as well, on the bases and so forth. So at this point in time, it's no contact. So keeping that 6-foot separation is going to be important, but they could certainly change the game a bit and do some practicing in other ways. But that's the point at this juncture.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Courtney, 7 days.
Hi, yes. Question for the governor. I'm curious if you have any expected new guidance or timeline for bars and restaurants to be able to reopen or to relax some of those rules. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, they're in the queue, so to speak. We're considering how we can do that safely. Looking for guidance from the restaurants and bars, and watching other states and what they're doing is adding to the level of comfort that we have at this point in time. We're not doing it in the near future, but I would say look how far we've come in the last couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, in the regards of opening up businesses and so forth. So it's not as though we're not sensitive to the needs. We just want to make sure that people are safe.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up, you mentioned kind of watching what other states are doing. I'm wondering if you'd be willing to comment on what some states like Florida and Georgia is kind of seemingly throwing caution to the wind as far as reopening different parts of their states. I'm wondering if you'd be willing to comment on that.
Only to say that, again, we think we're doing taking the right approach, putting the right guidelines in place. They obviously, I think they're doing it correctly, and we'll learn from each other. Hopefully, it won't have detrimental effects in those states that are opening fairly quickly. But again, who am I to say who's got it right and who's got it wrong? I think history will be the judge, and we can learn from each other. So we're watching those other states to see if there are any detrimental effects due to some of the increased timelines.
Great. Thank you very much.
Tim, Vermont Business Magazine.
Hi, I'm wondering if there's been a decision about high school graduation yet.
I believe, Tim, we are going to be talking about that on Friday as well. And I believe that Secretary French is on the line, but I believe that we had said we would give guidance on the 8th.
Yes, hi, Governor. This is Secretary French. Yes, we're planning on having that ready for by Friday at the latest.
So, given what you said earlier, Governor, about expectations for people meeting and not including elderly and others that might be at risk, is it safe to say that the high school graduation, even if there is some in-person component, will not include those people, grandparents and that sort of thing?
I think any mass gatherings at this point in time are a concern of any sort. So I would anticipate that would be part of the guidance or part of the decision making come Friday.
Okay, thank you.
Pete Hirschfeld, VPR.
Hey, Governor, I have a question about restaurants as well. The Paycheck Protection Program has been almost totally useless for a lot of restaurants for reasons that I know you and your administration are already well aware of. My question is, what plans do you have at the state level to help those companies deal with the cash flow crisis that they find themselves in right now?
Yeah, we're developing our economic packages at this point, and we will probably start talking about that next week. My hope is still that Congress will take action so that the PPPs will be able to be utilized by the bars and restaurants. I understand the concern, because if we don't tell them when they can open back up, and they have to, within 8 weeks, to take advantage of the grant situation, that is problematic. So we understand their concern. We're trying to work through that, but I would maybe ask Secretary Curley if she has any further comment on that.
Sure, Governor. I think you did a great job articulating. We've been in close or several conversations with folks from the food and accommodations sector, and they have articulated their need or their perceived need to us, and we are just really trying to figure out what a recovery package would look like for them and others as well. There, as you can imagine, are a lot of sectors that are in a similar boat. But just to give you confidence, we're working closely with them, trying to come up with creative ways to make sure that they are back in business when we are ready to permit them to get back into business.
And Pete,
just one quick follow-up. Go ahead.
Yeah, Pete, to reiterate, the simplest solution here would be for Congress to make an exception, at least for the bar and restaurant industry, or make some extension of the 8 weeks. That would be the simplest way to deal with this, and it seems as though they could do that.
Is the state authorized to use CARES money as a direct cash infusion to private sector restaurant businesses?
There is, I know there are grant opportunities, and we received new guidelines the night before last that may have further complicated things, but were meant to clarify. So we're receiving guidance every day. It seems like we're hearing word that there's going to be further guidance from the Treasury. So we would like more flexibility, obviously, but thus far we haven't received any flexibility. So Secretary Young, maybe, or Secretary Curley again, might be able to comment on this.
Yeah, this is Secretary Curley again. I'm happy to just take a stab at it. We, as the governor said, we hope that there will be flexibility in doing grants to some extent, and obviously really low interest loans. But again, we're just trying to navigate what will be allowable in the CARES Act. And again, hopefully within the week, we're going to have some more solid answers to this. But we have a lot of people, a lot of really bright people that are working on this and trying to resolve it as we speak.
And I want to add as well that the congressional delegation is well aware of this. They're trying to work to provide us with more flexibility. They understand our need. They understand the needs of the bar and restaurant industry, which is very important to Vermont, but other regions as well. So they're aware. We're working together, and hopefully we'll find some solution in the very near future.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Secretary Curley.
All right, Brittany, Local 22.
Hi. Yes, my question is for Dr. Mark Levine. So I was just wondering, there have been some reports that some children in New York are showing symptoms of toxic shock syndrome and other diseases connected to COVID-19. First, I was wondering if any kids have tested positive in Vermont, and if so, how many have there been? And also, has anything about these diseases come across your plate? Have you been worried about them? Anything that surprised you?
Sure. So there have been a very small number of children and teenagers who have tested positive. Keep in mind that we were not actively encouraging testing of children until the last several weeks, unless the children were especially ill or hospitalized. So the numbers are very small. And then the numbers of the syndrome you're talking about would be even correspondingly smaller because they're very unusual even in New York State. I believe there's 50 cases in New York State that they've been discussing, and that's in a state that, of course, has had thousands and thousands and thousands of cases. So I wouldn't expect one to register so much on our radar screen in Vermont, and I'm not personally aware of one. But just to educate people further, The syndrome that you're describing is known as a systemic inflammatory syndrome. So again, it's sometimes related to the body's own response to the infection and the inflammatory response the body has to the infection. In some ways, it resembles a syndrome that's been around for many, many years called Kawasaki syndrome. And Kawasaki is characterized by a number of symptoms in terms of red eyes, lymph nodes, fevers, things of that sort. But the one most curious aspect of it was it involved the coronary arteries, the arteries that feed the heart, so to speak, with nutrition and oxygen. And so that's one of the feared complications of that syndrome that would obviously have much higher gravity for the person who has the syndrome than just having a fever or red eyes or what have you. So that's what's being watched very, very closely. Obviously, we'd want clinicians in the state of Vermont to report any kinds of syndromes that resemble that in any way, but I just don't think we've had enough experience with the virus in terms of numbers of people that would have to get it to show one of these syndromes, which are much less commonly being described.
So this isn't a major concern of yours right now?
Well, I mean, anything that comes on my radar, to be honest, is a concern of mine, because these things happen so quickly in the span of the couple months we've been dealing with the virus. But as a current Vermont concern, I don't have a reason for that to be high on my list. It's something to just be aware of and to be watching for.
Thank you.
Chris Roy, Newport Daily Express. Chris, Newport Daily Express. All right, we're going to move to Kat, WCAX.
Hi, my question today is about transparency. New Hampshire's Economic Recovery Task Force meetings are part of their public record, and the public can actually monitor them. So far, and correct me if I've missed it, it doesn't appear that Vermont's discussions are happening in the public eye. Is this transparent?
Well, you know, they've taken a different approach than we have. Obviously, this is the group that I formed, put together as a task force to advise me. And at this point in time, I think that that's the most expeditious way to put this into effect. So I continue. It's a decision I have to ultimately make, and I just want their input on doing so. Now, we have a very vast number of people on this team from different sectors to give advice. I want them to be able to contemplate certain scenarios within the group and have honest discussions amongst themselves, and to come out with an approach that would be best from their perspective, best for Vermont. And then from my perspective, I make the final decision. So at this point in time, it seems to be working for us, and that may be true for New Hampshire as well. Secretary Curley, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, we are working very swiftly, as you said, and you know, the folks that are working with us are a volunteer group who've been invited to help support our efforts, and they're not agents of the state, and they don't have the authority to act on behalf of the state. So for that reason, these meetings don't need to be warned and minutes don't need to be taken. And just in the interest of keeping people moving and keep it simple, we've gone with that approach. I will also share that last week a couple of the legislators joined us and listened in, and I think that they would agree that there's a lot of work happening. It's not that anything is intended to be kept secret. It's timing. Everything's happening so fast. But we will try to get out more information on our website as we have some time to put information up there. But you know, really, we're working hard on this, and I'm sorry if it seems like it's not transparent, but we, you know, if somebody wants to reach out, I'm happy to kind of walk them through what's going on.
You see where the question probably comes from, though, because normally when decisions are made that affect, you know, hundreds of thousands of Vermonters, they happen, you know, in a legislature where someone can monitor the public hearings and the discussions and hear the debate that goes on and things like that. And right now, if we're reopening industries, the public doesn't really hear all the discussions that went into that and hear what was considered and what was, rejected as an idea or something like that. So is there any plan to try to make that process before the decision is announced more transparent?
Well, again, when we start presenting ideas in terms of, we've had, what we do in Vermont is much different than New Hampshire in some other ways. And New Hampshire has taken a different approach in terms of who has control of the money, for instance. The governor in New Hampshire has won his court battle, although it's being appealed at this point. But he's won his battle and has said that he has control of the funding of the $1.25 billion that's coming through. We've taken a different approach. I've said I want to include the legislature. We don't need to argue about who has control, but we want them to be a partner. So at this point in time, when we're considering, as we move forward, different initiatives and economic relief for different sectors, there is going to be a public process because we're going to present those plans to the legislature, and then it's up to them to debate the issues in public as well. So we'll be doing it as we do normally through a legislative process. So I would counter that we are doing this as we move forward. The emergency powers, I didn't debate those in public as to what we decided to close because we need to do it in a quick fashion. At the same time, we have to contemplate how we move forward in trying to reopen Vermont in somewhat the same process as we close down certain opportunities. So again, I think what we did was right. I think what we're doing right now is appropriate, and we'll continue to do so. And then when we get into the economic packages, we'll be debating those with the legislature, as opposed to what I believe will happen in New Hampshire.
All right, thank you.
All right, Greg, the County Courier.
Hi, I'd like to address Commissioner Levine for a moment. You have mentioned a few times that you have seen people in public not wearing masks when you go to the store yourself and whatnot. Do you confront those people and let them know from your point of view how important it is to be wearing a mask?
I can say not consistently, but the answer to the question is yes. I have mentioned that. And even to people that are in my social circles, I've also mentioned that too. So it's part of what we should all be doing as what I would call a social compact at this point in time. So going along with the governor's theme from previous press conferences, education is really a major role that we all regard ourselves as playing. So education is the way to go.
All right, and while I have you up there for a second, Dr. Levine, we've had a few callers wondering about the safety of the food system, meat in particular. We're hearing on the national level that meat packing plants are closing down because of outbreaks within the plants. And, that's making some people concerned that the virus could spread through the food that they were processing to the consumer. Is there any evidence of that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that's a concern nationwide that people are having. But to answer the question directly, there's been no evidence that food is a reliable means for transmitting the virus, which is fortunate. But it is at times tragic, I would say, what's been happening in that industry. And I think we can all understand it if we step back and look at what many of these plants look like and the closeness with which people are working with one another and the ability for them to be able to transmit virus to one another being enhanced by those close quarters. In addition, some of the plants have had issues just with proper education of the employees about what conditions they should stay home for versus come to work with, I think some of the employees have felt pressured and felt they needed to be at work or they would lose their jobs. You know, these are things that are all coming out as these get investigated more and more. Many of the workers, English is not their first language, and there have been some cultural and linguistic barriers to actually having them understand and be educated as well. So it's a very complex set of variables, but I think when you look at them in aggregate, they support the kind of policies we've been advocating for here in Vermont and the way that we have been very carefully relaxing them, if you will, and opening the spigot small turns at a time.
So you don't think that there's a possibility that fires could spread through food?
Not through any of the evidence that has been present to date. That's all. I can say that pretty certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Avery, WCAX.
This is probably either for Governor Scott or Dr. Levine. So as we begin to ease up on some of these social distancing, well, not distance, but these gathering restrictions, what can you say to when seniors and the elderly can maybe see their family or grandchildren, especially as we have Mother's Day coming up?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. When I think about, we don't want to forget those who are in those long-term care facilities. We don't want them to feel forgotten, and we're actually going to talk a little bit more about that maybe on Friday. But at this point in time, it's difficult because we know those are the sector that's at the greatest risk, and we're trying to protect them, but we want to give them a quality of life as well. So it's a tough balance. Maybe Dr. Levine can answer further on that, but this has been something that we continually talk about because for us, while we're protecting, we just want to make sure that they enjoy themselves too.
Yeah, it's such a challenging set of circumstances, isn't it, to think this way and to have grandparents not able to see grandchildren and vice versa. Those pictures from Washington State, I believe, with loved ones basically putting their faces to the window so that they could at least have some visibility back and forth, which is still a fine thing to do, even though it was so heartbreaking. But really, you know, we really are trying to do what we say, protect the most vulnerable. And I think that at this stage in our progression in the pandemic, we need to adhere to that as an underlying fundamental principle. We think it's why we've only had 2 really major outbreaks in long-term care facilities across the state. And, you know, the early restriction to visiting was one of the very first parts of Vermont's approach. So we have to kind of look at that and go, that was the right thing to do, and it's still the right thing to do. I would be hard for me to give a date of when it will be something that could be relaxed. But clearly we're watching the activity of virus all the time, as you know, and it's posted on and updated on our website every day. You'll hear more on Friday about some of the metrics that we're following very, very closely. And, you know, we look at trends, and if things really continue to trend in the way they're trending, we would hope that we would be able to relax those. But we need to give it sufficient time so that we know that we're doing the right thing and not putting anyone's health and welfare in danger.
Thank you.
All right, Joe, the Barton Chronicle.
I was wondering if you have any sense of how many people have not applied for unemployment due to businesses taking advantage of the payroll protection plan.
That's a great question, Joe. I think that probably better for Commissioner Harrington or maybe Secretary Curley, and it may not be a number that we're able to really get at, because I think some of those folks that who have initially filed for unemployment, for instance, that have not refiled on a weekly basis may have gone back to work due to PPP. So I don't know if we can get at that number exactly, but maybe Secretary Curley or Commissioner Harrington would have a more appropriate answer.
Yeah, Governor, to be honest with you, we are unable to pin that down at this time. When folks apply for the PPP, they do have to put in there what their FTEs are, but there's differences in how people look at FTEs. Some, full-time equivalent for me would be somebody that works, 2,080 hours in a year. But for this application purpose, I think it's the number of people you employ. So it's very difficult right now for us to get a handle on that because these applications went through lenders, not through the state of Vermont. And, we're working with the SBA and have signaled that we would have an interest in this if it was a number that they could get for us.
As well, I know of a few companies where they initially laid everyone off. Those employees went and tried to sign up for unemployment. Then the company decided to get a PPP, did that, called the workers back to work under the PPP, and then we allowed them to go back to work. So it's become very problematic in some respects and very confusing for many.
Do you think that at some time in the future you will have these numbers, or because this is a federal program and it's going through commercial banks, is this something that's just going to be too fuzzy and people will be unable to evaluate the success of the program?
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that either, and I think it would be very difficult. And I know we're trying to measure whether the program was beneficial, and I would just say that I believe everything that everyone has tried to do has been beneficial to someone somewhere. But how to measure that, I'm not sure, and I'd rather spend our time and energy at this point trying to open up businesses and get people off from PPP and off from unemployment and back to work. But anybody have anything to add to that?
That silence tells it all. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe. Michelle Monroe, St. Albans Messenger.
Hello, Governor. I wanted to ask about the reopening of the smaller retail and niche businesses that we see in so many of our downtowns. For example, I had the owner of a bookstore suggest to me that perhaps they could reopen by appointment so that folks could make an appointment to go in and browse the store and make a few purchases with their family members. How are you looking at how you can allow some of these small downtown retailers to reopen?
We are looking for the how in every sector, and that includes retail, both large and small. So I think you can expect if the trending continues and that we see that we're not growing in numbers and we feel comfortable that we are looking for approaches to open up both retail, small and large.
Okay, thank you.
Patricia, Bennington Banner.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
I am wondering, I think this might be a question for both Governor Scott and Dr. Levine. I know, as you guys, I'm sure, are aware, Massachusetts has recently put in place a mask-wearing order whenever a person's in public where social distance can't be maintained, like in the store, on public transit. I know New York did the same, I think, about 2 weeks ago. I know up until now this has been an advisory, but it has not been ordered. I'm wondering if that is something the state has considered or is considering doing, putting in some sort of mask-wearing requirement.
Yeah, I think I've answered this a couple of times, and I really feel that guidance and education is the best approach, and not to force people to wear it. I think we're seeing more acceptance. It's more of a behavioral change. And from everything that we're doing within the business sector in industry, that comes with the plan. So employees must wear masks, for instance, and some of the entities we're opening up, talking about even today, would require people to wear masks, employees and so forth. So as we do that, I think that we'll continue to see a change in behavior. I think people have complied in the last 2 or 3 weeks. They've come a long ways. We are not experiencing what they're experiencing in Massachusetts, as I stated before. Seeing the number of deaths, almost 1,000 last week. We're seeing hundreds every day this week. Leads me to believe they're doing what's right for their state. But I don't think that we have the same issue that they have at this point in time. A lot of that based on some of what we've done here in the state, putting restrictions in place that are far in excess what even Massachusetts has done, what New York has done, New Hampshire, and all the surrounding states. But it seems to have worked for us. So I think this approach fits Vermont. We're very compliant. I think we're one of the highest rates of compliance in the country, and so why would we want to do something different is my question, if what we're doing is getting us the same result.
Thank you, Governor.
Ann Wallace-Allen, VT Digger.
Hi, this is a question for Mike Harrington. Mike, Kyle told me yesterday from your department that you are striving to have 400 people ultimately working in your call center. Where are those people going to come from, and when do you think they will all be in place?
Sure. The 400 would be under the Maximus contract, and that is a top threshold. Right now, we're at about 150. We hope to be at about 200 by Monday, the 11th. Approximately, and they are continuing to onboard as quickly as possible. They are a national company, and they use recruitment and staffing agencies from across the country that have an existing relationship with them. But they also provide like services to many other states who are also ramping up their call centers and capacity as quickly as possible. But we have a really good relationship with them. I believe they see us as a priority for them, given that the state has a long relationship with them. And so I believe it, how long it takes us to actually get to the ultimate 400 number, we're still compiling that information and runway plan, if you will. But we hope to be at 200 by the start of next week, and we'll quickly be ramping up to 300, which I think would happen over the coming days. And then we'll be able to give a better idea of what that 400 number looks like. Eventually, we will reach a tipping point where we are able to handle the volume and resolve the issues. And once we hit that point, call volume will drop drastically, and we'll be in a much better place.
Do you know, so that was my next question, my follow-up question, that is how long you would actually need to have 400 people working for the call center?
Yeah, we will certainly need a call center presence for the long term, especially because this is what is likely the start of a longer recession, and it will be a while before we get back to pre-COVID-19 unemployment numbers. I don't think we would need to stay at even 300 or 400 for very long to be able to meet the need that's currently out there. I believe I previously reported, at one point we saw call volumes on lines that were in the hundreds of thousands of calls per day, and that included repeat calls. And right now we're in, some of our lines are receiving somewhere between 2,500 and 5,000 calls. We do have another general line that is receiving in the tens of thousands of calls, depending on the day. So we're not out of the woods yet, but we're certainly not where we were at the peak. And hopefully we'll be able to get that much better under control in the coming week or so.
Thanks. And I'm also hearing from people who are saying that they're being asked to return the $1,200 that they got last week, I think it was, or the week before, because they hadn't been able to get through and have their claims resolved. Why are you asking for them to send the money back?
I don't believe we've asked anybody to send the money back. We have sent letters to them saying if they do not wish to cash the check that they received, that there is a method to return that. And we actually have had hundreds of people who have returned the checks uncashed, but we have not told them or instructed them not to cash the check. It is theirs. It will be applied against future benefit eligibility or future benefits paid. And so they all received a letter with, just more directions and clarity around what the purpose of the $1,200 was and the intent. And in some cases, many of those people said, I'm fine where I'm at. I don't need to spend this, to cash this check, and they've sent it back to us on their own volition. We simply just gave them a method on how to do that if they so choose.
I see. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
John Dillon, VPR. John, VPR.
Hello, thank you. My question is about the vote by mail issue. Governor, have you decided now made this decision jointly with Secretary Condos on whether to proceed with this? And if not, I wondered if you could be more specific about the concerns that you referred to on Monday.
Yeah. I'd preferred not to do this through the media, but it appears that that's no longer viable. So let me start off by telling you what I said to Secretary of State Condos on our call on Saturday. First of all, this is not political. This is not philosophical. I have no opposition to going to a mail-type ballot if need be in the future. When I had initially talked to him, I talked about confusion and whether he was going to do this for the primary as well as for the general election. So my concern was this, that there'd be confusion between the two. So if it's a lower number of people actually participating in the primary, then it might be a good way to try it out, so to speak, in terms of getting them accustomed to doing this and trying out our systems and so forth. Secretary Condos had said that would be problematic. It's two different types of elections. There are multiple ballots and so forth and so on. And he had a plan for the primary that would involve sending them notices to authorize them being in receipt of an absentee ballot with a postage return of some sort. So he had a plan for the primary. He said it was lower numbers, and he wasn't concerned about the people in the primary. It was more in the general. My other concern was that at the time, right now, when we're trying to open the economy back up, give people a sense of normalcy, that we're already talking about shutting down something that has been an institution to Vermont over 100 years or more. So I was just asking him if he could just move forward with this approach, because I said that elections is something that I have great confidence in him overseeing, but I asked him if he could just make that decision after the primary to move forward with this contingency plan, much like we did with our surge facilities and so forth, setting them up, moving forward, making sure everything was in place, and then deciding whether we needed to use them or not. And my question to him was, seeing that being that you can't produce the ballots until after the primary, that why couldn't we just authorize, set up the contracts, pay out the money? He's received the $3 million plus, I believe, from the federal government to do this type of thing to protect elections in the future during the pandemic. So why not just move forward, utilize that money, engage with the contracts, forward money if it's, he said that they needed paper stock for some of the printing and so forth. So go ahead with that, have the paper stock bought and paid for, knowing that you can't print until after the primary, and then wait till the primary and to say, looks like we're going to have a problem in a couple of months. We're going to have to go at that point to mail-in ballots, which I would be perfectly comfortable with at that point. But I just don't understand the need to make the decision today to make a determination whether it's going to be mandatory in November, when right now we have the means to move forward with the process and set it into place. And then after the primary, push go. And that was I just asked him if he would consider doing so. We received a letter back on, I spoke to him, I think it was Saturday afternoon, and then sometime on Monday, he came back with a letter to us, and it didn't mention anything about waiting until after the primary, and his feedback was that they wanted to move forward. So I think it's unfortunate. Again, this is not philosophical, it's not partisan. This really has to do with timing. And if we can put this into place and have it ready to go, as we've done with every other emergency plan, continuing of operations plan that we put into place throughout state government, that we could have the best of both worlds here. But again, I will be responding with some of these same points that I made to him on Saturday afternoon. It was a very civil, respectful conversation. And again, I have faith in his ability to oversee elections. That's his job. But from my world, it's about timing. And I still am not convinced that this decision would have to be made today, other than to move forward with the plan and then just push go in August if necessary.
So you're basically saying get it all set up, but don't say we're going to do vote by mail, but get all the infrastructure, because he's talking about, as you noted, buying the paper, getting the printers ready, getting the envelopes printed, 500,000 envelopes, both with the town clerk's address and the home address of the voter. That task, he says, needs several months to accomplish. And are you saying go ahead and do that?
Yes.
But then decide at a later date on whether to actually proceed?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And from what I understand from him, the voting, he said, for those who don't want to vote that way, they have the opportunity to go to their town clerk's office or go to the voting booth and do so on election day. So they're still, he's not closing them down. Those are still open. So again, I think we're going to arrive at the same place. I have no reason to believe that we don't want to hold up the elections. We don't want to prevent people from voting. And if we have to do this, I'll be all set up to go, just like we have with other operations plans that we put together throughout this emergency.
Okay. So to be clear, you're not worried about voter fraud with these mail-in ballots?
No.
Which has been raised in some states?
Yeah, no, I don't have any problem with that. We're such a small state, and again, I think we do a pretty good job, and he does a pretty good job with elections. So I have great faith in the election process. It has nothing to do with that.
Thank you.
Aaron Patinko, Digger. Aaron, VT Digger.
Thank you.
Aaron, you all set?
Yep. My question is addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thanks, Aaron. Next will be Ham Davis.
Can you hear me?
We can.
This is a question for Dr. Levine, just a double question. Looking forward to the sort of the second phase of all of this. Two questions. One is, do you have a sense of the really most important number, which is one of the most important numbers, which is the number of people in Vermont who are asymptomatic carriers? I've seen estimates all the way from 400 to 100,000. I know that's just a ridiculous range, but what it does is I'm curious, these numbers are being produced by some models, and I'm curious whether you have a sense of how many needles we're looking for in the Vermont haystack.
Yeah, that's a great question, and there's two ways to answer it. One is through the current PCR testing that we're doing, looking for active virus, and we've outlined and are on the threshold of implementing a more aggressive testing strategy that is going to be including a lot of asymptomatic Vermonters who, either because they would want to know the answer themselves or because they are in a sector that is being opened up, like the healthcare sector, will have requirements for testing. And so we will learn a lot from that. We just learned again from testing a facility in Addison County where the likelihood of exposure to someone with COVID was regarded as at least moderate, that most of the people tested were negative to date. In fact, all of them were. I just don't know if they were all tested yet. And we learned that, as we've said at other times, in some of our other larger facilities where we needed to go in and do testing because of a positive case, and found lots of asymptomatic people who did not carry the virus. So that's one way for us to be looking at it, is with the PCR test. And then you've probably just read in the news, the FDA has just sort of given approval to one serologic or antibody test in the blood that they're now setting what we had hoped they would have set previously, very stringent requirements regarding the validation of those tests. So I think when our test working group gets back together, which should be very soon in the near future, there'll be more for them to look at in terms of, are those tests now ready for prime time for the population in Vermont? And we will learn from doing that kind of antibody testing how many people have had experience with the virus but may have actually never known it because they never felt ill along the way. So stay tuned, for the answer on both of those pathways.
Yes, thank you very much for that, because it says something about the extent to which we may have to lean on herd immunity. A follow-up to that, Dr. Levine, and that is, are you confident, there's a lot of speculation in the media now, are you confident that the virus has not fully mutated?
Let's go back to herd immunity first, because I'm not confident in herd immunity at this point in time, just because none of us know enough about the virus to understand what that means. Traditional virology tells us that herd immunity might be a good thing, and in fact, it's been proven to be a good thing for so many viruses. However, I don't think the scientific community yet can have its own confidence, never mind give me the confidence to say that herd immunity will be the way to go in the future with the virus. We just have to see how that plays out. My hope would be at least herd immunity would provide for less serious illness in the future for those who might contract the virus. But it's really hard to say. So that part, is very difficult. With regard to mutation, again, we're dealing with a virus that literally has been around, for this calendar year in this country, and not very much earlier in Asia. So I'm not sure we have enough to go on to talk about the confidence with mutation and what that might mean. Because obviously you raise mutation as an issue when it comes to maybe vaccination, and we want to know that we can vaccinate the population against what we thought was the most important strain of this virus so that no one will contract it in the future. And if mutation was a common event, that might be challenging. I can't really give you as firm an answer, unfortunately. You're asking great questions, but they require more scientific experience with the virus to give you really credible answers.
Thank you. Just one quick thing. The serology test, the reason I asked you about the about that is because if we're contemplating elementary and secondary schools reopening and colleges also reopening, which is now contemplated in at least UVM, Middlebury, St. Mike's, etc., then the question will be that then the number of asymptomatic people and a way to keep up with all of that is just very tricky. And I thank you for that. I mean, I understand that it's vague, but I just wanted to get a sense of where your head is on as we start looking at that. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm quite confident we will do serologic testing in Vermont, and that there will be testing that will give us valuable information, hopefully not just to the population at large, but to individuals in the population as well.
Thank you.
All right, we had one final clarifying question in the room.
Yes, Governor, we're getting some questions in the Channel 3 newsroom, so we're just going to ask you to clarify the 10 or fewer people gatherings. You recommended that it is people who follow the stay-at-home orders, a trusted family, that can come over. Are you saying that people should pick the same group? Or is it okay for people to have different groups of 10 over visiting?
I think you can have different groups. Again, it's more about making sure that they adopt the same principles that you adopted in your family, and that you have trust in them, and that they've done all the proper hygiene, and they've been social distancing and so forth, and you know them. I think that's the point. It can be different groups. I think I'm right, Dr. Levine.
We'll also have a press release out that
Circle of trust.
help
Yeah.
us with those details, additional details, and be more clear.
Very good.
All right, that's it. Thank you, everyone.
Hope everything's been well the last week. So we're waiting for David to jump on so that we can start looking at the draft committee bill. And we have some people with us this morning from, Patricia's with us from VMAC, and we have a couple of businesses that, manufacturers that would like to tell us how a grant could assist them in retooling to help with the issues of COVID-19 and their ability to produce PPE for the state and possibly for the country. So, and so we'll start looking at how we could design those grants and how we. I just want to let the committee know May 19th. I think, what time was that again, Amy, for the higher ed meeting with education?
Is 12 to 2.
12 to 2. So we will be meeting on May 19th from 12 to 2 with the committee, the education committee, and we'll be talking with the New England higher ed to get a better understanding of and have those discussions on I think for us workforce and how workforce relates to higher ed, not just in degrees, but in certifications too. So I think that'll be an interesting discussion. Also want to remind everyone that tomorrow afternoon, hopefully we're off the floor, that 2 o'clock there's the white paper discussion webinar with NCCI on worker comp. So if I asked Laura Backus Hall to sign the whole committee up. So if you can make it, it'd be great. I know Charlie has already looked at the white paper, and it, as usual with worker comp, it's pretty dry stuff.
Oh yeah.
It's really important to our committee to understand how that all works. So I think that's all I have for you now. Oh, yeah, the Senate did pass a worker comp bill, and we received that yesterday. I'm not sure when we're going to take it up, possibly start looking at it next week. I'm still trying to understand the need for it, but and that's something that no one put on my radar until the end of last week. So we'll try to get that figured out. I know there's some insurers and business associations that are worried about it being too broad. When you start talking about worker comp for COVID-19 and frontline workers or essential workers and the term and what it means. So we'll look at it. There's also a provision in there that would force people to have a vaccination when it becomes available. If not, then a presumption would go away. I can tell you in Chair's meeting last night, that didn't go over too well with some people. So I think that's going to be a pretty hard sell to get through the House if we, even if we decide to go through with the bill. So we will see.
Is that H 344?
It's an S bill. It just came over yesterday. I'm not sure what the number is. Did you get that yet, Amy?
Are you talking? I was distracted by the fact who it was. What was the question?
The bill that came over from the Senate yesterday was sent to our committee yesterday afternoon.
I did not get that, actually.
You didn't get it yet? Okay. Stephanie, did you get it?
No.
I was gonna say, I hope our clerk would take that and bring it over. I don't know.
Actually, I think it's H 342.
Yeah, that's it. That's the number.
An S bill though, right?
Yep. S 342.
Okay. All right, good. So I see David is on. So David, you could
I'm thinking, Mike, I should have received an email from who on this?
I don't know if you get it from the clerk's office. I don't know how it works now. Usually the when we're on the floor, the bill goes to you, and then you bring it into the committee, but I'm not sure how it works now.
See nothing from Bill McGill.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
I have a mad typist on the line. Who is
Well, that must be me. My apologies. I will mute back off here. I was asked to, my name's Greg Haythorne. I was asked to join this at 9 a.m.
Great.
Let me see. Sorry about that. Let me see how let me do that. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so if everyone could mute, and we will have David just walk us through the bill. It's not a very long bill, so that people can listen. Hold your questions till the end, I think, because it's short, and then we can ask David some questions if there are any, and then we can go on from there. David, good morning.
Good morning to you. I'm having some technical difficulties lately. I'm not really sure why, but I'm here. Glad to be here. Good morning.
Are you able to pull the bill up and share your screen, or do we need Amy to do that?
I just asked Amy that. I think she either has to make me a host or she has to share her screen.
I'm going to make you a host, Dave.
Yeah, that would be better.
Okay. But I do have it up.
Hey, Amy. Amy,
Yes.
can you let me in on my iPad?
Oh, who's that?
That's
Jim.
me, Jim.
Oh, sure.
Okay, thanks.
David, you're a co-host now. Can you?
Great. Thank you so much.
and Greg? I think you're still not on mute, Greg. Just to let you know.
All right. It's my apologies. My ignorance here. Do you want me just to tune out and then somebody email me or something when you need me?
I think I'd like you to hear them go through the bill and all that.
Okay. All right. I will stop typing. That might be the best way.
Okay. Okay, David, we can see the bill.
Great. All right. Well, David Hall, Legislative Council, you should be seeing on your screen a draft 4.1 dated April 29th, 8:34 a.m. There's no draft request number and there's no bill number at this point. I wasn't sure if you're planning on introducing this or not, but if you are, we can certainly get that going. I mean, introducing as opposed to putting on another bill, of course.
Right.
So it's already draft 4.1, just because in developing the language, every time I've made some sort of substantive change, I've advanced the draft just to keep things orderly, particularly as we work remotely together. But you'll see that on line 5, the statement of purpose, the bill proposes to create a COVID-19 manufacturing grant program. And line 7, an act relating to creating a COVID-19 manufacturing grant program. And then line 9, the creation of it. So this is session law. This is not being codified. The assumption, God, I hope that this is not intended to last forever. It doesn't have to be called a program if you don't want it to be. Sometimes it's just easier to say there is a program, and through the program, this is how it works, and here's what we do, and we make grants, and blah, blah, blah. So if the word program scares anybody off, it's not a big deal. So this is broken down into subsections with their own headings, so it's pretty self-explanatory. A is a statement of purpose. And under 1, the purpose is to establish this grant program to assist Vermont manufacturing companies in quickly accelerating productions of items necessary to respond to the COVID-19 outbreak. Under 2, program shall provide grants to manufacturers to increase capacity in current operations and to pivot production to build and assemble critical need items. So two things going on there in A2. It's both increase your existing capacity, but also contemplates when it says pivot production to build and assemble. I mean, I take that to mean, you could take on potentially a new line of some sort of manufacturing and make things that you don't already make. So under 2A, this would include, so this is not exclusive, these are including but not limited to what we all, I think, probably recognize now as PPE, personal protection equipment, including N95 respirators, surgical masks, cloth masks, isolation gowns. B, respiratory care equipment, including ventilators. C, medical devices. And D, other items identified by the State Emergency Operations Center necessary for workplace and community safety. So I'm not the world's expert on, what may or may not be included in each of those broad categories. I think that this is, again, an illustrative example of what could be included, and it does entail under subdivision D items that are identified by the operations center. So I think there's a great deal of flexibility sort of in what the universe is of what could be built. And then also remember that the agency will have a discretion to decide what grants to make. So I don't see too many issues with this being overbroad or under inclusive, just because it's very flexible. But I'll leave that for you to decide. Under subsection B, we have eligible recipients. So eligibility criteria for the recipients under 1, 2, and 3, starting on line 7. The applicant has demonstrated manufacturing capacity. 2, the facility where the applicant manufactures qualifying products is located in Vermont. And 3, the applicant has 500 or fewer employees or otherwise meets a small business administration classification of small business or small manufacturer. I'm sure there are people here today who have more expertise about each one of these things, each one of these criteria. I will say for B3, just right now, the way it's framed is intentional, and it's intentional to be flexible as well. I know you've probably seen or well aware by now that, for example, for purposes of the PPP program through the SBA, I know that's a lot of jargon. I think everybody knows what that means, right? You have to meet the definition of small business to qualify. That could either be 500 or fewer employees, or you have to meet a certain revenue target by your industry on an annual basis. So there's some flexibility. There are other programs the SBA operates, and some specifically for manufacturing, that have similar but different criteria. And there are, for instance, in the 504 program, the definition of small manufacturer, and that's similar, but it also, for that program, means that you have to add a certain number of jobs over a certain period of time. So that's not probably going to be apt for purposes of this bill. So I think the intention, obviously, under B is that it be a Vermont manufacturing company that's small. But how you define that, whether you even care that it's small and what small means to you, obviously are things for you to consider. Under C, eligible use of funds, a recipient may use grant fund for the following: purchase and setup of production equipment, expenses necessary to produce critical care items, prototyping expenses for complex medical devices, and training expenses to train employees in the new production process and equipment. So I note that, C2, expenses necessary to produce critical care items, and that could be extremely broad. I don't know if there's more specificity that you want there or could add there. I would say generally, I have to assume that an application would come in and the applicant would specify what they're going to do with the grant. And then, of course, the agency has the discretion and authority not only to decide whether to give them a grant, but also how much and for what purposes. And they do have grant agreements that limit or specify the scope of how the grant can be used. So you could put more or less flesh on C. I think ultimately a lot will turn on what the agency determines it needs for these grants. Under D, the amount of grants, they are one time and maximum of $20,000 per recipient. So I read that to mean that if you came in and wanted a $10,000 grant, then you could get it, but it would be one time. And you could not come back for another $10,000 grant if, you know, something ended up costing more than you thought, or it's going really well and you have high demand. So that right now is the limit under D, one time max of 20,000. Under E, administration charged to Commerce in coordination with VMEC. And under 2, agency VMEC RDCs shall publicize information about the program and the application process. I would assume they're going to do that anyway, but that is the charge in E2. Under F, reporting, agency shall report to the General Assembly bi-weekly. Certainly we can swap out whatever committees you want instead of the entire General Assembly if you prefer. But it's a bi-weekly report during the crisis on the number of grants awarded, projected actual production volumes, number of entities receiving the products produced. I'll note in lines 8 and 9, you know, during the pandemic crisis, if you prefer, you know, there are at this point several different characterizations of the time frame. The housing bill that I wrote that you worked on yesterday on the House floor, for instance, you know, specifies an emergency period that begins on March 13th and ends with a declaration by the governor. So if you wanted to put some sort of framework around what time we're talking about, you certainly could do that, but it's not maybe necessary. And then under F2, the agency shall submit a final report on the grant program on or before December 15th of this year. I think that assumes that all the grants will be made before December 15th of this year. So that's sort of the time frame I guess you're looking at for this to be operational. The last piece, G, funding. The Agency of Commerce may use not more than $500,000 to award grants pursuant to this act using funds appropriated to it for the new remote worker grant program created in 2018 action resolves. Mr. Chair, you tell me if I have the wrong program there or if you want both of the programs there. But that's right now, it's obviously the intent is to allow the agency to use existing funding streams they already have in hand from the recruitment programs you passed. And this would take effect on passage. That's it for me.
Okay. Questions for David? Okay. Thank you, David.
I have 2 participants with raised hands on my screen.
Okay. I can't. I've got to.
Mike, I had a question. I can just hop in if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Because I can't see with my screen is full of the bill.
Yeah, I understand.
There we go. Okay.
David,
go ahead, Zach.
I was curious about. Thank you, Chair. David, I was curious about the cap. I know that there's sort of multiple qualifications for a small business. One of them being the 500 employees or less, fewer employees. I wondered if that, I know that in other bills, we had limited to 500 or fewer employees within the company at large and not just in Vermont. Do you know if this refers to, is just in Vermont, or if it's the broader spectrum of companies?
That's a good question.
Sorry, that's not
it's vague at this point. I mean, it says the applicant, so does right now that would probably be in the discretion of the agency. So if you wanted to specify that you're restricting this to 500 or fewer employees across the enterprise, or the way we've done it before, from whether it's the changes we were considering to veggie, or for instance, in the cannabis bill, we talk about all the business under common interest and control with, parent-child subsidiaries and brothers, sisters, businesses within the same family group. So however if you want to limit it to that, then certainly we could add that stuff in. Otherwise, I think this would be open to interpretation by the agency, whether the applicant means, literally the Vermont business that's in White River that is a subsidiary of some global enterprise, or do they not qualify?
Okay. Thank you, David.
Yep.
Gene?
Thanks. I'm interested in why we couldn't access some of the 1.5 billion we're getting in COVID-19 funds from the feds.
Well, two answers to that question. There's the legal answer and the political answer, and the latter is not my business, but the former is, I suppose you could.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in a little bit on that, is that I think we want to get this done sooner than later.
Got it.
So I think the easiest way is to use, unless we could very quickly get $500,000 scooped out of the Fed money, which I'd much rather do if we could. And that's another question that we'll have to work out, I think, with the speaker and with Kitty.
Excellent, thank you.
Charlie?
I mean, another possibility, not to interject, but you could start with existing funds and then potentially backfill that with federal funds once they become available.
I was just going to say, Mr. Chair, Zach brings up a point that I had thought about as well, but it would be interesting to hear from the folks today as to what kind of companies might already be interested in making the PPE and what categories they fall into.
Right. Yep. There was one spot that I was interested, or I think we should think about, is the one-time ability of a business to access the grant. And I'm almost thinking that we might want to think about a company could apply more than one time, but can't get more than 20,000. I just worry about just the scenario that David brought up. If you have a company that begins to be successful and needs to ramp up more and doesn't have the available funds to do it, and they could access another $10,000, why wouldn't we let that happen? So it's something to think about. Is there any other questions for David? Okay, Zach and Charlie, you can take your hands down. Okay, thank you, David.
Sure. Would you like me to continue to share it on the screen for other people to speak to, or would you prefer that I not share it?
Let's wait and we'll ask our next few witnesses if they would like it up on the screen when they are talking. And is that okay?
Sure. Okay, that sounds good.
Great. Patricia, good morning.
Good morning.
So if you would like to just share with us your thoughts on the draft, some of the questions that were brought up, and then we'll get to some of the people that you had suggested, some of our manufacturers, to get their thoughts.
Great, and I will then try to be brief so that I can leave lots of time for them. I think just one question that I had, or one reaction, is I know the intent of this is for manufacturers, and the bill sort of addresses whether somebody's a manufacturer. VMEC would like to see that a manufacturer be defined as somebody who has a manufacturing NAICS code, or one of the NAICS codes that's recognized by the NIST Manufacturing Extension Partnership as in that category. But that it may be that somebody could achieve that NAICS as long as they're manufacturing. So that was just one comment there. So I just wanted to just give you a brief overview of the kinds of companies and projects that we're aware of. And as I've mentioned before, I'm sure there are at least twice as many projects, another 50% that we're not aware of. So I don't want to, say that we know everything that's going on, but you're going to hear from Gordon's today, obviously very small company making non-medical masks. Vermont Glove is in here. They're also making non-medical masks. We mentioned the last time, for example, a company like J.K. Adams that changed over very quickly to make face shields. You'll hear from Porta-Brace today, so I don't need to tell their story, but the important, I think one of the keys there is they've gone from making 1,000 of a complex product every week to making thousands of something per day, which has been really remarkable. We're also working with another company, well, and I think this, this could apply to any of the companies above, but another company that is looking at making gowns. And one of the challenges, of course, is many of these items are mass produced in China or other places by very large companies at a very low price point. So in order to help some of these companies be successful, automation is going to be necessary at some point. And I think though there could be some, I guess my point there is that, for making things like gowns or surgical masks, perhaps, or N95s, that some of those changeovers are much larger, I think, of magnitude perhaps than what we're talking about here in terms of funds. But that could be a separate thing. But I just want to mention that, because I've heard, for example, on N95s, if we wanted to have control of that supply chain, the raw material is something called melt blown. And that would be very expensive capital to set somebody up with something like that. So I think that's out of the scope of what we're talking about here. I want to mention there are 5 manufacturers currently involved with the UVM emergency ventilator project. And the other piece is many of these are specifically items requested by the State Emergency Operations Center. However, there also are some companies making products that are necessary and innovative. For example, a company called iDry Systems has converted from making wood drying kilns to making PPE sanitizing equipment. To my knowledge, the state of Vermont isn't interested in that technology, but it could be a great business that others beyond the state of Vermont would be interested in, as well as another company that's making UV lights for sanitizing. I'm not sure if the state of Vermont is interested in that, but others outside of Vermont may be. So just to bring up some of those different types. And then also, as I mentioned the last time, we haven't even really begun to work with companies making hand sanitizer, although we have approached them about making wipes. So there's just quite a diversity, I guess I would say, and there's maybe 15 or so companies that VMEC is touching directly on some of these projects. And like I said, I think there's at least another 15 we're not touching.
Okay. Jean?
Thank you. I'm excited about this for a couple of reasons. I think it's a smart idea. The other thing is I think that we're looking at a change in manufacturing nationally. We're going to look with the supply chain and what we're talking about. We now understand after this pandemic that we have to make fundamental changes. I'm excited about our manufacturers being able to pivot. Do you think going forward after we get past this, which God willing we will at some point, will this help our manufacturers learn to pivot and change their lines of manufacturing at certain times to be able to adapt to this new paradigm of what's going on? And the second question is, do you think there's a possibility this program will be oversubscribed, and should we build in some ability to enlarge it? Thanks.
So I think there is a possibility that it could be oversubscribed. I think there's a possibility that some of what manufacturers may need may be more than $20,000, though I don't think that's a bad place necessarily to start. But and in terms of going forward, so absolutely. I mean, I think this is a shift in time for manufacturing. I think there's going to be a shift that this is our shift to more innovative thinking. You know, VMEC does a lot of work with companies now to go on lean thinking, innovative thinking, helping with, we call it fail fast, fail cheap, doing back of the envelope business plans, like really trying to move quickly and think in those areas. And yeah, I do think it's going to be, you know, more automation, more robotics, and that's, yeah, I do think so.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Patricia? Okay, anything else, Patricia?
No, not right now. I think the hearing from the manufacturers probably.
Okay, great. Greg, good morning.
All right, Greg, now you're going to have to unmute.
There you go.
All right, the host took care of that. Very good.
Well, good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me.
So if you could, just for the record, state your name and affiliation, and let us know how a program that we're looking at right now could help you.
Sure. My name is Greg Haythorne. I am the owner and president of Porta-Brace Incorporated. Our primary facility is in Bennington, and we have a secondary facility up in St. Johnsbury that was opened in 2008 in partnership with the Vermont Economic Development Council, I think, up in that area. I want to compliment Patricia and the folks at the General Services and Building Commission, as well as University of Medical Center, with the speed with which they were able to expedite the necessary processes to get these medical masks into volume production as quickly as they did. I guess I would say, by way of background, Patricia told you that Porta-Brace manufactures primarily, and has been since 1972, custom cases and covers for television news, field, film, and documentary production, music and audio production, and I like to say it's one of the biggest small businesses from a global branding perspective that I've ever been associated with. We ship to dealers around the world, and we deal directly with Sony and JVC, Panasonic, the manufacturers of the equipment. But when Patricia called us, to get involved. We were closed, obviously, by order of the governor. And when we started talking to the hospital and the state about the volume that was required, it was going to really need some innovative thinking to try to replicate a mass manufacturing model for face masks that are produced probably by the hundreds of thousands, if not even millions a day in very large offshore manufacturing centers. So by comparison, it takes us about an hour to make one of our cases, and we're trying to get down under a minute for a mask with largely manual processes and material handling. So the challenge is significant, but it pales in comparison to the challenge and the consequences of not succeeding. So I'm proud of everybody here, despite health risks and family considerations. Everybody returned to work, and while we're a little behind some of my aggressive targets, I can see how we get to reaching our commitments to the state. So I would say that the effort is off to a favorable start. We'll be making our second shipment at the end of the week to the state of masks. But I'll wrap up this intro with my one observation to the committee about the proposed bill. I think the one thing that I didn't hear discussed, you may have considered it, is the trade-off from emergency response, meaning speaking only from PPE standpoint, to do this in volume, whether it's gowns or face masks or coverings, you're really going to need some scale. And to do it in a way that the workforce long-term wouldn't be susceptible to elevated risk of injury, you're going to need something called sonic welders, which are employed in the high-speed packaging industry in the States, but there's very little mass-produced non-woven PPE done in the States currently, which was the problem, obviously, for everybody. So, long-term, Porta-Brace, or probably anyone in the state of Vermont, or any state for that matter, really wouldn't be in a position to be competitive long-term on high-volume, low-cost PPE. The hospital told us they pay under normal circumstances 6 cents a mask, through their normal supply chains coming from offshore. So we would certainly benefit from grants in some sort of long-term strategic partnership with the state, to be a source of quick pivot supply, assuming that there's an ongoing need. But I don't envision that, at least for the masks or gowns that we might be making, that the grant would necessarily be effective in helping cultivate, a long-term expansion of our core market for Porta-Brace and its employees.
Jim?
Good morning, Mr. Haythorne. This is Representative Jim Carroll. I'm
Hi,
also
Jim.
How are you? I'm also selectman for Bennington.
Okay.
And you just mentioned the price, from overseas of 6 cents per mask. Are you going to be able to be competitive?
We're not. We agreed. I don't think it's any secret, right? It's a state contract. We agreed to supply these at 94 cents, which is not a price on the free market that we could sustain without PPE funds. So that's just kind of that was an emergency price that we threw together for the state once, we knew we'd be able to pay the workforce. That was the best guess at some hopefully worst case scenarios that wouldn't run us out of business and would prevent any elevated risk of loss of life in the state. So,
Well, I want to thank you for your years of devotion to staying in the town of Bennington, and for the work that you're devoting in this time.
Thanks, Jim. Just as a side note, that was I didn't found the company. You may know.
Oh, I know.
You know Bob, right? That was the
Oh, yeah.
handshake. That was the handshake agreement in McDonald's back
I
in
know it.
2004. Yeah, that we could do it here. So
yeah,
it is something everybody should feel good about in the state. It's a good story at this time.
it is. It's wonderful. We're known around the world, or you guys are known around the world. And whenever Port of Brace is brought up, they'll say Bennington, right?
That's right.
Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to ask you, sir, the same question that I asked to Tricia, which is, do you see this program and this rapid shift to PPE manufacturing? Do you think long-term this will help your business model so that you can be more agile in pivoting when you need to for manufacturing? And the other question is, what is a sonic welder and how long does it take to build one? Thanks.
That's a good question. So I'm going to answer what I can answer positively first, meaning in a way that would be hopefully constructive in the design of the bill. Jim, knowing Bob, understands that he not only created the company, he created most of the technology that the company to this day relies on. The man was, in typical Vermont fashion, he was a genius in finding very simple solutions to sometimes complex problems. And we've tried to carry on that legacy. So sonic welders are expensive. It is effectively a form of energy, using directed energy to seal two pieces of non-woven fabric that tends to be polypropylene based. So as opposed to heating it, which carries a number of risk factors and is also more energy dependent, sonic welding allows for very high speed. It accomplishes the same thing as traditional stitching and sewing, but extremely high speeds, and it automates it. So you don't have a stitcher or a sewer involved. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to in-house at this point, capture 50-60% of sonic welding by figuring out how to sort of hack the sewing machines with heating elements that will accomplish with non-woven material the same benefit. I told Patricia we're real close. We have a couple of hurdles still. So, we're at the point where we may need to go outside. We can't quite control with the precision we need a couple of the variables to run at high speed. But if we can get over that hump, while we can't compete with 6 cents a mask, we can probably drive longer term. If the state's going to need us, we could probably drive that 94 cents down, perhaps considerably, for sort of emergency PPE supply. It's too early for me to say, if we're successful in that innovation, if it would have application to our core business and would open up price points, particularly for our export markets that are currently not attainable, but that is certainly possible. And it's certainly something that I'd be lying if I hadn't complimented our process engineer and equipment engineers on the potential, long-term for what they're working on. And a grant would certainly assist. While it probably wouldn't fill this place up with sonic welders, a grant could assist, those sorts of 80-20 type approaches to solving some of these problems.
Thank you.
Okay, Zach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in and speaking with us. So I'm sort of gathering the intent of this bill is to help facilitate the process for manufacturers to adapt to manufacturing these essential equipment, but also doing it on a scale that's affordable and sort of meets some of those price points so that it doesn't become too expensive. So I heard about the sonic welding machine, but wondering if you feel that the other criteria in this are going to allow for you as a manufacturer, the criteria for receiving this grant will allow for you as a manufacturer to bring down those costs and adapt. The other question I had for you was about how you would feel about the idea of trying to, as part of the grant process, injecting some sort of profit margins associated with the products that are sold, just to make sure that that we are keeping the prices down, and just your thoughts about that.
I guess I would not try to be funny whenever you talk to a businessman about profit, pretending he doesn't hear you. But if you could kind of rephrase that for me, I'm not sure I understood that second part.
Well, I guess the question is, we don't really, obviously the intent is to bring down the cost of the products for you so that you can be competitive. So obviously you don't have a big incentive to go out and make these products more than what you're currently at, because then you couldn't compete with China or other states doing it. But we wouldn't want people to take these grants as a way of increasing their profit margins, so that it brings down the cost of manufacturing, but you keep you keep it at 94 cents for a mask when really the grant is able to bring it down to 50 cents. These are all hypothetical numbers, of course, but
sure. No,
does that make sense?
I guess. All right. So to answer that question, at least in our situation with the volume that we're trying to make, we returned all 50 employees immediately. That's 125 payroll for a biweekly payroll. We laid out $5,000 immediately for some new wire cutting equipment that, we could have kind of spent weeks trying to find cheaper, but had to get up and running immediately. So I don't think if the need is to deliver emergency equipment and materials quickly to the state, given the low cost coming offshore, I don't think you would have a big priority of trying to protect the Vermont taxpayer against any sort of excessive profiteering. But again, it's only from our experience here on the masks, knowing what the hospital pays for. And as far as the other criteria, there was a significant retraining component. It actually wasn't what I expected as much. It was more psychological, going from super high quality for products that are supposed to last a lifetime to changing the mindset to something that is supposed to be disposable after every sneeze and every other breath. So we could certainly, Porter Brace could certainly use the grant to the benefit of accelerating retraining as well, if that addresses your first question.
That does, and I think there's a piece in the bill about retraining. So I think that might be covered, but perhaps we can let others comment more on that. But thank you so much for your comment, and thank you so much for your work in our communities and adopting to this situation. We do really appreciate it, and so do the people of Vermont.
Sure thing.
Any other questions for Greg? Okay, Greg, thank you very much. Thank you also to your company for stepping up to assist the state and its citizens, and also getting your people back to work, because I think we all realize that saves us a tremendous amount of money in the unemployment trust fund, which I think is luckily healthy, but it'll be a lot less healthy when this is over. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, you and everyone in the legislature for the opportunity. Unless you need me, I will sign off with just a statement that it's a special place. Bennington and St. Johnsbury, Vermont as a whole, we have been pleased by the outpouring of support from prior employees and retired employees that have asked how they can get involved to assist with the emergency response. So anyway, just really always makes me proud to be here. So good luck, everyone. Stay healthy, and Patricia knows how to find us or me if we're needed.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Brian, good morning.
Yeah. Good
Okay.
morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I think I'm here. Everybody
Yep.
hear me all right?
We can. So if you would, for the record, just state your name and affiliation, and just let us know how this bill could assist you in providing PPE for the state.
Sure. Thank you. My name is Brian Warnicki. I'm the Vice President of Operations Continuous Improvement for Gordon's Window Decor, and in full transparency, alum of the Vermont Manufacturing Extension Center. Hi, Patricia and Lisa. So as background, if you're not familiar with Gordon's Window Decor, we're a roughly 33-year-old small Vermont family business. We have an employment realm of 20 to 25 people typically over the course of any given year. We manufacture, design, manufacture, and install custom window treatments. So what does that got to do with PPE? At the beginning of all this, one of our team members took a sample of one of the fabrics we use to make a window covering, cellular honeycomb fabric, stapled it inside, stapled a rubber band to it, 2 rubber bands, and made a little video. And that was the genesis of the innovation that you see on my photograph with my video not working. We've developed a very simple non-sewn face mask for public use. It's not medical. We've had some, through the help of the state and UVM and VMEC, we've been able to get some testing done and some verifications on the materials themselves being safe. And you know, I've made a couple hundred of them over the course of the weekend, just as we've kind of scaled up production, and have given some samples out for folks to wear. They're finding it very comfortable, breathable, and we've got a process more or less at this point that allows us to make a lot of them very fast with people, and do it in a socially distant way. So it's a labor-intensive process, but it's one that can be done by people at home. So it's also really scalable, we believe.
Okay, Brian.
And yes, sir.
Brian, can I stop you for 1 second? We're
Sure.
we need to get off the YouTube live feed and switch it. We inadvertently were wound up on Senate Economic Development's live feed, and they're coming on at 10. So we've got to switch. Nobody get off, stay on. We're just going to get off live stream for a minute. Go ahead, Amy.
Sure.
So we're back. We have Commissioner Joan Goldstein with us to discuss the proposed language that we have and get the agency's thoughts on it. And so, Joan, if you'd like to, for the record, and give us your thoughts on what we're thinking of.
Sure. Joan Goldstein, Commissioner, Department of Economic Development. And I just want to make sure I have this up and running, but my understanding is a sum of money would be allocated to spend on particular businesses that are repurposing their facilities and their operations to create personal protective equipment. And I'm understanding this to be not just the medical PPE, but also the overall PPE that would be useful as businesses get back into operations. I just want to make sure I have that correct before I proceed, and apologies for not being 100% sort of up to date. I know that during the, it is the draft, this is, it says DPH draft 4.1, is that the?
Yes.
Okay. So I know that just from the whole experience from the beginning of the shutdown till present day, that this has been a scramble, and the Vermont business community has been extremely responsive in trying to help. And VMEC really led the kind of coordination of that because we were just buried with everything else. So I think that in general, we would support this because it's really about helping out businesses who are helping the state or who have helped the state. It's the first part. The second is, since we don't have a vaccination for this thing, the expectation is that you could never really have too much of this, and the supply lines from the producers that are located overseas have been intermittent and not necessarily 100% reliable. So I think anything that would encourage our own businesses to do this, I think helps us from a kind of security standpoint to ensure that we could ensure further health and safety and protection. So I think from that perspective, this sounds like a very good idea. I think VMEC is closer to it in that they know the numbers of businesses that are actually doing this. I know since the beginning of this, there have been numerous lists generated about who all, about who would kind of step up and create this and what was in the realm of the possible. So I kind of defer to if they've already given you numbers. I know we were like ships passing in the night, and Patricia tried calling me yesterday and we didn't really have a long conversation, but I think generally this is something that we'd be supportive of. I do see you're asking for the funding to come out of the new worker, and I don't know yet if this has already been produced, but I do think that there's an expectation that that will go back. That money is going to be given back to the general fund. At least that's what's been proposed in terms of the budget adjustment because of the shortfall. So I don't know the outcome of the money. Yeah, I don't know the outcome as of this moment. I do know that we were offering up the unused portions back in to take care of some of the shortfalls.
Sure.
You know, having said that, you know, we're probably going to be creating a package to examine whether or not some of the funds from the federal relief could be appropriated to something like this, an initiative like this.
Right.
The other thing, like later this afternoon, we'll be talking to a company about recruiting them to come develop here and to actually do production here. So I think in general, like PPE production and sourcing and all of that, and making sure that we have that is something that we would support. Just in terms of how much and where it comes from is open, but it'll be decided upon probably in the next week what our proposal is.
Sure. Yeah, we still have to have those discussions with appropriations too. And
yep.
I think I think the general idea is to see if there's consensus of moving forward with this. And we can find the money somewhere.
Mhm.
So maybe some of the questions are, now that we know that the agency is supportive, that the administration is supportive, to start working on the language. Are we, number one, putting enough money towards this proposition? Are the numbers right at a maximum of $20,000? And then do we have, all the qualifiers, are those correct? So I think we need to work that language out with us and with
Yeah.
you. And with
Agreed. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answers to that because I don't know the cost of the equipment or I don't have that. VMEC is probably closer to it. I mean, I do think that the training component can come from the training program. So I think we definitely would repurpose or kind of reprioritize training to train employees in this particular process or new, configurations. So yeah.
So maybe maybe the language that we want on that piece would be that that we put some language in that would say that would be the highest priority at this time for the training program, is to use those funds to help retrain employees in manufacturing businesses for PPE, something to that effect.
Yeah. No, I think that could work.
Okay. Questions for Joan? Bob? You're muted. You're muted again. There we go. Okay. You should be good now.
I forgot what I was going to say now. My concern is, I wish there was my hope is that there's some sort of source, government or some organizations that could give some guidance on what PP items are expected to be in short supply 1 month from now, 2, 3, 4 months from now. I'd hate to think that we're putting a lot of money into, along with maybe every other state, and producing $1 face masks that in this state, which in New Hampshire can be produced for 75 cents. So I'd like to know, before we put that money in, or criteria for we're distributing, is that there is now or expected to continue a shortage of particular items. And if there is, those are the ones that would qualify, or at least be put up on a higher priority on what they receive. I am a little leery of the whole argument that we're retraining, and this is a sort of the aspect of expanding Vermont's economy. I'm not sure that an investor would want to put their money into that position at this stage. I would hope that there would be some sort of due diligence done before the likelihood that if these funds are going to be distributed, that there is either there's a crisis, there's a shortage, or there is a good chance that this company will succeed and will develop a new product line.
Yeah, those are all great points. I think what I would suggest, because we haven't had the time to do this, is there's a combination of people working on this effort, like Commissioner Sherling. There have been questions asked of him, like, will the state supply this for all manufacturers? And the answer is no, not at this time. But a combination of Commissioner Sherling and Commissioner Cole, who from BGS has really the list of sourcing and the price for each source for masks and other equipment, to understand, what is a reasonable cost. And, if we could source it elsewhere, then maybe this isn't necessary. Like, that level of analysis has not taken place. I just know that from the asks that are coming to the agency about, will the state, supply this? Will the state do this? Will the state do that? And now the answer from emergency management has been that the supply lines are not secure enough yet. So that's the only information that I'm going on, but you're absolutely right. I think more precise accounting of, what does this cost? Is this a good company to do this? Is this long-term or short-term? These are all the unanswered questions that kind of nobody has. Nobody knows if this is a short-term need, until there's a vaccination. So nobody knows if there's going to be a resurgence, So I guess I'm just agreeing that, there are uncertainties here, and we should probably go equipped with the best information possible.
One last point. I agree with the conversation we had this morning that I would like to see our supply chain moved back into this country on critical items. But Vermont's not going to do it by itself. And to the extent that there's going to be a total free market and no restrictions on imports, I get really nervous if we're going to embark upon saving this country from China.
Gene?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Goldstein, I'm excited about this program for several reasons, and I think it's well put for doing the short term for PPE. I'm hoping that the department will be looking at how this rolls out as a possible, well, it's not a pilot program, but it'll be working it'll be training our manufacturers to be nimble, getting their staff to really get involved with retraining and training their staff. And as we see the economy change, because I think we are looking at a sea change economically in this country as the world as we go through this pandemic, I see this as a possible tool in our toolbox in the future to work with our manufacturing sector. And is that something that the department is looking at? Am I off base, or what do you think about that?
Yeah, I like that idea. I think the way the department is looking at the entire crisis is that there are some significant immediate needs.
Right.
And we have to tend to those. And then there's needs that are a little bit longer term, like getting people, once they're restarting, like how much they need to restart. And then there's the adjustment to new normal and what that means in terms of capacity, and how does the agency and how does the state respond. And some of that might be just like these businesses that were doing X could no longer do that because there isn't a market for it. And as a result of repurposing. So for example, there may be a supply of workers who typically were working in the aerospace supply chain. That's going to be already is severely impacted. There are going to be others that need to work on testing and tracing. So I do see, we don't know for sure how this is all going to unfold. We just know there's a myriad of problems, the first of which is closed businesses. Then there are businesses who, when they're able to reopen, won't have the funds to do that. And then there's, okay, what's this new normal? And then that's all overlaid with probabilities for whether or not there's a resurgence. So yeah, we haven't thought about this one in particular. I've not analyzed this particular offering, but we just know that the hard work is just beginning.
Thank you. And I think as long as we're mindful of retaining all of the data and the information so we can build later, I think it also shows how nimble the thought process is in the state around these issues. It's no one is waiting for somebody else. We're actually doing it ourselves, and I'm pretty impressed. Thank you.
Absolutely. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The bill has got some general outlines, but the major outline is that the ACCD will determine, working with VMEC, how these grants work or how they get assigned. And a lot of the issues of, is this a short-term fix and is it going to be around a year or 2 years from now? Is it going to be competitive, et cetera? But a couple of the people who spoke to us this morning talked about the fact that what they're looking at, and I think this is what, I don't know if we need to put it in the bill. I think it's almost like common sense that you guys were going to create parameters about this. Is this something that they can find more long-term use for, that they can find other customers within the country, outside the country, can do more things with this than just the immediate, PPE? That, I mean, $20,000 really isn't a lot of money. They seem to think it was just fine to get them started. I know you could leverage it if you wanted to take out loans or other things, but the point is that, and I think Bob's alluding to this, is what's the long-term goal here and how can we help them be flexible enough to use it for this and then expand it to something more useful. One of them gave an example of ventilators that aren't going to be used for patients, but that would be machines that you could use to keep people cool under all this medical paraphernalia that you're going to have to wear when things get warm weather. And if you can do that, you can do that in lots of other places where heat is an issue in manufacturing or in other kinds of applications in other industries. So this is something that this guy had a lot of ideas, and that seems to be something that your group at ACCD is going to have to investigate.
Yeah, so I mean, another, I didn't hear this morning's testimony, so I don't have the context, but it sounds like from what you're saying, Representative Dickinson, that this is like showing the innovation that is getting spurred for this particular purpose, but however, could always be again repurposed, right? If there are further uses, then the response to the pandemic, this can't be a bad thing, right? To encourage this, and that we would have to, it's interesting, like some of the things and the ideas that are coming forward about how to respond to the crisis almost resemble what we went in originally for the fiscal year 21 budget about innovations and technology commercialization and retention of payroll, like all these things sort of blend in a way. I don't have it all figured out yet to present in a pretty package, but you're absolutely right. I think it showed the innovativeness of the Vermont business community. UVM was working on the Vermontolator. This is just great, a great story. And if we could ultimately have a variety of manufacturers in this state contribute to that, and we could benefit in terms of job creation and repurposing the workforce to work on those things, that's a good outcome. Even though there's going to be so much other pain and suffering in many different sectors. But so I agree. And I do think, we would have to work. And I don't know if UVM is aware of this or have testified or not, but I know that their team, the innovations group, was actively involved in the Vermontolator. So this might be very useful for that same group.
Yes, thank you.
More questions? Okay. So I guess the question now for the committee is, are you willing to continue on with this and turn this into a committee bill and try to get this through probably by next week sometime, so that we can get this ball rolling? And
sure, I think how do I say this? This may be one of many asks. Sure. So I'll work with whomever I don't know, maybe I see Lisa is on the phone here in the meeting. VMEC I know has been very active. Maybe we bring in UVM and then incorporate it into a larger kind of sort of emergence plan? How do we emerge from this crisis?
Yeah, I mean, I hope we look at this first as a short-term problem that we have with PPE that we need to address. And I think in just what we talked about this morning, I think there is the consensus, and it's probably the consensus of the state, that we could quite possibly have another 2 or 3 rounds of this stuff, and so that we should be prepared for that. And then the long term, you know, I think, you know, the retraining of workers is a good thing, and hopefully that this retraining is, you know, we'll be able to spill over into other areas down the road for them, that it's not wasted just on that one skill, and that it's not that it's something that's going to assist our manufacturing businesses in the state going forward too. So
Yes.
there's a lot in that whole bite, but let's see. Zach, you had your hand up. You're all set.
Well, I suppose I would, yeah, I have a quick question. And maybe this isn't for Joan. I was just thinking about in terms of, you know, putting guardrails around the program, and what Joan might think were some legitimate means of verifying that the funds that we're giving out for this are accomplishing their goals, and how could we put some guardrails in this bill that aren't going to make it too difficult. We don't want to make it hard for people to apply for and get the funds, but we do want to make sure they're going towards the things that we intended them to. And I'm curious about your thoughts about that, Joan.
Yeah, I think we would have to assess that. I'm not envisioning this that everybody who wants to get in gets this funding. I think there has to be a framework to put parameters on it, because yeah, it may not be the right idea for every manufacturer to repurpose and go into this. So they may not have the capability. They may not have the know-how. So I think we decide on that. That's why I keep bringing up UVM Innovations, just because we already kind of do that with them on some of these nascent companies or ideas. So I'm kind of thinking that we need to have that level of decision making. It's not just going to be the agency or just VMAC or just UVM. I think it's a combination to assess, you know, what are they thinking about making? What's the market? Who are they selling to? It can't just be funding of an idea.
Agreed. Thank you, Joan.
Hey, Charlie?
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think we should pursue it. And to the point earlier from this morning about putting bumpers around the size of the entity, that's something worth doing. And then in terms of the guidelines to be developed either by VMEC in coordination with ACCD or whatever, that's something we could definitely do. And I guess one of my thoughts is about timing and what's realistic for how quickly we could stand this up, in terms of it would have to be through the budget adjustment process. So we're not talking about anything earlier than May that I know of. Well, it's tomorrow, I guess. But so in order to get through the end of May, that's probably most realistic about when this is going to be up and running. The last part is just a wonder, just to throw it out there, is what are companies already doing this at their own expense? And some of them are because it's either the right thing to do or because they really want to be in that business, in that line of business. So this helps fund some of that, so that if somebody's hesitating, that they might jump into it anyway, or they might be convinced that it's okay to jump into it and devote resources to it. But there are those that made the transition without anybody asking them to or telling them to, and because they know it's the right thing. So it's an interesting thing to think about that.
Yeah, that's so true, because there were people who just jumped in and they figured it out and they did it.
Yeah.
and some people are donating, so we'd have to figure out a way to reconcile that,
Yep.
Are there any more questions or just general discussion with everyone that's here? I guess I'd like to get a feel from the committee. Do you want to go forward and then we just keep pushing it on? So, Bob?
Yeah, I don't mind going forward with this, but I definitely want to give some sort of parameters and to give preference to items that are currently in short supply or expected to be in short supply under the assumption that we have a second and a third outbreak. And that money also, if it's being given out with the expectations that this is going to be a new product line, then I think we need to have the similar criteria that we apply, that we've talked about in veggie and those kinds of things, that it's going to be something that's likely to succeed. We're going to have a lot of demands on money here. I want to be very careful about what we spend here.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we need to be very wise on the choices that we make. Zach?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just sort of reemphasize what I emailed about. I think that, especially with what Bob said about being cautious about where we're putting our money, is considering this as a convertible loan program instead of a grant, and paired with that are some of these bumpers or parameters. First, if it's a product that already exists, that you're able to get the loan forgiven if you can prove that you were able to reduce the cost of that product, or you were able to show that you were able to develop a product that came out of it. So I think that I would like to see this as a convertible loan program. And in that context, I think that we don't necessarily need to limit this to smaller companies. I do want to make sure it's limited to Vermont companies, but if it's the larger manufacturers that are in the best position to be able to create the largest volume of product, that we don't want to prevent them from having these additional funds from doing that too. But in terms, I was thinking this was in the context of the remote worker program, which was designed to essentially recapture the funds that we were giving out through tax revenues from the additional worker. That I also thought that we should be looking at the funding mechanism in the same way, or how are we, it was a revenue neutral program, essentially. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I think if we were under normal circumstances, that would be the preferable way to go, similar to the new veggie program that we've been talking about. I think the problem with making it a forgivable loan is that you need a lender, so I think we would need to incorporate Vita in all of this. And I know Vita is pretty busy right now, and we then are adding another layer of time constraint on getting the money out. So I think it's something to think about. But I guess I would caution on making sure that we're not putting too many levels of too many hoops for people to jump through, and it takes a lot longer. So
agreed. I generally support
understood.
the bill, though. Just want to be clear about that. I do like this idea.
Thanks. Jean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clearly, I generally support this. I'd like to sort of suggest that I think what Bob is saying is, right. We need to make sure that whatever we're supporting to be manufactured, there's a market for. We're pretty sure PPE has a market anywhere. I'd like to sort of add that part of the evaluation could be, if you have to choose, is value added. The window shade people, if they get the machines they're talking about, that will be a value add to their manufacturer later, should they go out of the mask business and into something else, or God forbid, body bags. With our manufacturer who's talking about replacing ventilators with hoods for hyperbaric situations at 95% oxygen, those are products that going forward, we have a real value add. So maybe one of the things we want to highlight in our, if they have to choose between businesses to give this to, is to kind of look at those value adds. Where are we going forward? And I just wanted to say that if people hadn't had a chance to see 60 Minutes last Sunday, where you look at GM that was kicking out trucks and now they're kicking out ventilators, and that technical skill that those workers have learned in nanoseconds will be able to give GM the ability to pivot to other product lines. So I'm kind of excited that we'll, and hoping ACD will look at this as a, it's not a pilot project, but maybe it could be the data that will give us that pilot project to help our manufacturers become more nimble. So long-winded, I think we should definitely go forward.
Okay, Stephanie?
There we go. So I think I wanted to ask this of Lisa, and the 15 companies that VMEC has already been in contact with, are these companies that are already manufacturing PPEs in some shape or form, or they would like to, they need this extra money just to get into that business? Or I want to know what the level of interest was from these companies that have already contacted you.
Lisa Henderson, Client Services Director at VMEC. To respond to the question, the companies that we have been working with, and again, we've been working with maybe 15, and there's another easily 15 that we're aware of are doing different things. These companies are, some responded to the state's request in the form of initially donations and then responsiveness of what else they could do. And you heard some examples of that. And Greg Hillard from Porter Brace is a really good example of that, trying to figure out how to supply, in particular, the medical grade surgical masks and gowns. Other companies, we've actually reached out. So we began huge campaigns when realizing what the critical PPE was, to contact many of the manufacturers we knew had capabilities, to see what their capabilities truly were, what they were doing at the moment, if they were considering retooling, what that might be, where they might fit. We've collaborated or put together collaborations, and the UVM Vermontilator, I know we call, that's the term. In that case, we learned about the technology. We were working with UVM Innovations, and they weren't sure how they were going to get the product out. We helped them find resources to immediately go for the FDA approval process. So we used our set of service providers that we work with normally to integrate that. But then we also solicited half a dozen companies and brought them together after they signed the appropriate NDAs to discuss the project, the opportunity, and then what could they each contribute. And we, again, because of our experiences in the industry, we went after the different tiers of the supply chain, talking to the companies who could engage. And I've heard you ask questions about the viability. And one of the first things we were doing was to truly understand their capabilities, but also their condition. Were they in a condition to support? What could they do? And where they had resource to, they might have been an essential. Many of these companies were not already operating, and they were trying to figure out if they could do something, what they could do. But some of them were already essential and still were saying, what else can we do to help? So we, there's 15 companies that, or about 15, that we are specifically discussing specific PPE with, whether it be surgical mask, gowns, the facial cloth face masks for the general public. We're considering that part of this umbrella of needed protection. We weren't directly working with the distillers, that's some of the other people on the other side, but now we need hand wipes. So we've gone back to the distillers to try to figure out how we might convert some of them into hand wipe manufacturers versus strictly sanitizing in bottles that they're accustomed to doing. So it continues to evolve, and it really is being driven by the states and specifically Commissioner Sherrill and Commissioner Cole's interaction, and Patricia as our point person, to understand what those critical needs are when their supply chains are limited or challenged or not able to follow through. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have Jean, then Lynn, then Christy. No? Lynn?
Okay, yeah, interesting. Jean brought it up. I've been thinking about it all week, and I thought of it before we came on this morning. I watched the 60 Minutes with GM. Very impressive. It occurred to me that what they did a lot of things. They shut down all their car manufacturing, and they worked with this ventilator company, this team of engineers, designers, people from their line, people from quality control, all kinds of people, electrician type kind of people. And they went out to find, they had a small company in Seattle that had made ventilators, and they went out, like 3 engineers and the head of production or something. And they're working with a small company in Seattle, and they brought it all back because what they said they could do is they could have niche products that can be made in small amounts. What they can do is make lots of things quickly in large amounts. And I think they gave the example of an F-150 truck comes off the line every 52 seconds or something like that. But they put this group of people together. They called all these people back in to do a small number of people, and they figured out how they can put these together. And one of the things that occurs to me is that this company in Seattle has found itself one heck of a great partner. Even if GM doesn't go into the ventilator business, everybody learned from everybody. And you know, it always seemed to me with Detroit and the car manufacturers, here you had all these highly skilled people. There was got to be a way that you could go and put these people back to work if they've been laid off and there's all sorts of crisis with their cars. They have great manufacturing skills. They have great engineering skills. They have great trade skills. And that's precisely what this ventilator thing has done, will potentially do for them. And I think that's some of the things that we could have here. I mean, I'm not talking about the guy making the cloth masks, but I think that this is something where one of the guys talked about the niche. We're a niche manufacturer. We have niches. And I think this is really worth doing. I mean, $20,000 isn't a lot. It does come out of the new remote worker program, which means that as Zach said, you may be missing some people who would come and bring their taxes and their family with them. But you know, we could do it out of the Vermont, the worker that comes to work for the Vermont company. I mean, I don't know. There's got to be a little bit of the money there. I mean, $500,000 for $20,000 is 25 manufacturers if they all get 20,000. But I think it's an opportunity we should try to take advantage of if we could, even if we only get 10 of them. You know, cut it in half, but it would be helpful.
Okay. Christy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what I'm hearing is most everybody on the committee, at least, is supportive of this program, and it is kind of a neat concept, neat idea. I'm glad to hear that that there's some coordinated effort out there through VMEC, and just listening to Representative Dickinson talk, I think that's the kind of effort that could create some jobs on the other end. I'm curious what this might look like after it ends, or after we're out of the emergency program. If our efforts go back to buying products from offshore suppliers and for 6 cents a piece versus 94, there's those types of concerns that I love nothing more than to see manufacturing or ingenuity come back to the States and be provided domestically. I'm concerned a little bit about where the funding is going to come from. Did I hear that the remote worker program may go back to the general fund, or we still have opportunity for that. Certainly, a small program like this to benefit some small manufacturers that are willing to jump in at this critical time, and to maybe restart when we do come out of this and be able to provide some products for Vermonters and for our regional area. I think it's worth looking into. I know there's a lot of volunteers out there that are making the cloth masks for people and businesses and organizations, and it's that kind of ingenuity that I think that we're trying to capture.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so committee, if you're in favor of pushing forward, just put your hands up. Okay, I was talking about your blue hand, but that's okay. Okay, so I think we're all in favor of going forward. And Jim, we couldn't see your, oh yeah, Jim's hand's up too. Perfect. Or did you want to talk, Jim?
Nope, I was just raising my hand.
Perfect. Okay, so I think we're in unanimous decision to move forward. We'll ask David to turn this into a committee bill so that we can get it introduced. And then I would ask Charlie if you'd keep working with David and Joan and Lisa, and probably if you can bring UVM Innovations in. And I think you've heard some of the things that have come up, parameters. Really start looking at whether or not we're in the right ballpark as far as dollars go. Is 20,000 enough? I like what I heard this morning, that, you know, as little as, you know, a few $1,000s could be helpful to some, and you know, 20 certainly would be helpful for anybody. And should it be just a one-time grant, or should it be up to 20,000 that you could reapply for if you only asked for 5,000 at the beginning? So, you know, the question of where the money is going to come from, we have don't have an idea yet. You know, that the new worker program, remote worker program, new worker program, not remote, was an area that there was money. I know that you know, the administration is looking at areas where we can get money back into the general fund, and I know appropriations is also looking. So working with the administration with appropriations, I think we'll find the money somewhere if everybody wants this to happen. What I would say is, Charlie, if you would reach out, well, actually, I'll do that. I'll reach out to Senator Sorokin and ask him if he would, I've already told him a little bit about this, that we were going to explore it. But I would like to see if we can bring a member from his committee on board so that we get some of their thoughts at the same time. And I'm just watching deer at the other end of my pond go by. And see if we can narrow down the scope so that when we pass it, maybe it's good to go on the Senate side, so that we can get this rolling as quickly as possible. So is there anything else that anyone wants to talk about pertaining to this program? Okay, great. Anything else anyone wants to bring up? We still have, well, I guess one question I do have is time frame on getting a new draft. Our regular schedule is Thursdays, 9 to 11 and 12:30 to 2:30. If I can certainly ask for time on Tuesday, if that's a possibility. I don't want to push too hard, but I don't know what kind of a time frame Joan or Lisa you'd all be thinking of to be able to put a new draft together.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would certainly be happy to circulate to both Patricia, to Lisa, and to Joan some of the ideas we talked about, whether it's establishing those parameters, whether 20 grand is enough, whether it's a one-time grant or somebody can come back to the well a second time as long as we go over that, and then coordinating with UVM what kind of process this whole thing looks like. I think those were the 4 areas. Is there anything else in terms of what you'd like to see included in an updated draft?
Zach, yeah, your hand up.
Yeah, I was, well, I completely understand the desire to get this out as quickly as possible. And so I don't want to belabor this, but if we were able to bring in Vita for a conversation to talk about making this a convertible loan program, and if they say no, they can't do it, then I'd be happy to drop it. But I think it might be worth exploring it. I think if we might have some challenges if people feel like this is too broad and there's not enough limitations, and it's and we're putting out money that we don't have. I'm worried about the Economist report that came out in the VT Digger that we're looking at a $430 million budget shortfall next year. And so I think that any amount of revenue spending people are going to be particularly cautious about. So I wonder if you'd be okay exploring that. If not, I will happily drop it.
I wonder if I could interject here just a moment to let you know what we're doing. And we're working with Vita to figure out what type of disaster loan program that we could develop with them. Right now, there's quite a lot of tourism and dairy in their portfolio. So we are in constant communication nearly. And I'm not sure, whether this convertible loan idea for this particular subset of businesses, but I think what we'll do is bring it to the discussions to see. I mean, just to give an idea, like we know that there's a whole host of businesses that are not qualifying for PPP or SBA funding. So we are thinking about a alternative scenario where Vita could possibly fund some of these businesses. So I just don't know the landscape yet. I mean, we are talking and we're thinking about it and we're trying to quantify the numbers. We think another transition point will be when businesses find out precisely what will be forgivable in the PPP. Yeah. And we're hoping it's not going to be too shocking and horrible that they'll be faced with an 18-month loan that they need to repay. So we are trying to get a handle on just exactly the amount of need. We've surveyed businesses. We've only gotten 3,000 responses, and the 3,000 amount to a loss of $350 million a month in revenue loss. So we're dealing with a enormous monster here. I don't know how else to put it. And trying to figure out how businesses that are closed could actually have access to capital. And how long will they be closed? So that's the kind of immediate need and thing that we're focusing on. I don't want to say that I'm giving this short shrift. I just want to show this in the context of the numbers and the programs that we're thinking about and contemplating.
Yeah, and I wonder if maybe include have Cassie from Vita as part of the vetting process, so that we have that that financial institution background looking at the applications that come in, whether that would give people feel a little better about it. Also, I think we should touch base. I think, Joan, you can do that with the administration, but I think we should touch base with JFO, probably talk to Klein, and ask about this particular program that we're pushing, because it is for PPE basically. If that would fall under the
1.2 billion.
Yeah, the COVID relief. Yeah.
Right. So that, we don't have to, we're not using state dollars, that we use federal dollars to prop this up with. And
Sure. Definitely.
Lynn?
Yeah, I support the idea behind this program, just like I really supported the innovation stuff that we did with UVM and that we heard from during the course of our regular session. I do think that the numbers that Joan just gave us are really sobering. And in light of all of the things that we have going on, VITA being involved in seeing if they can either help vet this or can help. I mean, I don't know if they're going to have enough money to be able to help do a convertible loan. The convertible loan was the appeal of the PPP, and I think that Joan's right. People will find out, maybe not so soon, they're going to get it, and then they're going to find out later they've got this big loan they have to pay back. It's really very low. It's 1% interest, but it still becomes a loan. It's a different kind of beast at that point. And so I'm guarded in my support, but I think we probably should pursue it with some of those other things that we've just talked about.
We could incorporate it into the overall recovery package that we're thinking of.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, one of my concerns is that, and part of it, Joan, I think, is that I'm not sure we're going to be needing masks a year or two from now. But if they can find a way to do something that they can convert it to, that this adjustment can be made, and that can be a very small amount of money to help someone go and create a long-term manufacturing niche for themselves.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else that we think we should ask them to look at as they develop this? Or do we have a pretty good sense right now of? Okay. I think we've have a good idea of where we want to go. So we'll leave that up to you all, Charlie and Joan, Lisa. I'll try to touch base again with Senator Sirotkin, and we'll see if we can get the Senate on board, if they have an interest, or if they just want to wait until we've done the heavy lifting, and then they can come in on the backside. Okay. So Charlie, I guess I'll wait to hear from you. Everybody can work with David, and we'll let David know to turn this into a committee bill, and we'll go forward. And Charlie, just let me know how things are progressing, whether or not we should. I'm thinking probably Tuesday might be a little too quick to turn something around. So I'm thinking more, we'll use our next Thursday to see where we are with this, and see if there's some new drafts, and any new drafts that come out, we'll send it to me, and then we can share it with the committee.
Okay, and I'm going to reach out to some of the committee members that expressed some concerns about the parameters and try to flesh out as to what those could be, what they could look like.
Sure. Okay. Sounds good. Is there anything else that anyone wants to bring up before we go? I just can't believe that, I let you guys out early in the session, and now I'm letting you go at half an hour early again. It's just, I don't know. Bot's always wearing off, I think.
I'd like to chalk that up to a well-run committee.
There you go.
Have a good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you, Joan. We appreciate it. Lisa, thank you.
Thank you, Joan.
Bye-bye.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Guilford Select Board meeting of Monday, April 27th, 2020. As chair of the Guilford Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by Governor Scott as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and pursuant to Addendum 6 to Executive Order 01-20 and Act 92, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. In accordance with Act 92, there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the temporary amendments to the open meeting law, I confirm that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by Jitsi, and the Jitsi address is https://meet.jit.si/Guilford Select Board 04.27.2020. Let's see, where was I now? All members of the board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if desired, participate in this meeting by going to https://meet.jit.si/Guilford Select Board 04.27.2020. B, providing public notice of the necessary information for assessing this meeting, including how to access the meeting using Jitsi in our posted meeting agenda. Instructions have also been provided on the town website at guilfordvermont.net. Providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anyone has a problem, please call 254-4117. And D, continuing the meeting if necessary. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, it will be continued to a time and place certain. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting are not unanimous, will be done by roll call vote in accordance with the law. Let's start this meeting by taking a roll call of attendance of all members participating in the meeting. I will call out your names. Zon Eastis. Miranda Porch. Is Miranda here? We can't hear you, Miranda.
Hello, I was just unmuting.
Okay. Michael Becker.
Here.
Randy Marine, Rusty Marine.
I'm here.
Okay. Richard Wazansky here. And we are also joined by Peter Rude, the town administrator. Recognition of the public. Ellie, I see you there.
Yes, I am here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And the rules of procedure, which usually on our desk in our select board meeting room, are not here, but they are accessible. And those rules govern the way that the public, in this case, Ellie for the moment, interact with the select board in regard to questions and answers. Are there any, the additions to the agenda are, we have two additions to the agenda, but there are more. The one A is the Guilford Country Store liquor and tobacco license. B is purchase of a one-ton truck. I know that Zon had an addition to the agenda. I almost said menu there.
Yes, I would like to add a very quick update about the Communications Union District, some news around us.
Okay, great. I have several additions to the agenda, but I'd like, does anyone else have additions to the agenda before I speak mine? Okay, my addition to the agenda are as follows. appointing Ann Ryder as a new member of the Finance Advisory Committee. Ann has graciously agreed to serve on that committee. I think that's a blessing for us, our town, and the select board. We also have a letter from a Guilford citizen about an unruly dog, and we want to discuss that. And we want to also discuss the sign. I've had a request from a Guilford citizen that the sign should be more amicable and friendly to people entering our town. And perhaps and I have a suggestion from her as to what a few words that might make what's on there stay on there, but add a bit of friendliness to that sign. Do you all know the sign I'm talking about?
Which sign are you talking about?
Sign
On Route 5?
Sign at the fire stations that says the public building is closed.
Oh.
The emergency sign?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah. So if there are no further additions to the agenda, I'll ask if there are any changes to the agenda order. And I would say we should do it like this. Let's go with the additions: A, the liquor and tobacco license; B, the purchase of a one-ton truck; C, the appointment of Ann; D, the dog situation; and E, the sign. Is that satisfactory?
What about the Communications Union District?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do that. Let's do that as C. Let's do that right after the truck.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Sorry about that.
No, it's no problem.
Okay. Next, we have on our agenda the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve last meeting's minutes?
I approve. I will so move. I had written to Peter. Well, yes, I will move the minutes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
So, I mean, there were a couple of very tiny things that I wrote to Peter about that are not worthy of our time. You know, a capitalization, a missed word.
Okay. So is there any further discussion? I'd like to take a roll call vote. Miranda Porch?
Aye.
Rusty Marine?
Aye.
Michael Becker?
Aye.
John Easton?
Aye.
Richard Wazansky? Aye. The motion is carried and the minutes are approved unanimously. Thank you. We're on to new business. FY21 budget shortfall and contingency planning. We have a memo from Peter. Peter, would you like to speak to this issue?
Sure. As everyone knows, can you hear me okay, everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
May I just preface, we're not trying to solve anything tonight, Select Board. We're trying to be proactive and to start our thinking about these matters, but we're not here to make any decisions about these matters at all at the present time. Okay, Peter.
So as everyone is aware, we are in the midst of the COVID-19 situation. And with that, many people have been laid off from work or have had their hours reduced or are from having a decent living to having no living overnight. As well as because of those factors, the state will also be having a likely budget shortfall in the upcoming fiscal year. They have already announced that they will be having a budget shortfall in the current fiscal year. In a call that I was a part of this morning, the state said that they're estimating that for the current fiscal year, they're going to have a shortfall of $391 million from their revenue fund. The education fund is going to have a deficit of $142 million, and the transportation fund is going to have a deficit of $45 million. And so that's going to potentially have an impact on Guilford in our funding from the state, but as well as when it comes time to collect taxes this fall, because of the aforementioned situation, there's likely to be a higher number of delinquencies on our taxes. Every year we do have a small budget deficit, but because of the good work of everyone who works for the town, as well as for the oversight of the select board, we are able to overcome that deficit every year. I am personally concerned that it's going to be quite substantial this year due to the situation. And so we need to start thinking creatively about options as far as what we can do to deal with this come the fall after taxes are collected. I can go into more detail if you wish, but that's kind of an overview of the situation right now.
And I think that you laid out very well several of the options that we might be considering later on in the year. And that's good. I'd also like to say that I asked the Finance Advisory Committee, which is establishing its charge that the Select Board will approve, that I've asked that group to start thinking about contingency planning as well. I think that the folks, the committee members on that board, Sheila, for instance, and Anne, who have both been chairs of the Select Board and very intimately knowledgeable about the town budget, will be very helpful in the event that we need to make some decisions about contingencies.
Can I ask a question regarding that?
Yes, Michael.
I was just wondering, I mean, and I understand we're not looking to make any firm decisions this evening, but maybe Peter can speak to this. What flexibility do we have in terms of making any cuts to the budget, given that the town has sort of voted on a budget? Can we go back and revisit and sort of strip things down if we need to, or?
The short answer is yes. So now that the residents of the town have approved the budget that the select board have put forth, it is now the responsibility of the select board to manage that approved budget in the best interests of the town. So that means the potentially rearranging of funds, the cutting of certain items, things like that. So that is your primary charge as a select board, is the fiscal management of the town.
Can I just to build on that, one more follow-up question? I mean, like I'm thinking of big ticket items like a bridge, that we were thinking about, or are we allowed to move funds from, let's say we decided we could wait another year to do that bridge. Could that money be, moved for other purposes?
In short, yes, it would take an action of the select board. It would take at a warned select board meeting, but yes, you could do that.
Okay. Yeah, I was just interested in the legality and the mechanics of it, I guess. So
we're going to have an issue that comes up this evening that gets sort of wades into those waters a bit.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Richard, can I ask you a question?
Zahn? Oh, Rusty, yes, please.
Yes. Since the school is a big part of our budget and we really have no control over that, would Peter or anybody on this committee know if the school is planning on any cuts with their budget?
The short answer to that is no.
Know that you don't know, or know they're not planning cuts?
No, that I'm not aware of. Nothing has come from the state in that respect. There has been some discussion, particularly with Vermont League of Cities and Towns, from a number of towns that are deeply concerned about this issue, in that when it comes time for us to make our education payments to the local school as well as to the state, the town is responsible to pay those fees regardless, similar to how each of us pay taxes. If we are delinquent on our taxes, we face an 8% penalty and 1% interest charge. The town faces the same thing if we don't pay our education taxes. And so even if we are one day late at the moment, we would have to pay that 8% penalty on through approximately, speaking with Penny, it's approximately $3.5 million. We'd pay an 8% penalty on that, plus 1% interest per month. So that would be pretty substantial. Unfortunately, the situation can only be addressed by the legislature and the Agency of Education. This is out of the governor's control, for better or for worse. And so if, for example, if the town does face a substantial budget shortfall, we're still responsible for paying our education taxes, even if we don't have those funds.
Unless the state does something to ameliorate that situation.
Unless they do. And at the moment that we have, it's something I've been following closely, and it's something that is of huge importance to VLCT. And as of yet, I have not heard of anything that has happened.
Well, there are so many unknowns. I think it's wonderful that we're having this conversation now, just for us to begin preparing for it. But, you know, the school is, I'm sure that the people who are involved with Vermont schools are having their own critical conversations, especially considering that school will be based from each family's home until the end of the school year, and what will the implications of that be? That's beyond our scope, but there must be a lot of turmoil.
Are there any further discussions on?
Yes, I'm just interested to know if we should begin now to, shall we depend on Peter to just keep us advised, or shall we perhaps develop, I know I would learn a lot from knowing like what are three possible scenarios, worst case, ranging down to best case, and have begin to develop some sets of actions that we could be framing our thinking around. This is great. I agree with Brandon to have this conversation, but I don't want to just continually be in a situation where I need to be reactive because of the latest news that we just found out about that forces us into a way of thinking without having more context. Does that sound reasonable? I mean, what I'm suggesting?
It sounds reasonable to me, but we're lacking quite a bit of the context because we don't know. I mean, there are so many unknowns at this point. But I suppose we could conceptually plan scenarios that if in this case, then we would do this.
Yeah, that would be helpful to me. I mean, it would help me limber up the possibilities of how to think about our way through this, rather than just reacting to a scenario when it's presented to us at one moment. If that makes sense.
That does make sense to me.
So, Richard.
Yeah.
So this was something that I was thinking quite a lot about during my work day today. And so one of the things I was going to start working on to present to the select board is a series of various scenarios looking at estimated, at this point, it's only going to be an estimated guess, but estimating, say, for example, if we had a 1% budget shortfall, if we had a 5%, and if we had a 15%, and maybe say 30% at the worst case scenario, what that would look like for our overall budget and how that would impact us being able to, as a town, being able to provide the services that we do for the residents who live here. Right. And then present that. Obviously, as you stated, we don't know what's going to happen, and we're not going to know until October.
Right. But I think that, Peter, I'd like you to take that on. I'm sure the select board agrees with me to take that on as a task, to start thinking about it and preparing some scenarios, just as you said. Does the select board agree that would be a good, productive?
Absolutely. I'm just going to ask, are you serious about the 1% scenario? Or, I mean.
No, that was just hypothetical.
That was hypothetical? Okay. I was thinking like 10, 20, 40, or, something like that. Or
yeah, I think 10, 20, and 40, I think is likely what I'm going to start with.
Okay. That was just a hypothetical. I get it. Yeah.
No, but those are actually the numbers I was thinking about today was 10, 20, and 40. Based on the numbers that the state has put forth to us, I think somewhere in the 20 plus range is going to likely be realistic.
It also seems to me that if we have information about the school situation, about if there's any changes in the works, that might give us some flexibility for thinking about when actions need to be taken or when changes in drastic budget changes need to be made. And that might move us to some sorts of advocacy that we might want to join forces at the state level or something in some way. And again, not just leave that all to Peter, but maybe there are things that we as the select board could begin to do to move some of this.
One thing, if I can suggest, I think we need to start, I think those are great ideas, Dawn, and I think that we need to start the advocacy now. We still have, 2 months until the end of our fiscal year. This current fiscal year, we're fine. But I think that, for example, my personal recommendation would be for the select board to draft a letter to send to VLCT and express your concerns and what your concerns are. And VLCT is already aware of it, and they're already working with the legislature. But just to add our names to the already growing list of towns, who are expressing concern, because on average, most towns pay between 60 and 70% of their annual taxes towards education.
Yeah.
Do I have a volunteer who would work with Peter on a letter like that? Zon, you're on.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, just because I think it's very important. So.
Yes, and let's make that. Let's make that an step, please.
I have an additional question. So are we going to be involving our financial advisory committee at this point in time in our deliberations about this?
As I said earlier, it's one of their tasks, and if we call upon them for their advice, I'm sure they would give it. But they're in the middle of right now forming themselves and establishing their mission and task. But I think that they will be sooner rather than later very helpful in this process.
Okay.
Okay, so we have an action step that Dawn and Peter will work on an advocacy letter. I'm sure that Sarah, our representative, is very well aware of these issues and working on our behalf.
Yeah.
Yes, she is. I've had some communication from her, and I know that she's doing as much as possible at the state level.
Okay. Any further discussion? Excellent.
I know that Sarah is also working to attend to the needs of our residents who have been trying to get, this is relevant because they've been trying to get their unemployment in place. And so she's been very active in that, and that will have an effect on our taxes, people being able to pay.
Yep.
Okay, now we're on to item number 8, Select Board Revised Annual Goals. I hope you all had a chance to look at the revision.
Well, Richard, we should take on the new additions first.
Oh, okay. That's the order that we should go in?
Yes.
All right.
For those that are new business.
Excuse me just a moment.
Yeah.
How does the audience get recognized for a question?
Oh, I you just raised your hand, but I didn't see you in my gallery here. Are you in the gallery? Can anybody else?
I'm here.
I'm here.
Okay. And if I don't see you, please just say I'd like to, Richard, may I say something?
Well, may I say something regarding the last item? I couldn't get unmuted in order to do it in time.
Please.
I would just like to ask that somehow, I know it's, at least I think, I haven't been in the office a lot, except maybe twice since the middle of March. I know Peter is obviously involved in this discussion. I believe Penny is going to be a member of this finance committee. Is that correct?
Yep.
What's the communication going to be to the rest of the staff? Because I think the rest of the staff at the town office needs to know what's going on, and there needs to be open communication about this issue, because you're talking about some of our jobs.
Yeah.
Or you will be, potentially.
Well, I would hope that, as you know, what the select board is discussing is transparent and open to the public. The Finance Advisory Committee meetings are transparent and open to the public. And I would imagine that as we move down the road, if there are communications that we need the staff to hear about, which they should hear about, we'll open a line of communication. Penny as the town clerk is certainly going to be on. Is the reason she's on the finance advisory committee is because she is the town clerk and she needs to be involved in these in the discussions. But I think just to underline, thank you for bringing that to our attention, and it's something that we will remember.
I would appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Ellie.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The Guilford Country Store liquor and tobacco license. I have their application in my hand that Penny sent me, and Penny signed this, and I have signed it, and we need to have an approval. So I would like to make a motion that the Guilford Country Store's liquor license, which expires on April 30th, 2020, be renewed by the state of Vermont. And
I'll second that.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, let me take the roll, please. Michael?
Aye.
And John?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye again. Wait, Michael?
Michael, did you already say aye?
Oh, can you hear me? Yeah, I think I said aye once already, but I'll say aye again.
Okay, and Richard Wazansky, aye. That's.
What about me?
Oh, Veranda.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. So what I will do then is to say what I have signed it, but it does say that it has been approved by Richard Wazansky, Zon Easties, Rusty Marine, and Veranda Porch, and Michael Becker, and that they were, and I've signed it and said that I've signed it that we've agreed remotely, and I'm going to put it in the mail tomorrow because, as you see, April 30th is coming right along, and Penny asked me to make sure that I got it in the mail by tomorrow morning, so I will do that. And I thank you for that vote, and I think that our friends at the Guilford Country Store will be appreciative, as well as our town, who can buy beer and wine there. Continuing. So thank you very much.
One question?
Yes.
Richard, are you mailing that to the town office or are you?
No, I'm mailing it to the Division of Liquor Control.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks for keeping on that. So next is on the purchase of a 1-ton truck. And Peter, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So as part of our ongoing capital plan, the town had planned for this spring of 2020 in our current fiscal year of replacing one of our 1-ton trucks. Just very briefly, we are on a schedule of replacing the small trucks every 7 years. Due to the use and abuse that they see, and our large major equipment is purchased on a 10-year rolling cycle. So this truck had been planned. This particular one that we are needing to replace is one that Danny has been having many issues with over the past year and a half or so. I don't have the specific numbers in front of me. But he's spent a good deal of money doing repairs on it, having to send it up to the dealer several times to do work that they couldn't do down here at the shop. And so when we purchased our 1-ton truck last year, we indicated to the dealer, or Danny indicated to the dealer, that we would likely be doing the same. He didn't make any guarantees or any promises, but just that we would likely be doing the same this year. They have So all of these trucks are called spec trucks, which means that they are built to municipal specifications. They build only a certain number per year. So they did put, quote unquote, our name on this truck, and contacted Danny at the end of last week, letting him know that the truck is completed. And I did, and he shared with me the quote from the dealer, which I shared with all of you earlier today. This is the same price that we paid for the truck last year. which would be a total of $94,316, which includes all of the equipment as well as a municipal discount of $4,200. Dan did ask me earlier today to communicate to all of you that his personal opinion is that we should go ahead with the purchase due to the aforementioned reasons of the expense of repairing the existing one, as well